Oh no. Okay, are we good? Are we good now? Can we hear? Let's do this. Let's go live. I'm unhinged. I've had very little sleep. I got my coffee here. And scones. Oh my god. So I went to Starbucks and they totally gave me like a bunch of free scones. Like I got like a coffee and like a breakfast sandwich and then like the barista like was like, "Would you like these scones?" And I'm like, "Yes." I'm like, "I need treats. Thank you." She's like, "You look like you are having a rough morning." I'm like, "I am. Thank you." They're the little petite like vanilla scones. They're so good. Anyways, I am not ashamed of loving Starbucks. I love Starbucks. I really don't give a shit. I'll tell you what. The best time to go to Starbucks, it Neogenian clips. Oh my god. Cassidy! Ah! Ah! Cassidy, stop it. Cassidy's like, "That was rapid. What the fuck, Cassidy?" That was fast. How the fuck did you switch your accounts that fast? The fuck? Anyways, I love Starbucks. I am not ashamed. The best time to go to Starbucks is after the morning rush. So if you go there about like noon or so, just like after they have that big morning, because a lot of people go and try to get their coffee before they go to work. So if you go there at like between like 6 and like 10 o'clock in the morning, it's packed. But there's a golden hour where you go to Starbucks after the morning rush. Nobody's in there. I love it because I go in there and the baristas are like relaxed and they're like happy. They're like, "Oh my God, the morning rush is like over." So I go in there and they're just like, "Hello, welcome to the festivities." I don't know. And I'm just like, it's so happy because like I love it because they're super like, they're chatty. I'm an extrovert, so I like it. They're just like, "Hello, how are you doing? How is your day? Like, are you just waking up? Oh my goodness, here's your coffee." And they make it like instantly. And then like they made my sandwich, and then like more often than not in my Starbucks, like this isn't the first time I got free stuff, but like there's something where they're just like, "We got all this extra shit, like we're gonna throw it out if you don't take it. Would you like this?" And I'm like, "Fuck yes." And then it's just like they even know my name, and they know generally like the stuff I get. Uh, Something that is sacred and holy to me is a relationship with a barista who knows you, and they know exactly what you want. And I love just waltzing in there and stumbling in there like super sleepy, and they're just like, it's almost like a mom, like it's like a parent. They're just like, "Oh honey, are you okay? Did you sleep well? Here, let's get you your coffee." And they know exactly what I want, and I don't even really have to, like, I can just like nod and grumble like, "Meh, meh, meh." Like, I don't even have to like enunciate like what I want. I'm just like, "Meh, meh." And they're like, "Oh yeah, coffee sandwich." And then they just like give it to me, and it's like, so it's such a smooth operation. Like, I love it. Like, something about a relationship with a barista who knows you and knows exactly what you want, and you can just waltz in there like sleepy and like mumbling, and they just like fucking take care of you. I love it. It's like my favorite relationship ever. I love it when I go into a coffee place and they know exactly what you want. You don't even have to say shit. They're just like, "I got it." So, anyways, cheers, coffee. I have not slept very well. I think I went to sleep about 7 o'clock this morning, and I woke up about 1:30, and I was really confused because when I woke up, I thought my phone was like malfunctioning, and I'm like, "This isn't the right time." And then I realized, no, it really is like 1 o'clock in the day. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, oh, so roughly 6 hours. I guess that's okay. Yeah, that's pretty decent sleep. It's just like so weird because my whole like sleeping schedule is off. I've been staying up like all night. All night. And my roommate, I'm gonna start referring to my roommate as the boy. Anyways, so the boy was like, what are you doing up all night? Like, are you okay? Like, he was super worried. I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm not stressed or anything. Um, I'm not anxious, or I'm just like, I'm not even like doing anything productive all night either. I'm literally just wasting time. So I'm just like enjoying myself. I don't know. It's just, it's super peaceful when I stay up all night and it's quiet and I can just watch whatever weird YouTube shit like that I want. And it's just, I literally cannot describe it any other way than I am literally like, I'm just enjoying my own existence. Like, I'm just, it's just peaceful, serene, and I think that's why I don't want to go to bed, because I'm just like, I am having such a good time by myself, and nothing's disturbing me, nothing is, ruffling my feathers, and I just love it. I love it. I need to get back to my sleeping schedule though, because normally I'm a morning person and normally I go to bed like around 10 p.m., like 10, 11 p.m. But now I'm like going to bed at fucking like dawn. Like, it's just so messed up. But I got like at least 6 hours of sleep, so I think I'm good. Anyways, we got Loppy here today because I'm like still in my pajamas and shit. So I got Loppy and I got my blankie. I got my blankie here because I still feel like I'm in morning mode. My blankie here. As far as content to view today, I'm not sure. It's like I did not have time to line up my. It's so funny. I stayed up all fucking night, but I didn't even bother to line up like anything to watch today. It's like Jesus. Anyways, I do have. Let's see. I got my coffee now. I got a ton of root beer. I got a sandwich later I can eat. My traditional Friday sandwich. And when it gets a little later, I'll have some beer. I have my vape pen. I have nicotine gum because I'm trying to quit the stupid vaping. I love this thing so much. I love this vapey thing. It's so convenient. It doesn't smell, and I can sit here at my desk and just like poof it. But these are fucking expensive. Like, I'm just fucking, I'm nickeling and diming myself with this shit. Like, to get this, like, you buy a pack where there's four of these in it, these pods that you put into like the little vapey pen thing. So a pack of four of these is like seriously $35. And I go through one of these pods like every day because it's so convenient. So like it's at this point where I'm like, I can't do this anymore because it's too convenient. So I got some nicotine gum. I'm going to start weaning myself off the shit and I'm going to quit the vape. And I'm going to start chewing nicotine gum, which still isn't really great for you, but hey, whatever. Um, I don't know why, but I have like a random wax amaryllis. I don't know if you know about these. My neighbor gives me one of these like every like Christmas. It's a waxed amaryllis, so it's kind of like a, I don't know, it's like a bulb plant and it's waxed and it sustains itself. You don't have to like water it or anything. And right now it's just a leaf, but like sometimes it grows out and it gets like flowery, like beautiful white flowers, and it smells really good too. So this is my waxed amaryllis. It's still kicking. I like I like plants. Plant. This is the plant friend. The waxed amaryllis. But it's like it's really cool. They just like you don't have to water them or anything. They just like sustain themselves. You just like essentially leave them alone. Sometimes there's like a plant that just wants to be left alone. I think those are the plants I like the best. I'm like, do you want some water, some food? They're like, no, go away. Just leave me in the sun and get the fuck out. And I'm like, okay. I like plants that see plants for me. I'm actually like the grim reaper of plants. Like plants just die in my care. I struggle so much to keep them. So I like plants that are very like deserty. Like I can keep a cactus. I can keep a cactus very well. Uh what are those other plants called? They're like oh Jesus. What are they called? They're the plants that are like cactus like, but they don't succulents. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you. Succulents. I'm really good at keeping succulents. Succulents are just like they want to be left alone. And orchids. I've got tons of orchids. Actually, let me go see. What can I bring in and show you? I got orchids. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. My orchids are at that stage where they're just kind of like chilling, so they don't have flowers yet, but they're gonna get there. So I do have orchids. And then this, I can't remember what this is. I think it's just a simple pothos, but I got a bunch of starters of this. I like this. This is a nice plant. Hello. You're nice. Thank you. You're so nice. Does anybody else talk to their plants? I feel like they need love. You're so special. You're doing so good. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna put you back. Jan show and tail. Show and tail. Anyways, I got Loppy here with me. Loppy. Loppy. The Loppy, the revolutionary unicorn. Actually, I think we're going to change our title. Loppy, the apocalyptic unicorn. Fuck yes! Loppy is the apocalyptic unicorn. I am riding this into the end. We're gonna take over the world. Me and Loppy. This is my steed. My apocalyptic. My apocalyptic unicorn. Yes! Let's do Loppy Lumps in the chat. Loppy. By the way, I still got stuff to make Loppy Lumps. So I mean, like, if you all like want a Loppy Lump, I know Cassidy needs one. Oh God, Cassidy! I feel like I've owed Cassidy like a Loppy Lump for like over a year now. But anyways, yeah, I make like little tiny like ball unicorns. They're like little mini Loppies, Loppy Lumps. Anyways. Yeah, if anybody wants a Loppy Lump, just like chuck me like 20 or 30 bucks or something like that, and I'll make you one and send it to you. As long as I get your address and like 20 bucks, like I'll send you one. Loppy is the herald of the apocalypse. Nay. Loppy. Loppy is a most handsome steed. A steed of the apocalypse. The apocalyptic unicorn. Bringing in the Neogenian era. Nay. Mwah. Love Loppy. Alright, so I got Loppy, I got my coffee, I got some scones. No, actually, shipping to Norway, I've shipped Loppy Lumps, overseas. It's actually not too bad. Like, the shipping cost is about $20. That's really not so bad. As long as people, like, honestly, like, I don't care. Like, as long as I can get, like, the shipping covered, like, I'm fine. But, like, it's really not, I think it's like eight, like, literally, because I shipped some things to, like, Canada, and I've even shipped to Australia, and it was like $18 or something like that. Like, it's really not too bad. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a lot, but, like, yeah. No, totally. Yeah, I'll work with you as long as we can get the shipping covered. Like, I'm fine. I'm so happy to see all of you. Oh my god. I'm just like, I'm totally like out of my mind right now. I don't even know what we have planned. Please like the live stream if you haven't. Stop it. But yeah, let's start watching some shit. Um, what is it? It's gay month. It's Pride month. Oh my god. It was so funny. I even went into like the grocery store and I got beer for the day and I got Bud Light and I was like sometimes I just talk to myself like even in public and there's like some lady next to me, just like some like traditional looking lady. And so like I grab it and I'm like, I'm just gonna get the gay beer. And I just kind of like said that like out loud because I just talked to myself. And she laughed. She's like, she was just like, oh, the Bud Light. And I'm like, yeah. It was just really funny. I'm just like, I'm gonna get the gay beer. And she, I don't know if she was pro gay or what, but she just like she laughed like okay, because I'll tell you what, Bud Light is on sale because of the homophobes. So happy Pride Month, because people are homophobic. I get cheap beer. It's a glorious thing. But anyways, if none of you know, I am non-binary and I am trans as fuck. I am so fucking trans. I am the tranniest tran. Like, no, no, not really. But like, I just, when I first started coming out, I was really like shy about it. But now at this stage, like, especially with all the shit that's going on, I seriously would rather die like being my true self instead of living a lie. Like, I'm just not gonna deal with that. George Michael, hello, says Angelica Darkheart is my true love. I hope that's reciprocated. I don't know. Bah. Dylan Mulvaney did not. There's no actual cans produced with her face on it. Bud Light literally just sent her one can with her face on it as like a gift. Like there's no like actual like trans people on it. Mark's like, I think a man feels more like a man working on a roof on a hot day if he has a bottle of suds. Yeah. Yes, we will have some Bud Light later though. I need to like I'm still drinking my like morning coffee. Speaking of gay, speaking of Pride Month, and I am a trans um non-binary trans masculine, by the way. more specifically. I am a trans masculine. I am not a trans man. I am just trans masculine, which means I am masculinizing myself. But I still like a degree of femininity. I mean, this is up in the air. I kind of feel like David Bowie or Prince. Prince, I love Prince's style. Like, when I see Prince, I'm like, that's me. It's just like a gorgeous boy that's gonna steal your lady wearing lipstick and like high heels. Even straight ass men can appreciate Prince. Stealing your girl. I love Prince. I'm definitely not Prince, but Prince was actually, he was kind of weirdly religious. Weirdly religious, but you know, his music is just so fucking amazing. There's so many Prince songs I love. Purple Rain. And seriously, like, he was saucy. Like, he had some, like, serious, like, it was really into fucking, that's gotta be cosplay. Anyways, I love Prince. Oh, yes, like this. Like, God, I see, I just want to be a pretty man. I don't know. Michael Jackson. You know, I love the whole thing between Prince and Michael Jackson. Like, they really had a fucking feud. What was that? Prince. There was like a comedian that talked about like Prince like performing on stage and Michael Jackson was there and like Prince played the bass in his face. It was really funny. They had a lot of beef though. Why is this thing like fucking busted? Where is my other fucking pod? This thing ain't working.
Let's give another standing ovation for a young man sitting behind you that you have no idea.
Nah.
You can't have a conversation about music in the 80s without bringing up both Michael Jackson and Prince. In terms of pop, the two practically define the era and irrevocably alter the course of modern music. But with such dominant forces comes a bit of friction. There was definitely a bit of a there can only be one dynamic between the two. The two icons paralleled each other throughout their respective careers. Prince debuted with For You in 1978. Jackson debuted as a solo act the following year with Off the Wall. Prince released 1999, in which Jackson countered with Thriller.
We're gonna party like it's 1999. God, that was such a good song. George Michael says, I'm a transmasculine Jewish woman of awesome. Why is my thing not working? Oh my god. I am like... Jesus. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I'll be right back. Where is my goddamn... Damn, where is my shit? Alright, hold on. I gotta tear my closet up here for a minute. Fuck. There it is. Okay. Alright, close the closet of terrors. I gotta hide my dead bodies in there. Gotta hide the dead bodies of homophobes in my closet. Don't mind the skeletons in the closet. Literally.
therefore provoking Purple Rain, and so on and so on.
Purple Rain.
This back and forth, however, was not limited to the charts. As you will soon find out, it got petty, and at one point, downright deadly. Here's the full details on Michael Jackson and Prince's legendary rivalry.
I know, like, there was some comedian, I can't remember, talking about, like, how they were hanging out with Michael Jackson and they went to a Prince concert and Michael Jackson was legitimately like, yeah, I'm just gonna go enjoy the show. But then, like, Prince came out and saw Michael Jackson and he was, like, playing the bass, like, fucking doing his shit. And then he, like, kind of walks up to Michael Jackson and was, like, kind of, like, fucking playing the bass all, like, in his face. And then later, Michael Jackson was like, why was he doing that? Why was he playing the bass in my face? Why was he just, like, playing the bass in my face? I wish I could find that. Yeah, I love that this is a search option. Is this it? Is this it?
You've achieved a kind of celebrity where there are a lot of celebrities hang out with celebrities, but you now are hanging out with celebrities that don't hang out with anybody else, like Prince. You hang out with Prince now.
Yeah, I've done
I
some
call
amazing
Prince
stuff.
constantly. He is not answering my phone calls.
I went over his house, man, because Prince have a club in his house. It's some crazy. He performs in his house, so people go over there and he invites special guests, I guess. And we go over there. He's in his kitchen playing the guitar on the table. It's crazy, man.
Seriously, you go to Prince's house and it's not just like he's have a Triscuit and I'll go open the white wine. It's a whole thing.
It's a band, man. You got people on the table, people on the counter, the drums set up and everything in the bathroom. It's crazy. It's like.
So what's he like when you're there?
He's cool because he found out I was there. Prince came over and said, hey, but he, you know, Prince is shy, so I didn't know. I just heard this noise behind me and I didn't know what it was. He just trying to get my attention. He was like, ooh. I was asking my friends. I was like, what's that noise? He was like, ooh. He said, man, that's Prince trying to get your attention. So I turned around and I was like, hey, Prince, how you doing? He's small, so I was like, hey, Prince, how you doing? And he's so short, you can see his feet on his driver's license, but he's short. Don't tell him I said that.
No, don't worry. Don't worry.
So he was like talking to me, but he was licking on his fingers when he was talking to me. I was kind of, he was like, how you doing? You like the show? It's a girl. Thank you for coming, Chris. I love you. You're funny. I was like, what is funny, man?
Why are you doing that, Prince? You also, I gotta ask you about this. You hang out with Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Michael is my boy. We hang out. We don't see each other that much, but when I see him,
Because he's not around hanging out with just other people. He's you and he are hanging out. You're friends.
We bump into each other around the world, man.
I'm not even going to get started on Michael Jackson. I know there's some controversy there, and I have a lot of opinions, but let's avoid that.
It's like I bump in, and he's cool because he called me sometimes to check up on me, see how I'm doing. He's like, how you doing, Chris? And when he really missed me, he called me Christmas. Hey, Christmas, how are you?
Christmas!
He calls you Chris.
Christmas. I am out of coffee, so That's it. That's the... Oh, you know what? Oh my God. I forgot. I have the Logan Paul drink. Oh God. I forgot. I've been saving this for like ever. Yes. Ew, why is it dirty? Oh my God. I didn't buy this myself. The boy bought it and was like, "Hey, do you want like the Logan Paul drink?" So here's a Prime energy drink. If you don't know who is it Logan Paul or Jake Paul? There's Paul brothers. Anyways, hold on. Segue. Bah. Oh, so it's by Logan Paul. Okay. So it's this dude. If you don't know this dude, he's a piece of shit. I don't like him, but I just wanted to drink this like ironically. Oh my God. We will dive into... Okay, let's finish this on Prince, and then, no, they are not pros. No, Logan Paul is good at boxing, but he's not, like, up in, like, a professional league, but the way he's going at it, I mean, he's gonna get there, but, I think he's so easily hated. Like, people hate him, and he knows it, and he kind of plays into that. He actually is a piece of shit, though. Like, this dude is a piece of shit. So, okay, so let's finish this thing on Prince, and then let's get into Logan Paul, because I've been actually dying to do this for weeks. Why is there mayonnaise on top of this? I had this in the fridge door, you know, when you just put things with the condiments. There's, like, mayonnaise on it. All right. I want to finish this.
He called me Chris. It feel good. At first, I was like, why you call me? But then it started sounding good. I was like, say that again, Mike. He's like, Christmas? Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Do you ever go in public anywhere with Michael Jackson? Because what's that like?
You know what? We go to the movies sometimes. We go to the movies. Both of us like going to the movies. So we go to the movies, but it's hard because Michael got to sneak in the movie right before it starts. So Michael come in there like with a ninja suit on. He's hiding and all black. All of a sudden, I'm sitting there, where's Michael? And then I turn around. He's like, hey, Chris. I'm like, oh, man. How long you been here? About 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Did I scare you? Sorry, Chris. And then, you know, we sneak in, all this stuff. He sneaks in at the last minute. He does all this stuff. Security bring us popcorn and stuff. You know, I'm like, he's trying to hide, you know.
Right.
Here you go, Mr. Jackson.
You know?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, we watching the movie. He's the loudest person in.
We had a show in Vegas, and Michael Jackson called. Hey, what's Michael? So I heard you guys are doing a show tonight. Yeah, we going at 9 o'clock. Oh, rats, I gotta put the kids to sleep. So I was like, well, I'm performing with Prince later on at 12.
And he said, I'd love to do that, but I don't know if I can do that. I was like, why? He's like, oh, I don't know. Prince and I always have been at odds with each other. I was like, oh, no, let me call him on the phone, and I'll call you right back. Call this lady who then would put me in contact with Prince. I said, hey, Michael Jackson wants to come to the show. Can you put him in a VIP section where no one knows he's there? So Prince said, oh yeah, we could arrange that. So called Michael Jackson and said, it's everything's gonna be great.
Michael came to see me rock with Prince.
Get off the stage, go sit down with
Chris Tucker, Michael Jackson watching Prince rock on stage.
That was crazy. I was with the king going to see the prince. And everything was cool, but Prince didn't say, that Michael was there. So I was concerned. I said, Michael, he didn't even say you here. I was trying to start something. Stop it, Chris. He probably just don't want to bring any attention on me. That's all. I said, well, he should say something. Chris, stop it. Prince got a little attitude, though. I think he saw Michael, and he was like, he didn't say nothing. He just was looking like...
So then Prince is playing the bass, walks off the stage to our area.
All of a sudden, Prince came over to Michael like that. He bent down. What are you doing here?
And goes off to the stage, right?
I was like, oh, there's some shit going on. Maybe something happened in the 80s I don't know about. Michael said, Chris, stop it.
Michael Jackson leaves and goes home and says, meet me in the house for breakfast. So I go to his house for breakfast, knock on the door. First words he says, why was Prince playing the bass in my face? No, Prince is just being nice, No, Prince, he's always been a meanie.
I just love that. Like, why was Prince playing the bass in my face? So essentially Michael Jackson and these people just went and sat and enjoyed Prince's concert, and then Prince saw Michael Jackson and started playing the bass with some attitude, came over to him and was like, banda banda da banda banda da banda woo banda. And then in the morning when they went to breakfast with Michael Jackson, he was like, why was Prince playing the bass in my face? Why was he playing the bass in my face?
Prince is cool, but you can't talk to Prince. I can talk to Mike, but Prince don't like to talk all the time. I try to talk to him, he called his security guard on me. I said, hey, Prince, how you doing? He said, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. I said, man, I'm just trying to say hello. I don't give a damn. I don't want to talk. Shit. I'm Prince, goddammit. I ain't trying to talk.
But to bring those two together like that was magical.
Prince, everybody. I love Prince's attitude. Prince's attitude is just divine. Oh my god. Alright, should we... Oh my god, Target. Satan clothes at Target. Okay, we're gonna get into that later. I want to watch shit on Logan Paul. No, I don't want to watch shit directly. Lying about private. Oh! Jeffree Star? Oh, what a horrible person. Oh, Elizabeth Holmes? That's interesting. Anyways.
He is a social media megastar. His name is Jake Paul.
They've had enough of the chaos created by a social media star.
When there's a lot of people watching you and you're getting a lot of views and stuff, sometimes you want to pick it up.
If anybody's confused, there's Jake Paul and Logan Paul. They're twin brothers. Both of them are terrible. Which one does Prime, though? I'm so confused. I swear it's Logan.
All right, how's it going?
Yeah. I am confused as to which one to watch on. Yes, Cassidy is right. So I can't remember which one. I think it was Logan or Jake Paul. They're both twin brothers. They're both pieces of shit. I get confused between the two. One of them filmed a YouTube video, and it was really controversial because they went to the forest in Japan. It's like what is it? It's like a notorious like forest in Japan where there was like a ton of like suicide cases, like Japan Forest of Death or something. I can't pronounce that. Aokigara Forest. It's like a suicide forest. Was it Jake Paul? Yeah, so he actually like filmed this thing. And I think they actually came across a body or something in the forest. And it was like really fucked up because it's like, why are you like getting clout off this?
This was removed because it was misleading or insufficient metadata. Shocking, and if you guys could share around this video on Facebook, retweet it on Twitter, and do everything you can to get this video out there, that would really mean a lot. I've appealed against it, but for now that's all I can do. So here's the video re-uploaded. Okay, so this is not like one of my usual videos that I make. Hey guys, Logan here, welcome back to a new video, and today we're going to be talking about Logan Paul's recent video where he goes to a Japanese suicide forest and vlogs there and still uploads it for a good day before he has to take it down because of YouTube. If any of you have any, mental health issues, do not be afraid to speak up about it. If you want to talk to me, you can Instagram DM me or Twitter DM me, or if you want to go speak to some of the charities out there, there's Samaritans and there's also Childline. I'll put the numbers.
I mean, that's nice. And honestly, I would extend the same thing, if you're feeling off. I am not a medical professional, so I mean, if you message me in distress, I'm gonna like direct you to certain resources. I've been there, I've been in the hot zone, in the despairing, the dark place, and I've had to make the call. I've called the hotline for mental health issues. And that's how I ended up getting help and getting on medication. Oh my God. Oh my God. I haven't even taken my antidepressants today. Holy shit. I gotta do that like right now. I'm on antidepressants that you have to like I'm on duloxetine. Shit. I can't believe I forgot to take my meds. Take your meds, folks. There. I've taken my meds. I used to be somebody that was highly against medication. Like, I used to be somebody that's like, I don't need medication. All I need is to smoke pot. Like, if I just smoke pot, I'll be fine. Like, and I would smoke pot for everything. If I was having anxiety, if I was depressed, if I was sad and distraught, even if I was happy, that was just like my go-to. And there's like, there was a point where I felt like it wasn't working anymore. So I finally got a hold of a doctor to work with regularly, and I started medication, and I tried a few different things, and some things didn't work out. I started taking duloxetine. I've been on it like definitely over a year. At first, it didn't seem like it was working, but now the antidepressants have done wonders for me. Absolutely wonders. Like, I love taking the medication. I don't have any bad side effects. Except for maybe I'm fat. I'm a little overweight, but you know what? I would rather be fat and happy than skinny and distressed, you know? Like, like I just don't even give a shit. Like, because I feel like so much better about myself than anything else. So, than I did before. Because I was like a lot thinner. Like, I worked really hard to lose a lot of weight. And I ended up gaining it back over the pandemic, and mainly because I had like back problems. Like I had like a disc in my lower back. So I was like bedridden for like ever. Like literally for months I was like bedridden. So that's when I like gained my weight back. And I think a lot of like the medication kind of makes it difficult for me to keep my weight down. But I'm so much happier with myself. Like I don't even care. Like it's funny because sometimes I get trolls that will comment and they're like, God, what happened to you? You're so fat. And it's like, dude, you are way more obsessed with my fat than I am. Like, if you are thinking about me being fat more than I do, you've got a fucking problem, my friend. You are fat phobic. So I don't even care. I am chunky as fuck. And I am like, I've just got so much love, and you can just squeeze me, and I am squishy, and I love it. Squishy and squeezy. I don't give a shit. Squeeze me. My roommate loves it. The boy, he loves it. We love to hug and cuddle, and he like squeezes my fat. I just let him. I don't even care. Just squeeze it like my belly, you know. Squishy and sassy. Yeah, exactly. Squishy, squeezy. Loving it. Fuck the trolls. Anyways. Where were we? Oh my god.
Blech.
We are so unhinged right now.
In the description. We will talk about the video. I will put clips of the video in this, but I'm not going to show the dead body.
Okay, this is not clickbait.
The thumbnail of the video has the dead body on the screen. You wanted to get viewers to click on the video, bait them in by putting a dead body on the thumbnail. So yes, you're wrong there, Logan Paul. It is clickbait.
Also known as the Japanese suicide forest. Why do I have to be in this part? This is not a fucking joke. People legitimately come here to commit suicide.
If you say that, then why did you come to this forest in the first place? Was it really to see someone that had committed suicide? Disgusting how you wanted to find a dead body and then sell it out to your millions of kids that are watching.
I really hate to say this. I think there's someone hanging right there. I'm not even f***ing kidding.
A YouTuber that has respect for people like this would turn off the camera, go home, maybe address it in a video when they get home, or they just leave it completely and don't talk about the subject, okay? What they do, well, they go closer to it and film.
So, Logan Paul went to the Japanese forest where it's a notorious forest in Japan where people unalive themselves, like exponentially. Like, there's a lot. And so Logan Paul took his YouTube crew, went out there, and they actually found somebody who unalived themselves, and they put a picture of that body in the thumbnail of the YouTube video. And this is a video that's been long taken down because it was so controversial. And Logan Paul's response to it was so fake. It was so fake. Like, he's just like, oh my god, look at this body. Oh, this is so terrible. Oh geez, oh no. And he's just so full of shit. Like, it was literally a video to just get clicks. It was clickbait. And it was wrong. And this kid's right when he says any respectable YouTuber, like if it was me and I went to that forest and I actually found a body, I would definitely not film it. I would turn the camera off immediately. And as he said, I would go the fuck home. I would leave. I would be really disturbed. And I would, by chance, like, upload a video of me just talking about it, being like, hey, I found this out there and it was disturbing and it's not right. And if you're having problems, you know, go to these resources, things like that. But like to like film that and get clout off it and just like pose next to it like, yo, what's up? Yeah, check out this body, dudes. Like, you've got to be a sick son of a bitch, honestly. Like, that's just, it's not right to do that. That's not a healthy response to coming across a body like that. A dead body. A dead body. Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sakes, you're going into that forest. I would have some reverence and respect going into a forest like that. Knowing that it's a notorious place where people unalive themselves, I would have a lot of fucking respect. And I would film a very serious video. And if I actually came across a body, I would not fucking show that. At all. In fact, I would turn around. I'd be like, shit, this is too much. I would leave, because that's too intense. Anyways, Logan Paul, everybody.
Some more of it.
Yo, what the actually? So, okay, a lot of things going.
And he's got the dumbass hat on. Sitting there, dressed up like a fucking goober. And just being disrespectful as shit. For the sanctity of fucking human life.
Through my mind.
Fake.
This is a first for me? This is definitely a first for me.
Brilliant. The first thing Logan Paul talks about is himself. What about him? What about his family? What about his friends? What about calling the police? What about, you know, telling the car park, which is 100 yards away? Something that would actually help the situation.
I'm so sorry about this, Logan. This was supposed to be...
Also, if you come across the body, you need to report that shit. Like, immediately. Call the authorities. Call the authorities immediately and be like, oh my god, like, somebody's here and they're gone. Like, help. Like, report that shit immediately. Don't fucking film next to it. I feel like that's a crime in a way. I feel like that's a crime. I feel like if you just, like, come across the body and you're just like, check out this body. Like, I feel like that's a crime in a way. That's gotta be some sort of crime.
Fun vlog.
Right, so you've come to a suicide forest, and it's meant to be a fun vlog.
We can't.
Who plans a fun vlog? A video blog? Who fucking does that in that forest? Like, who's like, hey, this is a fun idea? Like, no, that's not fun at all. That's fucking bullshit.
Came here with an intent to focus on the haunted aspect of the forest.
Really?
Really?
Also known as the Japanese suicide forest. Why do I have to be in this part? This is not a fucking joke. People legitimately come here to commit suicide.
Anyway, this is the worst part.
What, you never stand next to a dead guy? No.
Yeah, really funny.
So now you're laughing at the situation about never seeing a dead body next to you. I don't see any humor in that at all.
Like, we joke about seeing things in here and like...
What were you joking about? How people commit suicide in this forest? Is that what you find funny?
As you know, you can see we've blurred the face of the victim because we felt like we should protect his identity.
Logan Paul, if you thought you should have protected his identity, then you wouldn't have picked up the camera in the first place. And your blurring was rubbish. The only thing you blurred out of his dead body was his face, not his body. Literally, it was shocking.
You can't enter the restricted area. You can't enter.
You told us it's a little too late, bro. Yeah. You've seen a little too much.
Fair enough to them. They did call the police. And this man, who clearly works there, says, by the way, you can't go in there. It's a restricted area. Logan Paul probably knew this, okay? He probably knew this from the start, but he wanted to still go in there just so he could find a dead body. Well, then he could put it in the thumbnail and put it in the title and get loads of views and subscribers, because that's all Logan Paul thinks about and cares about. Another reason why I did want to make this video is my dad and I took the train up for the game, to the Sunderland vlog, Sunderland versus Bolton Wanderers, and that game was 3-3. I made a vlog on my channel. I made a vlog of the day. When we got to the station, we had to walk to the ground and the hotel next to it, which is where we stayed over because we couldn't get a train after the game. And there was a bridge that you had to cross halfway through the walk. And we actually saw someone who was about to commit suicide. He had policemen on either side of him. He was being held back, and I had my camera in my pocket. And not for 1 second did I think in my mind, oh, I could vlog this because I could make a thumbnail in a title, get loads of views. Not 1 second did I think that. Because I actually have respect for these people. And I didn't pick the camera on. This is a topic that's hard to talk about, but we should talk about it. We should speak up about this. So please leave a comment down below about what you think about this. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you guys for watching.
Disturbing. That was Logan Paul. This is about Jake Paul? No. Logan Paul? Shit.
We just want to make videos and put them on YouTube. Sometimes these videos might be like really stupid.
Let's do it. This is the Logan Paul drink. This is Prime Energy strawberry watermelon. Let's see how it tastes. Ew, that smells weird. I don't know if I like this. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm so like weirded out by the taste. That does not taste like strawberry watermelon. That's like, I don't know what that is. Hold on, I gotta check the door. Packages. My roommate, the boy, ordered a brand new laptop. Oh my god. So Tuesday night, I came home from work, and apparently while I was at work, because I work really late on Tuesdays, like I don't get home till like 10:30 at night, or like 10 at night. Anyway, so I get home, and my fucking roommate, the boy, is fucking drunk, distressed, like having an existential crisis. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And it turns out his laptop crashed. And his laptop's old. And he was just like so distressed, like just fucking like all over the place. And I'm like, dude, relax. And he's like, I can't afford another computer. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like you have a fucking salary, dude. You have credit. Like, so I had to like talk him out of a fucking existential crisis. And I'm like, just get a new laptop. And he was like, well, that's going to be really expensive. And I'm like, dude, just take it out on credit, make a monthly payment. And I'm like, I promise you, when you get the computer, you're going to feel so much better. Like, so he got a new laptop, and he got some accessories, like a little, I want one of these. Shit. It's like a cooling pad for your laptop. Anyways, he got some headphones. I had to like sit with him and like help him pick out a new fucking computer. I'm like, dude, relax. Like, that happens. You know, like you get a new computer and it lasts about maybe like 5 to 8 years. After 5 to 8 years, your computer's old. My computer's getting old. I'm just opening this up and make sure it's okay. But I'm just like, dude. Yeah, so he went to Best Buy, or didn't go, he just went to the website, and I'm like, just apply for a card. So we did, and he was approved for a credit line of like $4,000. And I'm like, pick yourself out a nice laptop. Like, get something that's like $2,000 or more, you know? Yeah, look at that. This looks fancy. The ROG Zephyrus. Okay. Where's the fucking... I need to, like, knife this. Like, where's... I need a knife! Car keys. Good God, how does this open? Open, you beast! Beat! Jesus Christ. That's it? This is it? This is a lot smaller than I thought it was. That's fucking it, bro. Look at this tiny laptop. Bro. Oh well, at least it's new. He's gonna be happy. Happy boy. Go put it in his room. Shit's fucking smaller than I thought it would be. My God. Hey, Elise! Mark says maybe the whole society is off rails when self-taught documentary film. Yeah, so I feel like there was kind of a stage of YouTube about 10 years ago where there was a lot more controversial shit going on. And YouTube has kind of clamped down on that. Anyways, yeah, that laptop was light. Like, it's so fucking small. I gotta tell. He's gonna be home any second now. Laptop is here. Oh, he's gonna be so happy. Dude, he was so mad. Okay, so Tuesday when I came home from work, man, he was like drinking. He was all upset. He was like going through an existential crisis. Like, my computer, it crashed. And I was just like kind of holding, like going through it with him. Just like, dude, like this happens to everybody. It's like, he was like in total grief. I'm like, it happens, man. Like you know, your computer's old. It's like 5 to 7 years old and it just crashes, you know, suddenly it's working and then it doesn't. It's like, dude, just relax. So I had to help him like pick out a new laptop. And I'm like, this doesn't have to be a traumatic experience. I'm like, you can get a new computer. It's going to be fun. So I think as soon as he gets home, I think he's going to be home in the next few minutes. as soon as he gets home and he sees his new laptop and he starts setting it up and starts playing games, I think he's going to be so happy. And as long as he's happy, I'm happy. Anyways, let's get back to the Paul brothers and this nasty drink. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Maybe it's just this flavor, but like, it tastes like a watered down melted snow cone. Does that make sense? Like the leftover watered down slushy. What's on the video menu? Chaos. Pure chaos. Right now we're watching stuff about the Paul brothers. Haven't seen it here and I don't think I'm sad about it. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess it's getting better after I drink it more. What's it got in it? Okay, so it's 10 calories. It's got sodium, 4 grams of carbs. It's got calcium, potassium, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, magnesium. Does it have caffeine in it? Carbonated water, coconut water from concentrate citric acid, natural flavor, whatever the fuck that is. Calcium lactate, magnesium citrate. Oh, great. That's gonna make me poo again. Potassium citrate, sodium citrate, caffeine. Okay, so it does have caffeine. Sucralose, potassium sorbate, a preservative, sodium benzoate, L-theanine, a word I can't pronounce, another word I can't pronounce, taurine, more words I can't pronounce. There's a lot of words that I can't pronounce as ingredients in this. You know, when there's a bunch of words that I can't pronounce, I kind of get suspicious. But hey, let's just chug it down here. This sucks. I'm like, why am I making myself drink this? I don't know why I'm so amused. This drink sucks. All right, more about the Paul brothers.
I have hiccups, so sorry.
What we have here today is a blowhorn.
But we got good news, guys. We're coming back.
It's called Prime Energy Drink. Prime Energy. I think it's like Logan Paul, yeah. The Paul brothers. I hate that they're twins and they both suck. So Prime Energy Drink, like this, and then it's like supported by fucking Logan Paul and his friend. Prime Energy Drink. You can get it like at the gas station and shit, you know, it's like gas station energy drinks. Ugh. Hey, it's vegan. It's vegan. See, look. It's got all this shit I can't pronounce, but hey, it's vegan. Somebody was spouting about Prime during Morg's stream last night. I did not catch that. I don't know. And I watched the chat like a hawk. Like, I guess it's okay. Maria.
subscribe. Yo, if you call the police, ask them if they could join the Low Gang.
Now realizing why they tried to arrest me last time.
Oh boy.
Dude, this slaps. Like, I gotta say, this fucking intro is like fucking banging. Go Aubrey.
Alright, see you.
In March 2017, one of Vine's most notorious superstars greeted a crowd of screaming children from atop his millions of...
Oh my god. Do any of you remember Vine? It's like a dead fucking like platform now, I feel like. Like, do any of you remember the Vine days? I feel like Vine was the first platform where you really got that sense of like filming quick videos, like 15 to 30 seconds. Oh shit, I dropped my shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, I dropped my shit. Vine was the first platform that gave you the option to film a quick 15 to 30 second video. And so it was where like creators really had to tell a story really quickly. So I think that's where they got the start. I had a Vine. I don't think I really used it much. And honestly, this day and age, I'm old. I mean, I'm not old. But when it comes to social media platforms, I am a dinosaur, okay? I was alive during MySpace. I had a MySpace profile. That was banging, dude. MySpace was the shit. Dude, you could, like, custom code your fucking profile, your page. You could put, like, custom music on it. Like, then you had, like, the top friends. Like, that was, like, so serious because of, like... You lined your favorite people on top friends, and if like somebody, if somebody took you off their top friends, it was a big deal. It's like, what happened? What happened? What did I do? Why am I off your top friends? Like, so anyways, when it comes to social media platforms, I think I should be on TikTok. I do have a profile. I think I need to start. I am so far behind. And I'm just kind of like tired. Like, I don't really like want to, it's like a lot of effort, right? So I just like Instagram and my Facebook page. And my Facebook page for Jan Damon, I'm going to start like posting a bunch of shit on that anyways. Hey, Laura. Like, does anybody remember having, like, a live journal? Like, this is before Facebook. Like, you had a MySpace and a live journal. But this Prime Energy drink is gonna make me fucking poo. Anyways. I don't fuck with Twitter. I can't. Twitter is like a cesspool, and I don't want to be on it anyway, so... Anyways. Oh my god, we're getting so distracted right now. Like my live stream! In the age of dial-up, I am an old millennial, okay? So there's, like, millennials, but then there's kind of, like... the old millennials. So I grew up with like AOL dial-up internet. Like I remember having to use the phone line for the internet, and like you get really pissed because like my mom would just like pick up the phone and make a call, and like as soon as somebody picks up the phone and makes a call, like your internet goes out and you're like, fuck. Like it's ridiculous. yelling at people to get off so you can use the internet. Yeah. And my mom would just like fucking pick up the phone. Like she didn't even give a shit. She's just like, I gotta make a call. I gotta call the church, like, or something like that. Mark, I remember when the internet was printed on trees. Me too. I had like, when I was a kid, there was no Google. We didn't have Google. We didn't have Wikipedia. We didn't have any of that shit. You know what we had? We had a set of Britannica encyclopedias. And you got all your fucking information off those damn encyclopedia books. And they were huge. They like took up the whole fucking living room. Like we just had a set of encyclopedias. That's it. The fax. Remember when you would get like a random phone call and it would be like you don't even have a fax machine, but like somebody was trying to fax you, so you pick it up and it was like it was like the most atrocious sound. You're just like, ah. It was like haunting. You're like, oh my god, there's ghosts in my ears. I had a cord phone, you know, there was like the one phone in the like kitchen that you picked off the receiver, and it had this super long like cord, and I would fucking like jump rope with that shit. Oh, that's fun. But nowadays, oh my god, it's like, do you have any idea, like, how fucking profoundly awesome it is to have, like, technology so, like, fucking convenient? I mean, you can watch porno in your bed. I remember having that, like, that first novelty. I'm like, I can actually, like, I don't have to destroy the family computer by looking up porno in secret. Like, I can just, like, watch porno as an adult in my bed. Like, that is just fucking divine. Mwah. G-Jan, how would you know that? Well, I don't know. Maybe because I like porn. Is that what you're talking about? I am a consumer of porn. I enjoy pornography. At the pornography store? No. At least you don't have to go to a store for pornography. You know, I actually have a porno shop here in the next town over. It's kind of funny because it actually, like, you go in there and there's, like, sex toys and bongs. And then in the back, I shit you not, this place actually has like wanking booths. Like there's like little rooms in the back that you can go fucking like wank off. I shit you not. I shit you not. Elise, you used to have to carry change on you at all times. Yeah. To use, like, the payphone. Anyways. We might get through a video today if I can just stop fucking chit-chatting. Is this stream, like, timing out? Is this stream timing out for you? It looks like it's timing out for me. Is everybody seeing me okay? It looks like it's timing out on my end. Are we good? Well, maybe, let me refresh this. No? It's good? We good? I don't know, it's weird. Are we good? Send some... do some, disco balls if the chat is good. It looks weird on my end. It looks like it's timing out on my end. If it's not, then I'll just continue. Okay. That's weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Sorry, I'm tripping out. Oh my god, I'm all over the place. By the way, if you're just coming in, I stayed up all night. I don't know why. I just been, like, up at night. Like, I didn't go to sleep till, like, 7 a.m. And then I woke up around 1. And I just, like, I can't for the life of me just, like, get to sleep at night. Even though I have sleeping pills, like, sleeping medication. Like, I take Seroquel at night. Like... It's just like, I don't take my pills. I don't lay down. I just like stay up and I just fucking enjoy my own company. Lately, I have been enjoying my own company. And I don't know. I'm just like in a tranquil state. And I don't want to go to sleep because I'm like, I'm just enjoying myself, you know? Sitting at my desk. My chair's all comfy. Like, eating some snacks, like, I'm not stressed. Like, even my roommate, the boy, he's like, what's wrong? Like, is something wrong? Like, are you stressed and shit? And I'm like, no, I'm not stressed out at all. I'm not worried. I'm not, like, thinking about anything stressful. I'm just up. I just like myself. Fuck me. I love myself. I love me. I think I'm great. I am great company for myself. I enjoy myself. I have a good time with myself. And that's why I'm staying up late. So fuck me. I love myself, I guess. I love me so much, I can't sleep because I want to hang out with me. Fuck my titties. I like me. I hope everybody gets to experience that at least once in their life. I hope you all get to experience just enjoying yourself and just like having a great time. I remember one time about 5 years ago, I went on my first vacation by myself and I drove up. Oh God, where did I go? I drove up north in California. I can't remember what town I went to. I went to a tiny town in Northern California and I just booked a random hotel. And next to the hotel was a diner, like a mom and pop diner. And the diner was like really themed. It was like 1950s or like 1960s themed. And all the items on the menu were like 1950s themed too. So it's like, can I get the James Dean without onions? You know, like, like, so I just got like a hamburger and some fries. And then I looked at the dessert menu and there was, God, what is that fucking dessert that's like fried? It's like fried and there's like a funnel cake. Funnel cake. So they had funnel cake fries. Like funnel cake fries. And then they're like, you can dip it in ice cream. And so I ordered that, and it was so funny because I was like the only person in that diner, and I was eating by myself, and it was like the first time in my life where like I was really enjoying myself, and I was just like eating the food, listening to the music, looking at the stuff, and then like I saw the dessert menu, and I'm like, funnel cake fries, and it comes with ice cream, and I'm like, yes. And I like ordered it to go, right? And it was so funny because the waitress came up to me And she's like, you want the funnel cake fries with ice cream? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, I want to take these. I'm going to take it to go. I'm going to eat it in my hotel. And she was like really kind. She's like, oh no, you can enjoy that here if you'd like. And I looked her dead in the face. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. I need to eat the funnel cake fries and ice cream alone. I'm like, it's better for both of us because I want to eat the funnel cake fries with like no clothes and like making all my fat people noises, you know, just like, like I'm like, no, you don't understand. Me and these funnel cake fries are going to have an intimate moment and it's best if the public doesn't see it, you know? I'm like, I was just trying, she was kind of confused. I'm like, you don't know. Okay, there's something about desserts. Sometimes you just gotta be a pig by yourself. Yes, there's beer. My roommate. Is there beer? Yes, there's gay beer. I'm gonna say that. There's gay beer. I love the boy. The boy is so great. I remember that time when I walked into his room during a live stream and I'm like, boy, what is a woman? And he just shrugs his shoulders and he goes, my nuts. I'm like, what is a woman? He's like, my nuts. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, that waitress, she must have been like, it was so funny. She was just like so nice. She's like, yo, you can enjoy those here. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. Wrap them up. I gotta go in my hotel room. This is gonna be intimate moment. Like, I remember finding in that small town that I went to, they had a library. I found a library and it was so big and it was full of so many old books. And I was just in awe. Like, it was the coolest fucking library ever. I literally went to, like, that was my thing. I'm like, I'm going to go to a small town, eat at a diner, go to the library. Like, there was even a little place to go hike. Like, I stayed there for like 2 nights. I loved it. It was like I had a vacation by myself and it was fucking fabulous. And it was like the first time in my life where I'm like, I really just like me. Like, you know, like I didn't feel lonely. I didn't feel sad. None of that. I was just like enjoying myself and my funnel cake fries. This is going to be a food orgy. Yeah, totally. No one in the funnel cake stand is invited. No. Give me the funnel cake and leave. I was like, leave. Leave! Dude, vegan desserts are great. I gotta tell you, I am not vegan, but vegan ice cream is the fucking best. I've had vegan ice cream, hands down, that is far better than ice cream with dairy in it. It's hit and miss, though. I've also had some bad vegan ice creams, but I feel like something about ice cream when it's vegan, I don't know. Like, some textures are just, like, really fucking good. No, Lisa, you haven't missed a damn thing. Except for my funnel cake fry naked eating of the funnel cake fries. I'm just gonna say that sentence and not explain. Yeah, I like oatmeal. I like almond-based ice creams. I like the oat-based ice creams. Them. I'm a them, Laura. Thank you. I am a them. I am not a her. Yeah, I don't want to explain about the funnel cake fries. I ate funnel cake fries naked in a hotel room. It was the best experience in my fucking life. It was the pinnacle. If I die tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, God damn, I ate funnel cake fries with ice cream naked in a hotel room in a fucking Motel 6. I'm like, I'm complete, all right? This is the pinnacle of, like, human enjoyment. Total gluttony. Oh, you're okay, Laura. Don't worry. I give off she energy. I do realize that. No, you're fine. I ain't worried. But yes, if I die tomorrow eating funnel cake fries in a Motel 6 naked, I've done it. Accomplished. I'm gonna die happy. No, I ain't dying tomorrow. If anything, I think I'm gonna be one of those people that lives a really long time. Like, I'm gonna be like 95, and whatever family I have at the time, they're gonna be like, die. Just die. They're gonna be sick of me. And I'm gonna just be like old and partying it up. Hey, Elise, thank you so much for gifting a membership, and Mark got it. That's amazing. Let's write some names on the board. I feel so chatty today. Like, we're barely even getting it through any videos. I'm just like super chatty, chatting it up. Putting it on the board that nobody can see. Oh my God. All right. We're trying to watch this damn show about Logan Paul. Oh my God, how long have I been streaming? I've almost been streaming for 2 hours and I've just been like chatting my ass off. Laura, you're fine. Laura, I repent in ashes. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Everybody's cool. All right. Should we get back to this video? Should we get back to talking about Logan Paul and his shitty drink? Like, this drink really does suck. Like, this is just, like, mid. Like, this is so fucking mid. It's nothing I would buy. Like, it's nothing I would be like, ooh, I need a fucking Prime Energy drink. Like, nah. But it does have, since I stayed up late and stuff, this does have vitamin B6 and vitamin B12. Yeah, I could use that. So I'm just going to drink this for nourishment. I'm going to nourish myself. I'm going to nourish myself. All right. All right, kids. Loppy. They, them is actually hard to rewire for the 45 plus crowd. I know I'm not the only one who honestly slips. Yeah. You know what? My boss is just hitting 50. My boss, his name is Ray. And I've worked with him for like 10 years now. He's like my dad, essentially, like my father. And I remember coming out to my boss as they, them. And he told me, he was so supportive. He was like, this is wonderful. And he told me that he's like, I can only imagine that this is a very liberating yet terrifying thing to experience. And he told me not to worry and that I can just sleep softly. And then he said, you're going to have to help me out because I'm old and I don't really know about the lingo. And I'm just like, yeah, no problem. So, you know, it's okay. My advice when you accidentally misgender somebody, don't worry about it too much. Just kind of like correct yourself and move on. But yeah, it's a lot of practice. And you know what? I misgender myself. In fact, sometimes I dead name myself. Like, Like, it just happens, you know? But, no, my boss is the best. He's literally, like, I never really had a good father figure in my life, but he's definitely it. So he's, like, super supportive and everything. But yeah, no, it just takes practice. It just takes practice. You know, sometimes I get a little spicy when Morgue goes live and some people, like, misgender them. And so I'm just like, Morgue is non-binary. Like, stop it, you know, because people like to he, him, them. And I try not to do it to people who are new. I think it's, like, people that I've seen in the stream a lot that I'm just like, hey, now it's time to actually refer to more correctly. There was one, I can't remember, it was, like, a couple of weeks ago. There was one person who was, like, they were kind of a regular, and then they kept saying, like, he, him, and I'm like, hey, no, it's them. And then they purposefully kept, like, referring to like, on purpose, like, being a punk, like, he, him, haha, dude. And I finally fucking, like, blocked him from the stream, because I'm like, dude, don't, it's not even fucking funny. But it's Pride Month, it's June, and I'm gonna be queer as shit. It's plain when it's intentional disrespect. Yeah. Ren says my sister shit herself when I told her I was non-binary. You know, I was really surprised when I told my roommate, my best friend, the boy, when I told him I was non-binary, because, you know, look, we've been best friends for like 10 years. Sometimes we have benefits, if you catch my drift. Friends with benefits, yes, that's a thing. You can actually have that kind of relationship with somebody and not be in a monogamous relationship. Anyways, we give each other a little hand every once in a while, you know what I mean? So anyways, I told him, I'm like, hey, I'm non-binary. And I was really surprised by his response, and it was really fucking funny, because the first thing he said was, does that mean I'm gay? And it wasn't in any sort of anger or just like, I'm laughing now because it was so funny. Like, it wasn't anything like he was afraid or anything. It was just very inquisitive, just like, does that mean I'm gay? And I laughed my ass off. It was the funniest fucking response ever. It totally took me off guard. Just like, hey, I'm non-binary. Does that mean I'm gay? And I really loved that, because it was just kind of like a very inquisitive, just like, oh, like if you're trans, what does that mean for me? I'm like, no, you're not gay. He's not gay. He's the straightest fucking person ever. He's straight cis male through and through, but just like, he's so comfortable with his own sexuality and himself. Like, he just really doesn't, like, give a shit. But it was really funny, just like, am I gay? No. Why would you think that? It was really cute. Am I gay? No. All right. I am so chatty today. Like, we haven't even gotten into watching any material. I'm just sitting here, like, chatting my ass off. All right, let's watch this. back to Logan Paul.
Apartment.
I'm gonna set this up. I want to get you guys some socks.
But he didn't plan to just give the kids free socks. Unbeknownst to his fans, Logan Paul had devised a plan to prank his most loyal supporters into thinking their favorite influencer just got assassinated in front of them. I'm not making this up. Explaining at the beginning of the vlog how he wanted to mess with his fans waiting across the street, Logan clarifies the Low Gang is about to witness his murder. The 14-minute video features Logan and his band of cronies buying a $70 prop shotgun and setting up a fake blood sprayer behind a giant window where all his fans can get a clear view of what they think.
Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. The boy is home. Oh, shit. The video isn't up. Sorry. We'll rewind it. We'll start over again. Hold on. All right. Let's start this over, my friends.
Alright, how's it going?
Yeah, we just want to make videos and put them on YouTube. Sometimes these videos might be like really
Stupid? I have hiccups, so sorry.
What we have here today is a blowhorn.
But we got good news, guys. We're coming back.
If you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. Yo, if you call the police, ask them if they can join the Low Gang. Now realizing why they tried to arrest me last year. Oh boy.
Alright, see you.
In March 2017, one of Vine's most notorious superstars greeted a crowd of screaming children from atop his $1 million apartment.
I'm gonna set this up. I want to get you guys some socks.
But he didn't plan to just give the kids free socks. Unbeknownst to his fans, Logan Paul had
I am now wearing no pants. I am pantless. Shameless pantless.
devised a plan to prank his most loyal supporters into thinking their favorite influencer just got assassinated.
Vince, the monitor didn't come. That was the only, you just got your headphones, the thing, and then the laptop. So the monitors still should be arriving, I think, maybe. You probably should check on that. Speaking of which, I took back the old monitor. Did you want to use the old monitor right now, Vince? Okay. So I gave Vince, like, my old monitor, and I took it back because he's got a new one. So I actually have a third monitor right now. It's just not hooked up yet because my laptop only has one port for that, one HDMI port. I actually need to get a splitter. I'll do that later. Hold on. I'll do that later. But I have a third monitor, and I'm gonna hook it up Anyways.
In front of them. I'm not making this up. Explaining at the beginning of the vlog how he wanted to mess with his fans waiting across the street, Logan clarifies the Low Gang is about to witness his murder. The 14-minute video features Logan and his band of cronies buying a $70 prop shotgun and setting up a fake blood sprayer behind a giant...
Wait, why is the prop shotgun $70? Is that actually a thing? Prop shot gun. Yeah, I mean, do you really need to spend $70 though? When you can get one for like 20? That's ridiculous. Anyways.
Window where all his fans can get a clear view of what they think are Logan Paul's final moments. After publishing an Instagram story where he says there's a mania...
Wait, Cutthroat says, I recommend a docking station. Most come with a graphics processor to ease load on the laptop. Oh, what is that? What kind of docking station? What was it like? Like, how do I type that into, like, search? Like, a docking station for what? Like, a monitor docking station? Okay. Okay. Find one that's compatible for the laptop. Thank you so much, Cutthroat. This is actually really helpful. Yeah, I'm totally gonna look into something that works with my laptop. Like, this is a good idea. Like, I would totally invest in this. Probably like something like Dell. Alright, thank you so much, Cutthroat. That's actually, like, super helpful. I honestly would have never thought of that. I would have just gotten, like, an HDMI splitter. Like, a splitter with, like, two females. Two female ports. Yeah, interesting. Alright, continuing on. One day sometime we're gonna get through a video. If I could just stop fucking yapping.
In his building, Logan can be seen thinking up all the other ways to make the stunt seem as real as possible.
The murder is real. Oh! You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hold my fake vlog camera so they think I'm just vlogging them instead of like waving and stuff. Let's get some Maverick socks for the low gangsters. Yeah! Oh,
As he steps toward the window, vlog camera in hand, a masked man brandishing the shotgun approaches Logan from behind before shooting him in the back point blank. Blood splatters all over Logan and the window as our man slumps against the glass and slides to the floor. At Logan's direction, his friend props him up one last time, making sure the kids can get a good look at their hero's bloodied corpse. Shrieks of confusion and disbelief ripple across the crowd of preteens, unable to process what...
That's what gets me the most about these Paul brothers, Logan and Jake Paul. They're twin brothers. They're both pieces of shit. And anyways, their audience is literally teenage boys. Like, preteens even. Like, 12-year-old boys. Jesus Christ. I wish I could have that audience. Honestly, I wish preteen boys would come and like check out my material. Unfortunately, I mark all my material for 18 plus, but it's like come to me. I can fucking I can save you from the incel red pill bullshit manosphere. Like, come to us. You can be saved. Like, you have a chance. You can be reformed. I want to reform the people. I wish I would have more of an audience that was, like, on the fence about things and needed some guidance. Come to me. Do not look to the manosphere. Come to the Janosphere. Forget the manosphere. Come to the Janosphere. The Janosphere. We are in the Janosphere. Why are my hands sticky? I gotta wash my hands. They're sticky. Hold on. I think it's from the stones. Sticky hands. The Janisphere. All right.
What they just saw before Logan gets back up to address the audience once more.
All right, here we go. Hey, I'm okay.
Oh shit. What is my Wi-Fi password? Hold on. Shit, hold on. How do I figure out... Where do I find my Wi-Fi password? Hold on. My roommate is setting up his new laptop, and he needs to sign into the Wi-Fi, but you know how, like, Wi-Fi is, like... Is still going? Are we still live? Am I back? Is it back? Is the stream okay? Okay. Are we good? Ah! Okay. I accidentally hit the I'm trying to find out the Wi-Fi password for my roommate, and I accidentally, like, turned it off. Okay, don't turn it off. I swear, like... Are you in? All right, hold on. Sorry, people. Hold on. Are you in? Yeah, I was trying to look at my phone. I accidentally turned off the Wi-Fi on my laptop. I'm like, shit. I have to poo. What do you do when you have to poo during a live stream? Can we take a break? Can I just take, like... Can I just, like, take, like, 5 minutes to, like, squeeze out a loaf? Is that too much information? All right, hold on. I got it. I need a few minutes, okay? Just hold on. Hold on. Just hold on. I gotta go, okay? Hold on. It's this drink. It has, like, magnesium citrate in it. Okay, hold on. Take a break, take a break, take a break. All right. My hands are washed, by the way. That was a quick poo. No mint in the chat. Yes. I did take the chat to the baño. I mean, what am I going to do? Leave you hanging dry? I mean, I have now pooped twice today. I think I'm good. A mint poo? I take a minty poo. A minty poo. Okay. Let's get through this damn video. I did take you to the loo. My phone is sanitized, okay? For a minty poo. All right. Let's get through this. Just checking. No, there's like... I'm fine. We're fine. We're clean. We're clean. I love me. Let's take a poo together. I love this chat.
You guys, did you believe it? I think it's like a mix of like yes and no.
He assures them he's fine and that he's on his way to meet them across the street after he washes off all the fake blood. After all, it was just...
I can't imagine, like, having your fans meet up and then, like, staging your own fucking, like, fake murder. Like, what kind of sick weirdo does that?
A prank, right? But for your judgment to be so clouded by the chase for fame and riches that you would fake your own violent death in front of the ones who love and support your content the most, you'd need to be a special type of deranged. You'd need to be one of the Paul brothers, men who have spent their entire lives chasing numbers on a screen to add to an infinite pool of wealth. Just this video alone garnered Logan a grand 23 million views before he inevitably took it down. When it comes to the Pauls, branding is everything. And
I totally think, like, what made me poo, okay, we're back to my poo, is the magnesium citrate. You can go to the local drugstore and buy pure magnesium citrate, and it's like a laxative, like, it helps you poo. But I always call it, like, instead of magnesium citrate, I call it, like, magnesium shit straight, because it just makes it straight up shit. You know, oh my god. I got, like, a bottle of magnesium citrate once because I was, like, so plugged up. And so I got that, and I was checking out, and the person, like, checking me out, the dude was, like, looking at it, like, what the fuck is this? And it was so, like, it was kind of embarrassing. I'm like, dude, just check it out, all right? Sometimes as an adult, you need a little help, okay? You need a little help sometimes. I'm like, just check it out. Just. They're all, like, examined, like, what is this? And then, like, they figure it out. They're like, oh. And I'm like, don't judge me. Like, oh, my God. It's like, just let me buy my thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, these guys are awful. Anyways, alright, let's get through this fucking video for the fucking 10th million time.
Since that fateful day in a Japanese forest, you could say Logan has made it his mission to appear as changed as possible on the surface. But what happens when you peer a little deeper into the void? Do you find a truly changed man, or just the same soulless clout goblin who would abandon all morals for a crumb of attention?
Clout goblin!
You know the answer.
Logan Paul was caught with his pants down, exposed for one of the largest scams ever run by an influencer.
Join me in documenting a multi-million-dollar grifter that never seems to change no matter how much he wants us to think he has.
It just seems to me like he's always looking for the next quick buck at the expense of his audience.
Pretty much exemplary. No clickbait, no nothing. Logan Paul is just not to be trusted, period.
In the ultimate prank on humanity, Logan Alexander Paul was born on April Fool's 1995 in Westlake, Ohio. Raised by Pamela and Gregory Paul alongside his younger brother Jake, who you may or may not potentially have possibly heard of.
We've done a lot of dumb things. This is the dumbest thing we've ever done.
As much as I'd love to tear into both these goofballs, I only have enough patience to cover one scam artist at a time, so I'll have to pace myself. Growing up outside of Cleveland, Logan's outgoing personality was bound to land him in front of a camera at some point. By 10 years old, he had already picked up a hobby of photography, which evolved into making videos in his early teens, uploading archaic vlogs of their sports teams to YouTube in the very early days of the site. But nothing truly caught the attention of family and friends until they began shooting funny little sketches and pranks.
We are going to test it out right now. It's pretty loud.
These early videos were posted to a couple joint channels the boys shared by the names of Zoosh and L-Dog and J-Slice, which you can still find remnants of all these years later. For the most part, these videos consisted of a preteen Logan filming whatever wacky concept popped into his still developing brain. Looking back, it's not hard to see Logan's personality shaping.
But their content hasn't changed. It's like they're still making content as if they're like fucking preteen little boys. Like it's just, I can't imagine growing up on YouTube. Like, I seriously missed that whole experience. YouTubers have laid out the playground, and I wholeheartedly believe if I started YouTubing like 10, 15 years ago, I probably would have had controversial videos gotten taken down because I just wasn't mature at the time. Like, thankfully, YouTubers have fucked up and made mistakes that I have seen, and I'm like, now I know what not to do. You know what I mean? So I'm really glad that I'm starting to YouTube in my 30s. I think this is a better age for that. I can't imagine like starting to YouTube like as a teenager and then growing up. Like, I feel like that just kind of like stunts your development. Like your brain is always just focused on getting that high of like views and clicks. Like it's a drug. It really is. Like social media is a drug. When people see that their posts are getting likes and comments, it actually releases chemicals in your brain, like the happy chemicals, and it gives you a sensation, right? So it's addicting because then when that stops, when you stop getting likes and comments, you want to post something else. And then that gets likes and comments. And so you feel that feeling again, and then it goes away again. So it's like, it's really is like kind of it's a drug. It's a dopamine hit. Totally.
Into the one we know today.
Can I have an order of some with
Sorry, what's that?
an order of some?
Okay.
Can I have
How many of those would you like?
3?
3 of a some what?
What?
What was that again?
An order of. Wait, I'm not done though.
Okay.
Can I have a drink? What's that called again?
After a couple years of finding his footing, Logan launched a
That's not
solo
really
channel,
funny.
the official Logan Paul, in 2013 to showcase the 6-second clips he had been posting to Vine the past several months.
Vine.
That was a close one.
Reaching over 40 million active users by August 2013, the potential to make a name for yourself with just a 6-second snippet of your life was unprecedented. And such an ultra-short format demanded the exact type of irreverent, fast...
6 seconds. 6 seconds. You know, I gotta hand it to some of the content creators at the time to tell a story in 6 seconds. Like, that's amazing, honestly. To tell a full story in 6 seconds, that is totally amazing. I love that. I remember when you posted on Instagram, like not like an actual post. What's it called? Reels? I don't know. Reels used to not be a thing, but it was like what's it fucking called? Stories. I remember when Instagram stories were originally like 10 seconds, and now I think you can film you can do like a whole minute. Yay. Thank you so much, everybody, for getting a Instagram stories. Okay, no, so like, oh my god, I'm so burpy. No, go away. I love you, Philip. Go away. I'm not, Philip isn't bothering me. So if you go to, Instagram, you know, when you do a post, you click, like, you do like a post or a story. So like you post a story like this. Oh, should we do it? Posting a story and we're live right now. There, I posted it. Philip! I was joking, Philip, when I said go away. I was trying to, like, access another app, but then, like, your message was open and I was, like, trying to swipe it away. So I'm like, Philip, go away. Aw, Philip. Sorry, I was reading your message in our group chat. That's okay, you know what? I'm like, Philip, go away. I adore you, Philip. Our beautiful, beautiful, sweet, beautiful Philip. Our loving, beautiful Philip. How we love and adore you. In fact, let's do some... Let's see. Let's do some roses for Philip. Let's throw roses at Philip's feet. Roses, roses. You're beautiful. I love you. Philip. Philip, he's my brother. I love you. Philip, he's my brother. I love him. My sweet, beautiful brother. Haley. Prince Philip. My sweet, beautiful brother, Prince Philip. I don't know why I'm Italian. I love you. All right. Back to our show.
Paced humor, Logan and his brother had been unknowingly practicing for years. As soon as the app launched, the two made it a competition to see who could gain the most followers, prompting Logan to join a contest hosted by Virgin Mobile. Using their hashtag #HappyAccidents, Logan was able to expand his Vine following exponentially, taking him from around 100 followers at the beginning of the summer to 1 million by September. Just like that, videos of himself bothering employees at Kroger and sniffing random women in public had placed him among the top creators on the app.
Dude, there are some content creators that literally just make content bothering and harassing like strangers. Like they'll just like purposefully make women uncomfortable. Or what I fucking hate is when people go and prank like random like fast food workers or like just like grocery store workers. Like leave them alone. Leave workers alone. They work a minimum wage job. They don't need your shit. Like, leave them alone. It's not funny. Don't be fucking making pranks and filming fucking, like, fast food workers and grocery store workers. Like, fucking leave them alone. They don't want to deal with your ass. Alright? They just want to eat barbecue-flavored fucking Fritos in their car in peace. You know, on their breaks. Like, they're just getting by. Like, leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone.
Objected to too much of his Vines since most of it's just... But he fully embraced the immature, disrespectful man-child persona from the start. Probably because he is an immature, disrespectful man.
Man-child. That is the perfect fucking thing.
Man-child.
Attention ladies on the plane, my name is Logan Paul. I'm single and ready to mingle. I'm up near the cockpit in case anyone...
But it wasn't until a compilation of his most popular Vines reached 4 million views the first week it was posted to YouTube that Logan told his school newspaper that he saw potential for himself in the entertainment world. He never stayed past...
I can't stop dancing. I think, like, I've had a coffee, and then I drank this energy drink, and now I feel, like, super hyper. No wonder I'm talking, like, 1,000,000 miles per hour. I feel so chatty. You know, when I was a little kid... I could just fucking talk and talk and talk and never shut up. In fact, my parents, I remember this, and they told me this. They said I was so fucking chatty. One time, and we're talking like me at like 5 years old. So they let me sit in the living room, and they decided like just as an experiment, like they would just like let me talk. And for like a solid 30 minutes, I just was off. I was just talking about everything. I was talking about shit like birds outside. Like I was talking about my toys. Like I just would not shut up. Like I was a chatty little kid. Unfortunately, my parents were also assholes and very abusive. But, you know, I do have that piece of information that I was just a fucking chatty kid. Did I have a rule for the hour of shut the hell up? Yeah. You know, my parents were abusive assholes, But sometimes I think, you know, it's just like, could you just be fucking quiet? Like, but, you know, it's really fitting, honestly, for me to YouTube. In fact, I really do hope I get to a point where my YouTubing sustains me financially. Like, that is a dream of mine because I love it so much. Like, this is what I want to do as a job. I wish my YouTubing was, I wish I had enough followers and, like, you know, financial support to just, like, quit my other job. I would fucking do this round the clock. Mark says, I had a rule for the hour of stop asking questions now when you were 5. I could totally see that. Tiny little Mark. They helped birth a god into the world. It would make sense if they were completely mad. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Lee. That's sweet. So if you don't know, I was actually adopted. My birth mother adopted me out to her aunt and uncle. So I actually grew up with my great aunt and uncle. My aunt is the one that's related. So I don't talk to my adoptive parents at all. I've cut off contact with that family. And I cut it off very, very harshly, I should say. The last message I sent to my adoptive mother, it was all of my rage. Like, because she kind of does this thing. Okay, let's get into this a little bit. So my adoptive mother and my adoptive father were abusive fucking religious people. Super religious, super Mormon. My adopted father is dead now, thankfully. He was extremely abusive in a really bad way, you know, as a little kid. Like, he liked little kids, if you catch my drift. And I wasn't the only victim. Like, he victimized several little kids with his sick desires. Unfortunately, I don't know how he wasn't, like, in prison. But, so my adopted mother, she kind of keeps reaching out to me, but she does it in a way where she doesn't really ask me how I'm doing or anything. She just kind of, like, informs me of, like, what she's thinking and feeling. And what set me off was she was saying something about, like, how she understands why I don't, you know, talk to anybody, and, like, you know, how she was gaslighted and abused by, you know, her husband, which is true. But it pissed me off because she completely negated taking any accountability for her abuse. So my last message to her was really dark. It was like, I unleashed all my fury on her. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. Don't ever fucking speak to me again. When you die, I'm going to spit on your grave. Fuck you. Fuck everything like you stand for. Leave me the fuck alone. Don't ever fucking message me again. And I think I even said, like, you have one fucking job, and that's to shut the hell up. Don't ever fucking talk to me. And it felt good, honestly. And she didn't respond, rightfully so. I mean, when you tell somebody I'm going to spit on your fucking grave when you die, like, that kind of gets the point across, I think. However, I want to say I have a very good relationship with my birth mother. My birth mother is a wonderful woman. She was excommunicated from the Mormon Church for being pregnant with me. She got excommunicated from the church, and it was really difficult for her. And she went to college and she studied metaphysics. And she actually has a PhD in metaphysics. She's a very intelligent woman. She's still religious in her own right. You know, she considers herself a good Christian woman, but she's very open-minded, very loving, and I have a good relationship with her. So whenever I talk about my mother, I mean my birth mother. And whenever I talk about my abusive parents, I mean the nasty fucking adopted parents, you know. And me and my birth mother are just like two peas in a pod. I call her every Sunday. We talk every Sunday and we catch up. You know, we tell each other what we had for lunch and stuff, and She lives out in Idaho. She's got a beautiful house and some property, and she's got her husband, which is, you know, essentially my stepdad. My stepfather is pretty cool. You know, Papa. I call him Papa Chris. Papa Chris. But anyways, yeah, so that's kind of like my family situation. I don't fucking talk to my adoptive family at all. They can all go fuck themselves. I grew up in a house with 4 other kids. I had 3 brothers, 1 sister. The sister, I really didn't know her much. She really didn't live at home. She was kind of like a runaway teen. She was rarely there. So I grew up with all boys. But all older brothers. Damn, that was a hostile environment. It was war. Like, every fucking day it was war with those boys. Like, every day I would come home from school and it was just like, all right, put on your war paint and fucking defend yourself. Girdle your loins, because they were just nasty fucking, like, bullies. So it's kind of funny, you know, when I get trolls today that try to, like, troll me and they're like, you're fat and ugly and you're stupid. It's like, dude, I've been through this, okay? I love it. You know, trolls recently, they really get on my way, and it's like I've been through this. I grew up in Utah with all boys in the most judgmental fucking, like, environment ever. Like, bring it, bitch. Bring it, bitch. Anyways. God, I'm so hyper with all this caffeine. Sorry. I'm weird. I do feel hyper, though. I'm just kind of like, la 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 la. La 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 la. We're caffeinated. We're caffeinated. Jesus Christ. Jesus is a bottom. Anyways, Jesus is a bottom. It's true.
His freshman year at Ohio University for a variety of reasons, partly having to do with his new popularity, giving him the chance to work with a number of mainstream brands. Shortly after dropping out of college, Logan could be seen doing promo for Just Dance, Dunkin' Donuts, Hanes, and many other companies who were more than willing to cut him a generous check. Even making it onto an episode of Law & Order SVU, bizarrely enough.
Stay the game! Drop that gun!
Okay.
Got it.
What?
By the mid-2010s, his clout was exploding. For better or for worse, people everywhere were talking about Logan's content. His army of low gangsters, as he called them, paved the way for his account to hit 9.4 million followers by late 2016. Even his pet Maverick the Parrot had a sizable Instagram account. Logan was proving even back then that if you had the numbers, you had leverage. Everything was downstream of getting as many Vine loops as possible, until the game changed.
What's up, Internet? My name is Logan Paul, and I am reporting live from Vine Street. Today we are going around asking some of Vine's biggest creators.
That hair, that's just screams like douchebag hair. I don't know what it is about the way these brothers look, but just like the douchebag is the fucking term that comes to my mind. Just a complete douche.
How they feel about their platform being killed off like a
douche canoe. Did anybody ever say that? That's a term that needs to come back. This guy's a fucking douche canoe. I'm like, look at that face. Douche canoe.
chicken at McDonald's. Let's go!
If you ask me, plenty of missteps factored into Vine's inevitable death. But the biggest of all was that nobody was getting paid. Seriously, you could be getting tens of millions of views a month and never see a single penny. So when the biggest Viners realized they could just take their massive audiences elsewhere, Vine's fate was sealed. They had competition with YouTube AdSense, but were evidently not willing to compete.
That's why Vine went out. Vine didn't even pay, like, people. That's interesting.
Without a sustainable business model that worked for their creators, Vine had no choice but to suspend all services on January 17th, 2017. By that point, plenty of massive ex-Viners were already well on their way to becoming some of the biggest accounts on Instagram and fastest growing channels on YouTube. One of the most notable, of course, being...
What is up,
people of the internet, my name is Logan Paul and welcome to my vlog channel. That's right, I'm vlogging now. You get to see more of me. Sick, right?
Logan kicked off his vlogging career on September 12, 2016, with a trip to the music festival Burning Man. The 16-minute two-part series essentially laid the groundwork for what fans could come to expect for Logan's new channel.
Oh my god, I'm so hopped up on caffeine, I need to take a propanolol. So I have a prescription of pills for, like, hypertension, and they're beta blockers, so they prevent your heart rate from, like, going too high. Like, I literally need to take one. I've had too much caffeine. I'm fine. You know when you get the caffeine shakes? That's how I feel. I'm, like, so hyper, you guys. I have never drinking caffeine, like, on stream before, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna be up all night. Again.
Daily uploads consisting of whatever new adventure Logan was embarking upon that day. His early vlogs featured appearances from other top creators and his lovely, very likable family.
Man, what's up with you? Jake Drake, and I'm Drag.
Even a few A-list celebrities made some cameos here and there.
Don't do that. No, I don't think so, bro.
At this point, Logan was also tapped to star as the main character in the YouTube Red original movie, The Thinning, a science fiction teen dystopian drama that I'm sure is great. You couldn't pay me to watch it, but it sure as shit can't be as bad as Logan's solo movie.
Don't be so naive. Please, my name is Penis.
As per usual with daily vlogging, Logan was constantly needing to up the stakes to keep his audience watching, which for the most part were actual babies. If you watch just a couple seconds of any of these vlogs, you can tell Logan deliberately geared his content towards a much younger demographic. From the editing to the way he spoke, the colors, the titles. I mean, this stuff must have been crack for middle schoolers, which makes it only slightly awkward when you have videos like my boy hooked up with my mom. I can barely say that with a straight face.
Oh, you called?
Yes, I did. Yes.
But first, a word from our beautiful sponsor, Raycon.
Nope, no ads. Go fuck yourself.
The health thing alone was like, bro, I drove.
I'm telling you, when you're growing up, okay, so these boys started making content when they were in their preteens, and their audience has never changed. Imagine growing up and you're just constantly catering to kids. That's gotta fuck up, like, your mental development in some way, right? That's gotta in some way perpetuate yourself to be just immature and just keep that status and that mentality of, like, a preteen boy. Like, it's just so weird to me to be a grown-ass man and you're making content and your audience is fucking little kids. That's just so weird to me. This is what the archetype clown looks like in this era. Yeah, this is like a very, I don't know, it just reads to me as like extremely underdeveloped. When you grow up and your content and your mentality doesn't change at all. It's like there's no growth here.
Myself to sickness, like once a month I was sick. He came over to do a writing session with me, and I knew he was sick. Yeah. And I'm like, yo, you should be like just relaxing. And I'll never forget, he's recording and his nose just starts pouring blood. And I'm like, oh fuck. And he literally just goes, oh, I'm so sorry. Wipes it, goes right back into it like nothing just happened. And I was like, yo, you're sick.
Bro, I would get, nosebleeds. I would throw up.
That's not good.
My health suffered immensely.
Logan was driving himself to literal sickness over content that included riding a model like a bike during a dehumanizing music video shoot that made the woman reportedly feel like her legs were about to give out. Or the time he and famous good guy Sam Pepper took to the streets and started lassoing women on camera, only letting them go if they gave them a kiss. Or what about actually, sorry,
no.
I'm getting ahead of myself. One of his
No, that is not fucking okay. Don't do that. Oh my god. These people are crazy. Like, leave people alone. Don't be lassoing women and not letting them go unless they give you a kiss. That is so fucking deranged. That is so that makes me mad. I'm angry. So angry. I need another, I don't know if I want a root beer again. Maybe I'll have a gay beer. I'm on the fence. Because I should probably eat something. I'll just have one beer. Okay. It's Pride Month. It's Queer Month. My next purchase, I think what I really, really want is I want a mini fridge. Like a little mini fridge that can hold like, what, like a 6-pack of like sodas or beers. Like I really want like a little mini fridge so that way I can just have it here and I don't have to get up and then I can like keep my drinks cold. One day I shall get a mini fridge.
More popular videos to gain attention at this time was when he fixed his color blindness by throwing on a pair of special color correcting lenses and staring into the sun.
Okay, I'm about to put on these glasses that are gonna cure my color blindness.
Oh yeah, that was fake. He faked having color blindness and then got those color blindness glasses. You know what was so weird? I remember, like, one of the last times I ever talked to my oldest brother, like, what, I think it was, like, 8 years ago or something, or 5 years ago. Anyways, he told me he was colorblind, and I'm like, I, growing up, never fucking would have, like, ever guessed that. Just never talked about it. Anyways.
For the first time in my life.
Fake, fake, fake. Fake, fake, fake.
With such a clearly fake reaction coupled with the cliche sad music in the background, the video was picked apart by commentary channels and laughed at by basically everyone on YouTube.
Yes! I became very emotional after watching that video.
I went on Social Blade. And I was moved. It felt like seeing colors
Ethan!
for the first time on Social
My
Blade.
boy
Right.
Ethan.
The primary color being green.
Ethan Klein is one of my boys. Like, I love it. He made like a video like making fun of them and just like, oh my god, I'm seeing colors.
But it wasn't for another year that Logan finally admitted to embellishing things.
Some dude named H3 was just roasting, and I was new to YouTube. I didn't know anything.
Yeah.
I was just a Vine kid, and so we made this colorblind video, which I've said this before. I am colorblind, but the video was incredibly embellished. So I put on these glasses. Bro, no change.
I didn't know that.
Like
I
this,
didn't know
this
that.
guy was zero, and I had a moment in my mind. I was like, "We're at the Getty Museum. I have to fake this." So I was like, all right, I put my acting chops to work.
The music comes in.
The music comes in. You're a motherfucker.
I'd have made up the most melodramatic thing ever.
While he is actually colorblind, unable to see green and red color pigments, the glasses did nothing, and his reaction was entirely hyped up for the tens of millions of views he got. Because Logan didn't care if people knew it was fake. He didn't care if people made fun of it. Logan cared about the hundreds of thousands of dollars that came from having such a viral moment captured on tape. He relished in the art articles it generated, the debate it sparked. Logan at this time wasn't setting out to be some saint always true to his word. He was an actor, concerned with becoming the biggest entertainer in the world. And he was fine with making a few critics mad in the process. It didn't matter if he were liked, just as long as he was being talked about, and most importantly, making money. And in order to do both of those things effectively, he decided to be a jackass.
Oh, what the? Oh, what the? I want to thank you for inventing the theory of relativity.
That was actually funny.
Kind of freaking out a little bit, Brandon. Why? What, bro? Do you even know? Brandon, look, dog, dude, we are 9,000 subscribers away from hitting 10 million subscribers in 1 year of vlogging. Not even in 340 days.
The year he crossed 10 million subscribers was also the same year diss tracks were taking over the platform. Thanks in part to his little brother Jake bursting onto the scene, Logan was making more money than ever before with their fake beef, an ear-piercing diss track on Santa Claus, and a new series of travel vlogs he named Adventures in Tokyo. You know where I'm going with this. Deciding to take a trip to Japan in late 2017, Logan and his friends were determined.
Lee says privilege looks so nice on others. Yo, this is like the pinnacle of just privileged, like, cis hetero white boys. Must be nice. I wonder what it's like to be a cis hetero normative, like, white boy. You got the whole world at your feet.
To use their vacation to Asia as a gold mine of new content. And none of it has aged well.
Thanks for letting me touch your dog. Okay. Tokyo!
In Japan,
he's loving the Ken's version of Barbie's Dream House. Oh my god. Have you all seen the trailer for the Barbie movie? I can't watch it here, but like, because it'll copyright, but like, you all should watch the trailer for the Barbie movie. I really want to see it. It has this whole, like, it's not just like a dumb movie made for kids. I mean, it is obviously, but like, the whole plot of it is like Plato's Cave. So it's like Barbie in the Barbie world, and then eventually she kind of like comes to consciousness, like, wait, where's the reality outside of this? So then she gets into a situation where she travels to the real world, like in real life with people. And I'm gonna watch it. Like, I want to see that movie. It actually looks really good.
Logan made sure to kick his annoying frat boy persona into high gear, being obnoxious in traditional Japanese clothing because it's funny or something.
Just the trailer. The trailer's out. The movie has, I don't even think the movie's like out yet. But yeah, you all should just go watch the trailer. I don't think I can watch it here. I think I might get claimed. But it's really funny.
How far can we take this?
In the video Kicked Out of Japan, Logan can be seen running, screaming through a market before washing his hands with holy water from a temple on account of holy water being for people who are real pieces of shit in life. No idea what that's supposed to mean.
No, you're gonna let on fire, bro. That's okay. My spirit's being You're gonna let on just for if you're real.
It's really funny. There's like there's like a scene where, like, you know, because Barbie constantly like walks on her tippy toes. There's like a scene where like she like lowers her heels and she's with her other Barbie friends and she's like, look at my feet. And she's like got flat feet and like the other Barbie girls are freaking out like, flat feet. Ah! I think it's what's her name? Margot Robbie. She looks really great. And then Ken is Ryan Gosling. Straight up. Ryan Gosling is Ken. It looks really funny. I really want to see this.
Piece of shit in life. So if you look behind me, this is where you throw coins into the well. I wish for health, happiness, and hella bitches.
Or maybe you want to watch a We Fought in the Middle of Tokyo, where Logan makes a mockery of martial arts in the middle of the street as people are trying to get to work, jumping out and scaring people at loading docks by hiding in the back of their trucks. Then there's real life Pokemon Go in Tokyo, catching strangers, where instead of summarizing what happens, I'll just show you.
Honey, get up. Oh, you've been got. Wake up, we got trouble with the cars and merch to sell. Toyota, I choose you. No, 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 no.
Yeah, as if laying in front of cars and running around town waving dead fish in people's faces wasn't enough.
You know, those Harley Quinn movies are actually pretty good. Like, Jared Leto, like, really doesn't appear much in it. It's kind of weird. I think originally they had it to where, like, he was in it, but, like, they cut it out for some reason, but it's, like, mostly her. But, like, Harley Quinn movies are actually really good. And, what's that movie she did with, like, the group? I can't remember what it was called. That was also good.
We haven't even gotten to the paramount moment of the trip, a very notable installment of the Logan Paul Japanese saga uploaded on December 31st,
The Harley Quinn movie is, I mean, it's really good. It's like, if you're, like, angry at a breakup, like, that's a good movie to watch.
2017. Now, I remember the day this video came out, and I actually watched it over on his channel before it got taken down. The video was not only live for over 24 hours, but even trended on the main trending tab before anyone really asked any questions, which means the millions of kids within Logan Paul's audience at the time didn't think it was bad to film a dead person. But once the news trickled outside of his core fan base, it was all over. Logan was met with some of the most severe backlash I think I've ever seen towards one specific YouTuber at once, which for good reason, obviously. This guy was getting bodied by Jesse Pinkman and the Queen of Winterfell, for God's sake. That's how bad this was. Even my parents learned the name Logan Paul thanks to an SNL skit.
Already auditioning candidates, got some prospects. Logan Paul.
As expected, the entire YouTube community took up arms against the guy they finally had a good excuse to hate. I don't think there was a single person defending Logan Paul over the age of 6, but that didn't stop him from putting out one of the worst Notes app apologies I've ever read to this day. Dear internet, I didn't do it for views, I get views. I did it because I thought I could make a positive ripple on the internet. I did a 15-minute TV show every single day for the past 460 plus days. I love everyone. I believe in people. Peace. Hashtag Logang for life. Somehow that piece of shit got over 100,000 likes, but regular people still weren't buying it.
That's a hard thing to do, is even like hard talking about it right now with you, because up until that point in my life, it was really only wins. It was only success. It was only consistent growth.
Logan's second apology, this time in the form of a video, remains one of the most disliked YouTube videos to date. Not necessarily because of what he said, as this time he actually apologized to the individuals he should have mentioned in his previous statement, but more so how it all came across. Despite his best efforts, people still didn't believe his sincerity, and the apology kind of became a meme after that. I mean, whether he was genuine or not, it still came across like a hostage video.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
The fucking thing was even monetized for a bit. I mean, how can you blame someone for not buying this video? He kept it short though, and at the very least told his fans to stop defending him. After all, he wasn't losing subs, he was gaining them. The negative press didn't seem to hurt him too bad. Not even YouTube did much to punish him. All they did was cancel, postpone his next movie and remove him from the Preferred Partners program, which...
It's true. You know, the only bad publicity is no publicity. It's true, because even bad publicity, like, gets you views. It's true, because my trolls single-handedly got me monetized. Like, it's so funny. Like, I was really struggling to get my YouTube channel monetized, and because of trolls, that whole fiasco, I am now monetized. So it's like, thank you. Thank you. Because you hate watching my content, I am now monetized. Thank you. Thanks to my trolls for getting me monetized. God bless them. Bless their little hearts.
I didn't even know it was a thing until making this video. Apparently, he was pulling in so many views that YouTube allowed him to get paid more money than the rest of us by being a preferred partner. But when shit hit the fan, they kicked him back down to just regular partner.
Google Preferred dropped you from their service. Do you think that that was fair?
Mark, I need to piss people off more. I'm telling you, when you start making people mad, you get really popular. That's why right-wing content does so well. You know, it's really popular. People love that shit. If I was a right-wing commentator, I would be much more rich. Unfortunately, I'm not. But I still get enough hate watchers that it does help me.
I understand that they needed to take a stance. And while I don't necessarily maybe agree with it, I do respect it.
Gee, how is he gonna make it by without all that extra money, I wonder? The only good thing to come out of this whole disaster was his next video, where he did make an attempt to at least give the spotlight to people with a closer connection to the subject. It, at the very least, exposed a more positive and impactful message to millions of people, and I have to give credit where credit is due. But judging by his next upload 10 days later, it didn't seem like he really learned much.
After the disgraced YouTuber has been spotted across the country, hiding his face from paparazzi and seen swallowing his tears on social media like a little baby backpack.
Hold up, disgraced? What you mean disgraced, boy? I took a break. Besides, I'm still lit as f***. What other YouTuber you know can take a 3-week break and still gain 1 million subscribers? Boy!
It still felt like a joke to him. Also, it did not help that he made headlines again for tasering a rat corpse not even a month after the first incident. Like, why was he even doing this? He even made fun of his reputation as a controversial YouTuber in a bizarre Fox News.
What the did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? Where he tased a dead rat on video? What the fuck is wrong with this person? Yeah, tasering a rat corpse? What the fuck? Who the what? My brain is short circulating. Like, my brain, he was hungry and there was no microwave. That's so weird. Like, why would you do that? You're playing with a fucking corpse, okay? That's really fucking weird.
Interviews. Just so you know, I am an ex-controversial YouTuber. That's it's no longer me.
I know that.
If I'm being quite honest with you, I'm the fastest YouTuber. I'm the fastest entertainer on the planet. I could be
talking about running.
Running. I could be the quickest man on the planet. I'm
do
everywhere,
Instagram?
baby. I'm everywhere, and I'm nowhere. I'm like a ghost. And I'm betting $100,000 that I'm the fastest man on the planet. I'm the fastest man on the planet. Yeah, but I will say my expenses just surpassed my income for the first time ever. I just sat with my financial manager. He told me that. Like, I'm definitely going downhill from here.
Did that make you nervous?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm terrified. I think
this
it's
is
the
America.
beginning of the
Yeah.
end. I'm uncomfortable.
That song is still really good. With Childish Gambino. That song, like, that music video is fucking, like, it's so profound. I remember when it first came out, like, it was popular for a really fucking a reason. Like, it was the fucking, it still is a really good song. It's like one of my favorite songs. The fucking music video is amazing, and that kid is talented, and that whole song is just orchestrated like fucking beautifully. Like, it's one of the best songs ever. This is America. Elise, it's okay. You know, it just, you really don't need much thought processing power to take in. We're just, like, essentially watching how horrible this person is. And the drink sucks. It made me jittery. I had to take a pill to calm down.
Comfortable with myself, you know.
Come on.
I also have pink eye. It's not contagious.
What?
But talk.
No, it is. There's a 2-week incubation period. I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
but
Ew, he has poopy
He just wasn't
eye.
mature enough to take anything seriously, and it would be a while before he could truly rebuild his reputation.
I'm so afraid of pink eye. That's why I wash my hands thoroughly after I take a shit. Pink eye is literally like when you just get like poop in your eye and it gets infected. It's gross. Sanitize your phones after you poop with it. All it takes is a washcloth like this, get some rubbing alcohol, and just wipe it. Poopy eye. Gross poopy eye.
In a way that mattered. But he sure wasn't going anywhere anytime soon.
I'm sure you've heard, fight has been confirmed, the contract has been signed. August 25th, London, I am...
Oh my god, everyone's fighting or falling into mania or psychosis. I feel like I'm falling into a psychosis just watching this shit.
Officially fighting KSI.
It's a symptom of having your head up your ass.
I'm not going to underestimate the kid, right? I'm taking it very...
Influencer boxing had been heating up since fall 2017, escalating when Joe Weller was beat by fellow British personality KSI in a highly publicized match in February 2018. In a post-fight interview streamed live to over 20 million people, KSI made the following call-out.
Jake Paul, Logan Paul, any of the Pauls, I don't care.
Which came as no surprise given how Logan and by extension Jake had become the most hated people, not just in America, but on the entire internet. Jake was put on the undercard to fight KSI's younger brother Deji, while Logan stepped up to accept KSI's challenge. As we know from prior instances, Logan considers all press good press.
Well, I mean, it's like they were saying earlier, like his fucking health was deteriorating because he wasn't taking care of himself. He's just... to do this and get these kind of results, you have to wake up every fucking day and feel... I could not... See, that's a level of energy I don't think I could have. Like, it's hard enough. Like, I had to drop Wednesday's live stream just because, like, at this point, I'm like, I can only handle, like, 1 day a week. Ideally, I would love to be live streaming full time. Eventually, I'm going to get there. We might go back to live streaming on Wednesdays. I really don't know yet. I'm just experimenting with having a full day stream on Fridays. But this is a lot of energy. So yeah, I don't think he's taking care of himself. I don't think he's really being hygienic, this, that, and the other. Why am I bleeding? Where's the blood coming from? That's weird. Team randomly bleeding. Mark says, I would probably pay to watch him pounded by a skilled prize fighter. I think it was Mike Tyson who commented on this guy, on Logan Paul. And he said, you know, he's kind of a shitty fighter, but he's so entertaining and controversial that he's betting his money on him to like actually be, you know, a top fighter. Oh no, what happened? What's bleeding? You know, I kind of have like a picking habit. Like if I have like a little zit on my arm or something, like I'll just sit and like dig it out. So like I just have like some scabs on me. And I feel like sometimes I just like absentmindedly like scratch, like itch my skin and then just kind of like accidentally scratch off a scab. I know it sounds gross. I do have a little bit of a picking problem. It's something I want to work on. I think it's like, I don't know, I think it's just a subconscious, like, nervous habit or something.
And by then, his reputation was at its lowest point ever. He could certainly stand to benefit from some media attention that wasn't just, hey, remember that vlog that guy did? Regardless, everyone on the planet anticipated seeing these two dudes completely knocked on their heads. Except Jake, of course, beat Deji, and Logan's match went to a completely underwhelming tie, which turned into a rematch the next year where we finally got that satisfying ending. The event kicked off a trend of influencer fighting that's both revived boxing and generated a fuck ton of money. But most importantly, it's helped keep...
Yes, I love Creator Clash. I told you guys about that. There was, I think it was like last month or something. There's it's like this, the second time they've done this. So the first time they did it, I think it was like last year. And I didn't really know anything about it because it was brand new. But I watched all the replays and it was so cool. So this year, when Creator Clash came out, I totally bought a ticket to the stream. It was like $35 or something. So Creator Clash is an actual like boxing match between like content creators. And unfortunately, I feel like everyone I was rooting for like lost. But it's really fun and I like it because it's like it's done properly. These people train really hard with professional boxers. And they get in the ring, and it's not like they really put their all into it. Like, there was some blood drawn and things like that. So I know some people don't like that sort of stuff. They feel like, you know, it's a little too violent. I like watching boxing like that, because it's done professionally. You know, it's done properly. They're not just, like, throwing people in with bare hands and just, like, punching the shit out of each other. Like, they have good form and good, strategies and things like that. I think boxing is really interesting. In fact, you know, it's something I personally like would want to get into more, like kickboxing. I like that. I totally like that. You know, like I'm like a Jean-Claude Van Damme like sort of fan. Van Damme movies are fucking the best. I love them so much. The kickboxer movies, fuck yes. Yeah, I feel like martial arts is something that would really, really benefit me. I should get into that. You know, I've been having a hard time, like, getting back into shape and, like, losing my weight again. I feel like at this point, I need to just, like, find an activity that's, like, really fun and really structured and just, like, go at it that way instead of just, like, going at this aspect where I just need to, like, eat less and, like, move more, you know? A lot of my just not wanting to get back into shape, one, I'm comfortable with myself. I don't hate my body. But two, I'm just, like, I'm lacking interest in, like, my usual activity of just running. And I also don't meal plan. I need to plan my meals out better. Like, I'll get my diet food, and then, like, I'm like, great, that's great. And then I'll, like, go get fast food, you know? And just, like, let the diet food rot in my fridge. Take care of yourself, folks.
Keep Logan in the public eye. He didn't just fade into the woodwork, he was on everyone's screens. Again. From there, he continued pumping out vlogs as his channel surpassed 20 million subscribers. He made sure to...
Running can be boring in the long run. That's funny. It sounds funny because you're, like, in the long run. I love running. Like, I love, like, you know, even though I'm a fatty, I can still run like 7 miles with like an 11 minute per mile average. Like I can hoof it, and I got like long stamina. And I like running because, you know, I like to listen to music and I enjoy the scenery. I also have my dog, his name is Chunk. He's a big Turkish Shepherd. He belongs to a kind old lady in the neighborhood, so I go pick up the dog and we go for a run. And that's fun. I think that's a lot, like, really, you know, so it's like I'm active, but, you know, I'm lacking some zest. Like, I really need to get into something to just, like, switch up my brain. But I do enjoy going for runs with Chunk, the big, giant Turkish Shepherd. He's a big Turkish Shepherd. Like, a big, like, Anatolian Shepherd. Jesus. He's a big boy. And he bit my titty. Did I tell you that? He bit my titty. Like a couple of weeks ago, there's like a certain house that has 2 Dobermans. And one of these Dobermans got out once and attacked him from behind. And ever since then, he's been like really skittish around them. So like one day they were like in the yard and they were barking at him, like sticking their heads over the fence and barking at Chunk, and Chunk lost his mind. Like, he was like scared, he was feeling stressed, like he wasn't thinking right. So he lunged at them, but he was on the leash, so I instinctively tugged the leash back, and I think he kind of translated that because he's been attacked from behind by them. I think the feeling of that just kind of like made him think he was being attacked. So he whipped his head around and just like bit me, and he got my boob, like straight up, just a mouthful of titty. Like, he teethed my titty, and it was a hard bite. Like, it drew blood, and it was really bruised. Like, it's still a bit bruised, but like, I decided just to not go by that house anymore. Chunk is a good boy, and you know, I think he just got so overwhelmed and didn't know what to do, and so he just like reacted. So I don't blame him at all. It was really I felt bad too, because after he bit me, I just instinctively swatted him on the butt. Like, not hard, like I didn't abuse the dog, but I just spanked him on the butt, and I pointed in his face, and I'm like, you have never bitten me, ever. Don't ever do that again. And he sunk back, and his ears went down, and he was just like, oh. It was so, like, I could tell he got it. Like, I was just like, don't ever do that again. He's just like, meh. So to avoid that situation, I'm just not bringing him by that house anymore. I go around the block, and it's much better. He's a good boy. He just really lost his shit, and he teethed my titty. It's kind of funny, actually. And I did tell the owners, and they were felt really bad. They're just like, oh my God, like, I hope you're okay. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. It's kind of funny because he just like, he honked my titty. Like, he just like, just like honk honk. I just have like dog teeth marks, like just up and down my my titty. I'm just like, and I told him the next day, I'm like, you bit my titty. You teethed my titty. You teethed my tatas. And I also joke because I'm going to be getting teeth my titty. Teeth titty. So I'm going to be getting top surgery within like the next year. So I'm going to get my breasts completely removed. But I was joking. I'm like, I want to get rid of my boobs, but not like this. It's like, dude, like you're helping me with my top surgery, but not this way. Be biting my titties off. But he teethed my titty. Anyways, I'm so chatty today. I'm like hyper and chatty. You all are so great. I gotta say, you all are wonderful. I love hanging out with you. It's like just chilling in a room with friends.
Effectively used the attention he was already getting to his advantage, culminating with the launch of his popular weekly podcast, Impulsive, which is a pretty smart name, I have to say. Logan Paul
Dude, yeah, dog scar, totally. I have like a titty scar now. Like he branded, well, that's what the owners were joking. She's like, he branded you. Susan! Oh no. Susan, you don't need to listen to Logan Paul. Anyways. Enjoy your dinner.
to usher in a newer, more subdued side of his personality. From the beginning, the show was always meant to be a deviation from his high-energy, child-guided vlogs and sought to capitalize on an older demographic capable of listening to more nuanced, multifaceted discussions. But joking aside, not everything on this show was blatantly unwatchable. Over the course of hundreds of episodes and an impressively wide ensemble of guests, Logan did occasionally demonstrate some actual depth and social awareness that we hadn't previously seen from him.
We are all incredibly unaware of how deeply intertwined the ugly roots of racism have embedded themselves in the foundation of this country. 13th Amendment. There is a criminality clause conveniently nestled in that amendment that says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. I will not be a part of a generation that is written on the wrong side of history, and I will
Okay, so he's a little woke. He's a little woke.
not stand by as my fellow humans are brutally and unjustifiably murdered at the hand of the state or any oppressor.
To be completely honest, this podcast existing did way more for Logan's redemption arc than any other content he put out post-Japan.
I will always love him, but I don't always like him. He's my brother, he's my family, he's my blood. Sometimes I do not understand why he does the things he does, as I'm sure he feels the same way about me from time to time.
The boxing match definitely helped, but without this podcast, I don't think we would have even considered Logan to have changed at all.
Back in the day, the idea was just flex, show people how great I am, be a cocky, confident, arrogant, loud, boisterous prick, and draw attention. It was like shock value was the way to break into.
So he's somewhat self-aware.
The homes of millions of people through the internet.
You were a cartoon character at one point. Would you say that?
Yeah, for sure. Bro, both Jake and I were. There's not. Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as a more quintessential villain than the fucking 2017 Paul brothers. Like, what were we doing?
I was convinced for a little while that the maturity Logan seemed to display during these episodes might be here to stay. Maybe he had truly reflected enough on his years of constant insanity to have become a better person looking to make an actual positive impact on the massive community he cultivated. Wait, what? Oh, what the fuck? What? Okay, I guess I was horribly mistaken.
At the end of the day, this is a fraudulent practice, all right, in a lot of cases to be pushing onto your fan base. A lot of these law enforcement agencies should look at Logan Paul.
See, at the end of the day, behind all the smoke and mirrors of Impulsive, Logan was still quietly creeping back into his old ways, unbeknownst to most of the general public. And it happened kind of slowly too. For example, when he began regularly opening wildly expensive Pokemon cards on stream, the dude he hired to be his Pokemon card dealer, collectibles guru, had a pretty known reputation of being a shady figure in the.
I remember this. I think this is when I first had my attention drawn to Logan Paul, is that whole deal where he apparently got a hold of a box of I think it was first edition rare unopened Pokemon cards, and it ended up being fake. The guy that sold him the box, and this was a box that was thousands of dollars. There's a lot of money in cards, collecting cards, gaming cards, Pokemon cards, or Magic the Gathering. That's something that gets really expensive, and people make a living off that shit. There are some cards that are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Really cool.
Pokemon community. Now, I don't know anything about the Pokemon community, but considering nobody seems to really revere him as a qualified source of information, and the fact that he admitted to pocketing millions of dollars from Logan's now infamous Crypto Zoo scam in 2022, I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. But Logan did, which should have been setting off some alarm bells, especially by the time he began shilling crypto coins in 2021. And as we know from literally countless examples, when the word celebrity is used in the same sentence as cryptocurrency, it's never a good thing. Thanks to the severe lack of regulation within the crypto space, countless influencers have been able to intentionally mislead and steal money from their fans with blatant pump and dump schemes. One of the most popular ways to do that is by promoting the hell out of a shitcoin, a cryptocurrency with no utilization whatsoever, to drive up the value. Once the value goes up, the influencer can sell their share of their tokens for a huge profit and leave their fans holding the bag. It's a tale as old as time and should certainly be investigated by the SEC. But in the meantime, in March 2022, crypto scam investigator Zach XBT published a Twitter thread with evidence of Logan's alleged involvement in a multitude of crypto pump and dump schemes beginning in May 2021. By tracking his publicly available Web3 activity, Zach was able to deduce that Logan promoted a coin by the name of Elongate to his private club of Maverick members. So in other words, his most devoted fans who actually pay for a closer connection to Logan.
It's all good. Elongate made me rich. Elongate, baby. Let's go. Elongate token.
After hyping up the Elon coin in a video leaked on May 10th, Logan allegedly dumped his shares on May 17th, walking away with a $112,000 payday before it crashed. That's sort of fucked up.
So Lee says, can you imagine purposefully misleading people and getting away with it? Mind you, all while undermining a technology that could liberate humanity. So pathetic. You know, I think cryptocurrency has a potential that would be really good, like for artists and creators to sort of, I don't know, get some sort of exchange. The problem is that crypto things are scams. They're like Ponzi schemes. Like it's like a pump and dump. So they create this cryptocurrency or brand, and they get all of these preteen like little boys to buy this shit, you know, to spend money on this currency that's like, you know, supposedly has a value. But then after they invest in that, they'll drop the whole like currency, and it's just a pump and dump scheme. So they get paid a lot of money, and then they shut it down, and then like pretty much you pay for cryptocurrency that's worthless. Cryptocurrency is really interesting. It could be used well, but it's not. I feel like this is going to be the same direction with AI technology. Oh shit. I remember the boy telling me like something about, we'll have to look this up. There's like an article somewhere, we'll have to look it up, where they like, the military like programmed a drone, like, and it was like AI intelligent, artificial intelligent like drone, and the drone ended up turning on the operator because the operator was changing the mission in the middle of its like it was on a mission, and the programmer, like the operator, like changed the mission, and the drone essentially, I don't know, I guess got frustrated or mad. So it's like, well, now I need to destroy the operator because this is going against my mission. So it's like, it's real like fucking like Skynet shit. Like they're, I think we need to work on that a little bit. Don't you? If we're giving artificial intelligence to drones and they can just decide to like turn on you, I think we need to, you know, examine what's going on here. That's a little uncomfortable for me. I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna be really spooky. We gotta look up it's gotta be an article somewhere. We'll look that up. We'll fact check that later.
But he'd do it again and again when he plugged another crypto coin immediately after, this time on his public Twitter page. Not financial advice. God, I'm gonna get violent. According to the screenshots, Logan bought the coin right before his tweet went out and sold 12 hours later for a net profit of $116,000. So you can kind of see a trend here. The Twitter page for this particular coin hasn't been active for over a year, so he's clearly not doing it for anything other than money. If this was really a project he believed in, he wouldn't have sold 12 hours after telling us he believed in it.
Oh my god, Elon Musk is now like putting out a brand of chips to go in your brain, and it's FDA approved. I ain't putting a fucking chip in my brain. Fuck that shit. I ain't putting that shit in my head. I ain't putting that shit in my fucking avatar filter. Like, nope.
Then, by the time Logan's cash grab of a fight with Floyd Mayweather rolled around that summer, Logan was paid in free crypto tokens by the company Emacs, which he then turned around and sold for an easy $70,000. It's worth noting here that, of course, Emacs is its own scam that's been involved in 2 lawsuits to date, so no idea how they even became a sponsor, but that's another story, I guess. All of this led up to Logan's then most prevalent scam, Dink Doink, which I've actually talked about on the channel before, but in light of what's happened since, it's wild wild that he ever got away with it. To further avoid accountability, he tried to say that Dink Doink mascot was the one who invented the coin, as if that makes any fucking sense. In no surprise to anyone, despite all of Logan's forced promo.
There was like the Dink Doink. Dink Doink was like his cryptocurrency thing. The song is actually really good. I don't know if we can listen to it.
Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Want you to dink on my face, take a doink on my chest. Yeah, yeah. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Why don't you come on over, take pictures of my feet. Yeah, yeah. Dink doink, you're my favorite.
Anyways, I think of that now. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Take a dink on my face and doink on my chest. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. It's a good song.
For this thing, Dink Doink fell flat on its face. The Twitter page hasn't been active for a year, and the domain name is currently up for grabs. Gee, it would really suck if someone bought it and uploaded this photo to it. God, I would really hate that. The most egregious
Dink Doink, you're my favorite coin. It is
part
so
of all of
catchy.
this was that we had to suffer through these painfully unfunny skits that half-assedly ripped off South Park for some reason.
Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Want you to dink on my face, take a doink on my chest. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That the whole time felt like a fever dream. But little did we know that the Dink Doink was only setting the stage for a more...
I'm not gonna lie. I like the Dink Doink song. It's funny. I like it. It's a funny song. Yeah, it's really catchy. Dink Doink. Did somebody say chips? Fries? Ooh. I want some fucking chips. I like Europeans, like people in your, I don't know, fucking know, English people, whatever. I love calling French fries chips. I think that's more appropriate. And then actual chips, like potato chips, you call them crisps. Chips are actually fries. So it's like you get fish and chips, you get like a fried fish and then like some French fries, but then like chips are actually crisps. I think that's way more appropriate, like linguistically. Like they're crisps, they're crispy, and then the chips, they're like chips of potatoes. I think that's much better. I need a new drink. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Dink on my face and doink on my chest, yeah. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin.
Oh shit. Tower game, and it's like not on my main one. It's like I'm not buying it again for another $20.
Dink on my, doink on my chest, yeah. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. I'm having so much fun today. Like, just like, I don't know. I've just been enjoying life lately. That's why I've been staying up late. I'm just like enjoying myself, enjoying life. I just love life right now. I don't know. Things are going good. I'm gonna go up in a lift. I'm in my flat. I love English words. Like British people. I love British humor. It's good. Yeah, thanks. I am in a good mood. Like, I don't know. I like me. I like being myself. I like life. I love being Neogenian. Like, Neogenian is awesome. I'm so excited about our, like, evolution. I know it's kind of confusing and tough for some people for this, like, transition, but man, I love my life. I love, you know, my friends. I love what I do. I love the goals I have, you know. I don't know. I used to be, you know, like, super depressed and stuff all the time, but like I said, I think the medication really helps. And also just, like, a lot of, like, cognitive therapy with myself. Like, I think one thing that's really helped me is whenever I have negative thoughts about myself and about my life, I try to challenge them with reason, you know, when I'm like, you know, thinking like, oh, I'm a piece of shit person. Like, I don't do very much. Like, I tried to bring in the voice of reason and challenge that. And also, I've been treating myself, like, kinder. I don't think a lot of people realize how difficult it is to be nice to yourself. So I've been doing the thing where, like, I treat my inner child lovingly with empathy and care. And that's been so beneficial to me, to just treat myself with kindness, be nice to myself, give myself a break, take care of myself. And yeah, just kind of like literally envisioning my childhood self and just hugging them and loving them and giving them everything they need. So it's like I'm learning how to be my own loving parent. I'm being a loving parent to myself. That has been so helpful because I'm learning to just rely on myself and trust myself. Something from that I've really struggled with religious trauma syndrome is self-trust. Because growing up, my brain developed in a way with the religion where I constantly relied on this external creator God figure to give me affirmations and tell me and give me signs and give me indicators that I'm doing well or that I'm on my way. So I've had to learn how to trust myself, and a lot of that is switching between roles of being my childhood self, needing things, and then being a healthy, loving parent and treating myself with kindness and guiding myself through life. So that, with medication and just like positive self-talk, I feel like I've come a long way. I used to be in a situation like where I would just get really upset and I would have like sort of like emotional episodes and I'd get really distraught and stuff. And I've noticed I don't do that anymore. And it's really nice. And I definitely feel those moments. Like I get moments where I'm just like super distraught and I think like everything's just going wrong and I'm in despair. But, I'm better at getting myself through that. And another thing too that's really helped me is telling myself it's okay not to be okay. So instead of, when I'm like in distress, instead of having the punishing thoughts like stop it, stop doing that, like I'm more kind about it and I'm like, all right, let's just give ourselves a break. So I hope that helps. Yeah, I think if you all can like adopt that too, I think it's a beautiful thing. And it really teaches you to love yourself. So yeah, I'm in a position where I'm just like, I love me. I'm so cool. And I enjoy my own company. And I enjoy all of you. You are all so wonderful. And I love you. Lee's like, sometimes I have to tell myself, girl, you're being a little crazy. You're not okay. Get your shit together. Hey, Raid. Good to see you. Yeah, it has been a while. Anyways. Yeah, self-love is important. And it's really good for your development. Aww. Thank you, Maria. Yeah, I love all of you so much. Like, I'm having such a good time. Anyways, let's get back to Logan bitch. Logan bitch. I made myself laugh. Let's get back to Logan bitch. Roses, roses. Yes, roses in the chat. We are all full of love here. Logan bitch. I don't know why it's so funny. It's not that funny. But I'm like making myself laughing at something that's not really that funny. I'm so easily amused. Seriously, I will laugh. I'm one of those people that laughs at like inappropriate things because I think life is just funny in a way. Like, it's funny being a human. Like, anyways.
Sinister grift that stole millions of dollars from hardworking investors who made the fatal error of trusting Logan Paul.
He's like, I actually do have a project, excited to announce it. It's called CryptoZoo. It's a fun game. They called it a fun game that earns you money. They're going to sell you these two things. Eggs is NFT, and then there's a coin aspect to it. The eggs will then hatch into animals that will earn passive zoo tokens. Does that make sense?
No. Immediately.
NFTs are an interesting thing. NFT is like, it's like an image, and then like you buy this, but you don't actually own the rights to that image. You just kind of get a receipt for it. So when you buy an NFT, it's the same principle as buying a star. You know, there's those weird things online where like you can buy, quote unquote, like a star in the sky. It's like you don't actually own the star. It's just kind of like named after you. It's just kind of more of like a novelty thing. Does that make sense? Like, NFTs are just kind of, it's weird. It's like you're buying it, but you don't actually own it. You just get a receipt and like that's it. It's like a novelty. It doesn't really, I mean, I guess it has value, but it's weird. It's weird. NFTs are weird. It's something that I think would be beneficial for artists, but unfortunately it's used crappily. It's like an MLM, like a multi-level marketing scheme almost.
Following the backlash from Dink Doink, Logan bizarrely decided to fling himself into a new project that for sure this time wouldn't be a scam like all the other ones. Instead of a coin, Logan was going to try his hand at NFTs, an NFT game to be exact. And just in case you thought this was just like any other NFT pyramid scheme where you throw your hard-earned money into a void in exchange for a shitty JPEG of a cartoon lion, Logan assured on multiple occasions that this was something different.
Dog, I'm not the fucking bad guy here.
Yeah.
There's some actual fuckers out there.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build, to be an honest builder.
Logan cares extremely deeply about his audience, loves his brand, doesn't have to fucking scam to make money.
I know what I'm building. I know I have a good heart. I know where my head's at. I know I've fucked up a lot, but I've learned from all of it.
Ideally, you would buy their in-game cryptocurrency, Zoo. They could be used to purchase NFT eggs, which you could then trade or hatch into animals to be bred with other animals to create your own god-awful abominations. So you could breed a panda with an elephant to form a panda-elephant hybrid. Exciting. But the rarer an animal is, the more Zoo tokens it's worth, and ultimately the more you can sell it for in the end. The idea is that you should be able to make money off these stupid images. One of the major favorite pulls was that CryptoZoo came complete with its own set of original handmade artwork. If one Google image reverse search didn't reveal that to be absolute bullshit too.
We handmade art for the past 6 months, bro. Approval, very specific notes, 10 different artists making art for our project. A development team that has to be wizards.
See, because Logan assumes everyone around him is an idiot, guess he thought he could match together already existing Adobe stock photos and pass them off as original work without people knowing. It's a weird thing to lie about, but who am I to expect anything from this guy? If repurposing stock photos was the worst part of this entire project, I don't think it would be that big of a deal. But wouldn't you believe it, CryptoZoo, the brand new trailblazing NFT project that Logan promised you could make money from, doesn't work. Never has, probably never will. This damning discovery was of course made by the SEC of YouTube, CoffeeZilla, who spent over a year meticulously picking apart Logan's hilariously
Susan, what did you eat? I want to know what you had for dinner. I want to know what you had for dinner. Tell me what you consumed. I want to know. I have a sandwich in the fridge. I might be ready for that in like an hour. Chicken wings and salad. Fuck yeah. Like what kind of chicken wings? Like barbecue chicken wings?
convoluted scheme, only to expose it to the world in late 2022 through a 3-part series garnering nearly 20 million collective views and some embarrassing responses from Logan, which we'll get into in a bit. Coffee's investigation highlighted CryptoZoo's disappointing launch day, which resulted in people who paid with Ethereum unable to even open the egg.
I'm sorry, that's just... I'm not making fun of you, Susan, but it's just like, it's so white just to be like, you having chicken wings? Like, what flavor? Plain. Like, we're white. We don't like seasonings. You're good, though. That does sound good. Like, I love you, Susan. I'm not jesting you. It's just, it's really funny. Yankees. Why am I snorting? Okay.
Eggs they had already purchased. See, despite over $2.4 million worth of CryptoZoo eggs being sold on the first day Logan announced what they were working on, people couldn't actually play the game when it finally launched.
It had good seasoning that you got in Canada, but you can't get here? What seasoning is that? You know what I love? I love, like, Cajun, like, Creole seasoning. It's so good. It's called Highs. What's in that? Is it this? You can get this on Amazon. $22? Jesus Christ. For this? What's in it? I almost just doxed myself. I just realized, like, my address was showing shit. Fuck. Nobody look at that. For $22, Jesus better deliver it. I don't think my full address showed, but... Whatever. Come at me.
They couldn't access it, making the value of Zoo plummet within 24 hours of going live. This obviously raised questions from people who sank tens, if not hundreds of thousands into the project they were told would make them money.
I'm excited to launch my game.
You keep using and you just did it again. You keep using a word there. Game. You're not using like a project. It's a game.
It's a game. It's a really fun game that makes you money. Game that makes you money. Makes you money. Makes you money. Makes you money.
But instead of Logan or anyone addressing what was going on, they were all silent. Logan quit promoting it and never commented on it again. Instead, he moved on to another NFT project.
I came up with an idea. 99 originals. It'll be 99 photos that I take every day over the course of 99 days.
An artistic journey, actual art.
I can't stop thinking. It's the only thing I care about.
Each picture is an NFT. It all ties to my entire life.
Like, what happened to CryptoZoo, Logan? Logan, what happened? Come on.
I'll tell you about this project when we get closer to launch. This project of mine is going to be...
Is that the thing with the egg? Like the zoo?
No.
Okay,
This one's
gonna be this will be crazy I've ever done.
I guess Logan was ultimately hoping people would just forget the massive investments they made. But I mean, Coffee talked to these people, and it's not like they lost chump change.
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000. I lost around $15,000 US.
I lost $25,000.
$120,000.
500,000.
Why are all these guys white dudes? How the fuck are you just able to like waste $500,000? What's keeping Logan Paul out of jail? Good question. Good question.
$1,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in
$500,000.
Shut up! No, you haven't.
Yeah, 500K.
Logan had some explaining to do, along with the rest of his team, who consisted of Logan's manager, Pokemon Boy from earlier, and a pathological liar who embellished his entire resume, lying that he once helped the NFL, went to MIT, worked for the government, and was an orphan. Weird stuff to lie about, and even weirder for Logan's manager to still hire him, despite being warned of his dubious background.
I confronted him about some of Eddie's lies, including how he did...
Please, Jesus, come save us. The word, please, I beg of you. Where are you, bearded God in the sky? Jesus, please save us from our flavorless, sinful ways. Deliver us the seasonings of the Lord.
...work for the NFL. Jeff told me he doesn't know much about the NFL, but he knows about the business world, and so Jeff and Logan were going to continue working with him.
And as Coffee spoke to more people involved with the project, things began to look even more concerning. I'd suggest you watch his full series since it goes way more in depth than what we'll be covering today, but to summarize, Coffee was eventually given leaked screenshots of Logan and friends organizing CryptoZoo from the start. And if you read through all of these messages, it's blatantly clear that they didn't care about anything other than making themselves richer. But we already knew that was the case. Logan and his manager actually held on to their coins, but Collectibles Guru and the pathological liar we mentioned earlier made millions at the expense of the people Logan promised would be able to play the game. They couldn't, and some got entirely fleeced. Logan has since promised to refund these victims as a part of a 3-step plan he announced after Coffee's video, which is good if it happens, but it's also important to note that Logan would 100% not have done any of that had he not been criticized relentlessly by multiple huge personalities. And we know this because of Logan's first horrific response to Coffee, where he apologizes for nothing and attempts to absolve himself completely of any wrongdoing without actually providing any counter arguments to Coffee's points.
Like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real...
Oh no, he didn't. Okay, so this YouTuber, CoffeeZilla, did a full-fledged investigation of Logan Paul's cryptocurrency scam, and it was so well put together. And Logan Paul posted a video saying like, oh, you fucked up, this is ridiculous, you're just doing this for clout. And he ended up deleting that video like pretty much moments after he put it up, because it was so bad, because CoffeeZilla did such a good fucking job investigating this. Like, it's irrefutable. I don't know how this guy isn't in jail for this. Like, how are you not? Isn't this a Ponzi scheme? Is that what that is called? I think it's Ponzi. I'm not sure.
Repercussions.
Ooh, that's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Spoiler
Pump and
alert,
dump,
no.
for sure.
Logan was more interested in digging himself into an increasingly deeper hole. For example, when Coffee interviewed CryptoZoo developer Zach Kelling, who claimed to have not been paid for his work, Logan responded with, "Oh, that guy? Yeah, he's actually a criminal. And so is this guy. Basically, I hired a bunch of criminals to make this prized game I supposedly care a lot about."
He spent time in prison for multiple felonies, who has turned out to be a professional con man, fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New
What,
York
the
Yankees,
Mormons?
and now
What? Ah! Mormons are so easily like. There's something weird about Mormons and multi-level marketing schemes. They are so fucking into it. It's something about just like bored Mormon housewives. Like, seriously. Why is my thing all twisted? Stop it. He is the embodiment of hetero-cis YouTube American blonde hair, blue eyes, but he is. Like, this is the pinnacle. And his audience are children. They're like preteen little boys. I can't believe he actually hired somebody who's been in prison for fucking scamming. Jesus.
me.
Which really isn't the greatest defense in the world. If you're saying these people can't be trusted, why did you hire them? Did you vet them before?
I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process.
Oh, right, yeah, that was somebody else's job, not you. Just because there are multiple guilty parties here, it doesn't make Logan innocent, who was rightfully called out for overseeing such a disastrous project that he didn't seem to want to fix, according to the victims.
Everybody has a big part and a massive, massive cross to bear.
Each one of them scammed the project in their own way.
It was his job to check the team to make sure that everyone is working together, to make sure that he is giving the funds or the...
So he hired a team to create this cryptocurrency project. In this team were people who are like known fucking like scammers. And so when Logan Paul got his ass caught with this shit, he blamed it on the team of people that he hired. Well, why did you hire them? Why did you do that? Why didn't you investigate the people you were hiring for this project? And then saying, well, they scammed me. It's like, well, why'd you fucking hire them? Like, do you not vet? Do you not just, like, look into, like, who these people are? Like, what the fuck? That makes no fucking sense to me. That's a cop-out, totally. Like, sick backpedal, dude.
people that put it into his project under his name to people that he actually trusts. If the team failed to perform, that's Logan Paul to blame.
Remember, it's only after he'd been called out that he claimed to be working on bringing the game back to life. A year of radio silence followed by sloppy, angry responses due to a massively publicized series of exposés doesn't make it seem like you're acting out of the goodness of your heart. It's a PR move. You know you're a bad scammer when even Andrew Tate is dunking on you.
So what is your view on that whole CryptoZoo situation? Because CoffeeZilla is doing an investigation at the moment and it is quite gripping, isn't it?
The dude's a clown. The dude's he's a person who doesn't care about his fans. He just wants to make as much money as possible off the back of people who watch him. Logan's obviously a brokey.
Logan then decided to invite Coffee onto Impulsive to hash things out in person, though he didn't include how Coffee had already invited him onto his show.
It's like a little gnat. It's like a little fucking annoying gnat. It bothers me.
I wonder why the dude doesn't want to fly out there, Logan. Logan even threatened legal action before realizing there was no other route to take other than to make a weak apology over on a second channel and promise to correct the mistakes he made. While I still hope he follows through on this, it's been about 2 months at the time of me recording this, and he still has yet to pay anyone back, to my knowledge. It's ultimately important to remember this was something he really tried to get away with.
Can't those people sue? Can't they? I'm confused. Like, can't they sue? Like, can't they, like, do, like, a class action sort of, like, lawsuit against that? I'm confused. Like, how is there no repercussions for this shit?
For over a year, he thought he could just sweep it under the rug and then...
You know, Mark, I think that's kind of the thing. NFTs and crypto, I don't think there's a lot of legal definition with that. So there's probably a technicality there that where this can like fall through the cracks. But still, like, I don't understand this. Ooh, so burpy.
And make Coffee look like the bad actor, when in reality, the facts were always against him because he can't set his greed aside to not scam his fans for 2 seconds. I don't even really know why he did this. The guy is already making tens, if not hundreds of millions from other endeavors. It blows my mind to think he needs to resort to petty crypto scams to pay the bills, but I think it's mostly a testament to the person Logan is and has always been.
But what's the goal? I mean, bro, one word answer, money is a scoreboard. It's a game to me. Where do you rank on that scoreboard? You know, how many billionaires, how many self-made billionaires are there under 30? It can't be fucking more than 10.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's cool. That's cool to me. How many kids will that inspire?
Now, when it comes to online...
Your whole fucking income is based off of preteen boys sending you money that their parents give them. It's like their fucking allowance money. You've got to be kidding me with this shit. I'm in the wrong business. Fuck. If I was money motivated, man, I'd be on a totally different path. I definitely want money, though. So please like my live stream. And check out the Neogenian Archway shirt available in the pinned post above. I'm like, I'm not money motivated, but please support me. I'm poor, please. I am. I don't make much. Everything I own is in this room.
Crypto scams. The argument gets made that the full blame falls on those who were naive enough to invest. And while careful consideration and precaution should be taken before ever throwing your money at something influencer backed, I don't particularly blame the fans, at least in the case of Logan Paul.
Oh, that's cool, Susan. You got the shirt? Yeah, okay. Yeah, check out the shirt. And by the way, there's like a sort of feminine like cut available too if you click around. If any of you get the shirt, please take a picture of it and tag me, and I will feature your picture on a live stream if you want. If you don't want, then tell me. But I would love to. I would love to have like a collection of pictures with people wearing the shirt. And I designed this myself. Can I have mayo? That's not enough mayo. Like, fucking spoon more mayo on there. I grew up in Utah, okay? I need, like, a fucking half a cup of mayo on my goddamn sandwich. I love it when my roommate, the boy, I love it when he comes in and quietly, like, gives me, like, food. I need more mayonnaise! I love mayonnaise so much, it's disgusting. I have a weird fucking, like, love and fetish for mayo. I fucking love mayonnaise so goddamn much. I can, like, spoon that shit. Mayo on everything. Vegan mayo is really good, too. Have y'all ever had vegan mayo? It's expensive, but it's delicious. I suppose that's... Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, honey. I love you. Wait, can I have chips? Is there chips? Crisps! Oh, they're crisps! Love! Oh, they're crisps, love! Oi, thank you for the crisps, love. Alright, we got a crisps with our sandwich. Ah. Vegan mayo is called Miracle Whip? No. Miracle Whip? Fuck yourself. If somebody puts Miracle Whip in front of me, I will slap it out of their hand. I hate Miracle Whip. It's not okay. It's not the same. It's not the fucking same. Let's enjoy some crisps now, love. I love it when British people, like, call each other love. Thank you, love. Thank you for the crisps, love. Time for crisps. No Miracle Whip. I love sandwiches so much. It's like the perfect meal. You got your proteins, you got your fats, and you got your carbs all in one. Hold on. Oh my God. Mark just put up a premiere for a new video coming out. Dude, that's so cool. I'm excited. Hold on. I gotta look at this. New premiere. New Morg premiere. Let's see. Yay! Look. Oh, cool. What angels and demons really are? Uncovering their hidden roots. What if everything you thought you knew about angels and demons was wrong? Ooh. Throughout history, various cultures around the globe have held different ideas about what angels and demons are, but they're only stories, right? The truth is, they are very real, but not in the way you might think. I'm starting to read this in the Morg voice. I know, like, I've listened to Morg enough, like, I know the inflections. Understand what they really are will change your life forever. We are going to dive into the hidden roots of angels and demons, explore a truth so powerful that the church itself banned this knowledge, discover a ritual performed by secret societies to invoke the power of these beings, and reveal the real forces that you can harness to transform your life. Fuck yes! In 17 hours? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll be there. Join me in the chat. Morg voice. You guys know what I mean. It's like you listen to a YouTuber for long enough, you get their inflections and stuff. I love the way Morg, like, delivers things, because it's, like, it's so, like, dramatic, you know? I love it. It's, like, it's really good. It really draws you in. Fuck yeah, I'm excited for that video. I like Morg, they're my friend. Hell yeah. Alright, we're almost done with this. Oh my goodness. What time is it? 7? I'm gonna be up like all night.
Paul. It's not like he was selling, I don't know, MILF token. This was supposed to be far different than the other notorious crypto scams of the past. He was very clear about making that distinction. Even when it became apparent the project wasn't working, he still refused to do anything to make things better. He offered no transparency, effectively stringing his investors along with vague promises as he prepared for his next grift. If you ask me, Logan has not changed much since 2017. All he's really done is rebrand himself into a more trustworthy figure on the surface, only to betray that trust in a slimy attempt to line his pockets, even when it's at the expense of his biggest supporters. He doesn't care about you, and he doesn't even really care about the hate he gets, so long as enough of his core audience is still there to manipulate. Now, I'm a proponent of second chances. The occasional fuck up is normal and understandable, so long as—
You know, I gotta admit, as much as I don't like Logan Paul, and he kind of has a dumb face, he's kind of attractive. I'm gonna admit it. He's attractive. He's an attractive man. He's very fit. I'll give him that. In like a, I don't know, pure white boy, like, kind of way. It's like, I wouldn't mind fucking you, just shut up. Don't look at me. Look away. Don't look at me in the eyes. It's like, lay down. Let me do my business. Don't look at me. I just accidentally shoved mayonnaise up my nose. It was on my paper towel, and then I, like, blew my nose, and now I have mayonnaise up my nose. Yeah, Lee says, yeah, they're not ugly boys, unfortunately. It's like, But isn't that how that always goes? Like, the more attractive these white boys are, the more douchebaggy they are.
you use it as an opportunity to reflect.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca. That's so nice of you. I really appreciate that.
And grow. Learning from your past is fine, it is part of being a human. But Logan threw all of that perceived growth out the window this past year, just for a couple dollars he would have already had if he had never done any of this. It's such a bizarre move, I just don't get it. He isn't worthy of your time, your trust, certainly not your money, and after so many failed chances to redeem himself, I wouldn't blame you if he wasn't worthy of your forgiveness. But some of the diss tracks still bang.
Yeah.
Keep on, keep running. Running and running. Keep on, keep running.
Pink coin, you're my favorite coin. Elise says they're not attractive to me personally. Yeah, I get that. Alright, hold on, I gotta wash my hands of my sandwich. And I need a new drink. Ding doink, you're my favorite coin. What's your laptop doing? You're my favorite coin. I want you to dink on my face and doink on my chest. Yeah, ding doink. It's so catchy. Lee says, yeah, it's not tasteful to find them attractive. I can understand. It's sad how ugly people can be on the inside. It's true. It's like, I don't know. He also kind of looks like, Mark is right. He kind of has like a sociopathic sort of expression on him. Alright, so what do we have here? I ate my sandwich. I found a random Coors in the fridge. I don't know. But I still have Bud Light, the gay beer. Let's see. I think I want to watch this. All right, we got to talk about the Target thing because it's Pride Month. It is the holy month of queer.
Hey, Satan, Lord of Hell here. Today, I found out that apparently my favorite store is Target, which surprised me because I thought their spring collection was just kind of, okay, let's cut the crap, the conservatives are freaking out again. In a tale as old as time, the Alphabet Mafia has found itself under the crosshairs of moral outrage.
The Alphabet Mafia. That is my favorite. Lee, I'm waiting for my serial killer to find me. I am so fucking baffled by the way conservatives get pissed at shit. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I don't even like Bud Light, but I bought it because it's on sale, because nobody wants to fucking buy it. They call it like the woke beer, or like the gay beer.
The fact that less than 2% of the population want to customize their default character
Oh yeah, I was saying, like, I love the term Alphabet Mafia. The LGBTQ community, like, we're called the Alphabet Mafia. I am a full-fledged member of the Alphabet Mafia. Don't fucking cross me. I swear to God, you'll disappear.
model in real life, and less than 8% want to add a player 2 with the same loadout, has whipped the far right into such a fury that they must enact their vengeance on cardboard cutout displays.
That scene right there of that guy, like, stepping on the cardboard, like, I gotta watch that again. It's so
They
fucking
must
funny.
enact their vengeance on cardboard cutout displays.
This. It's devil worship.
Whoa, easy there, Tiger. Careful with those claws. The target, pun scripted and intended, of this new wave of pearl collectors.
Right, his little, like, baby stomp, like, He's such a pathetic loser. He's such a fucking, like, piece of shit.
Is the Pride section that can be found at your local Target as June begins. Or maybe by the time this video is posted, you won't be able to find it anymore because...
Where is it? Like, This. Oh. I love this. This guy is such a piece of shit, and I love the way this lady responds. She's fucking brilliant. Check this shit out.
Oh, I hope they do. Hey, do you guys support the satanic pride propaganda?
Hold on.
Oh, I hope they do. Hey, do you guys support the satanic pride propaganda?
Yeah, both.
You support it?
Satan and Pride.
You support Satan?
Yes! Yes! I love this lady. She just straight up like, yes, I support Pride and Satan. Just straight up. Straight up. She's beautiful. God bless her. Love that. Yeah, I support Satan. Yep, these are Satan's clothes. Yep.
Satanic pride propaganda?
Yeah, both.
You support it?
Satan and Pride.
You support Satan?
Mm-hmm.
What's God gonna think of that?
I don't believe in God.
Yes!
So you
Did
think
you need help with something?
you support the propaganda that's targeting the kids?
There's nothing targeting kids.
It's all over kids' TV shows. It's all over. They're targeting
Kids
the kids.
can choose to wear whatever they want.
Do you support the sexualization of kids through pride propaganda by
Sir,
corporate?
is there something that we can help you with?
I'm just asking people questions. What about you, sir? Do you
I'm
support
not
this?
answering any questions, but if you're here to cause any disturbance in the store,
I'm just asking questions. Do you
yeah,
work? Do you work
but
for the
you're
Target?
disrupting.
Do you work
yes,
for Target?
I do actually.
Where's your name tag?
I am the undercover loss prevention.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm just asking questions. So do you support this satanic propaganda?
I'm not
like she
answering
does?
your questions. What you need to do is you either need to leave the store.
You need to get the fuck out, dude.
God will judge you guys.
Okay.
You little piece of shit.
I mean, I can't. You won't if I don't believe in it. Yeah, it is.
He just said, like, God will judge you. And she was straight up just like, well, he can't because I don't believe in him. I love it. Just, you support Pride and Satan? Yeah. Yep, Pride and Satan. Hail Satan, lady. She's beautiful. I love her.
Are you going to purchase that?
This guy
Hey,
is a
ma'am, do you
piece of
support
shit.
this?
What did I just say?
You support pride propaganda?
Please stop.
Whoa,
Dude,
I'm
I
buying
need you-
this.
I need you to.
Whoa, let
you
go,
just said you're
man.
not buying it.
I'm gonna buy it and burn it.
You're gonna buy it,
that's
burn
your
it?
choice.
Okay.
Totally do that.
Then buy
What
it,
I
bitch.
said is you need to leave. You can't ask anybody any more questions. You can't disrupt
Freedom of
any more
speech. Call the
people.
police.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, call them.
Okay.
This guy is now banned from every fucking Target.
Trespass me. I don't care, dude.
Clearly.
You think I care if you trespass? I've done this
No,
1,000
we
times.
Never, we never said that.
You guys are satanic.
True.
True.
See, open satanic. Satanists, guys. That's what we're gonna get up against. Is open Satanists like her.
You're just anti anyone.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Do you support Pride?
No, you can't disrupt any more guests. You need to leave.
Sorry.
Sir, do you support the satanic
How
Pride
many
propaganda?
times can they fucking say it to him?
He doesn't.
He didn't say anything.
Doesn't care to talk to someone so hateful and judgmental. To
This
be
guy
honest,
looks
I'm
like a
quite
piece of
Hey,
shit.
excuse me. Do you guys support this?
Shut up.
They do.
Do you guys support the
So we-
propaganda? Yep. You do?
Yep.
It's satanic, man.
Please ignore it.
Do you know what the real rainbow stands for?
You can just continue.
The real
Sorry,
rainbow
just
is from
ignore
God.
him.
The real rainbow is from God.
Okay.
Nope, rainbows are gay. Fuck your god.
Forgot to take your crazy meds today. So are you doing self-checkout? Sir? Are you doing
Hey, sir,
self-checkout?
do you support this propaganda?
Ignore him. Ignore him. Yeah.
Do you support it or no?
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Asking questions.
Are you gonna purchase?
I love how everybody he asks, they don't give a shit. The average Joe Schmo does not give a fucking shit about this. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Or not?
Hey, sir, do you support this propaganda?
I need you to stop.
Huh?
I need you to stop. Okay?
Yeah, you gotta get the fuck out.
Are you gonna
Get the fuck out.
propaganda shirt or
Get the fuck out.
Hey, ma'am, do you support this?
Fuck out.
You're not gonna be
Do you support Pride?
Everybody here does. You should probably move somewhere else.
Get the fuck out, you piece of fucking shit. That guy is so fucking annoying. Like, go fuck yourself. At a Target? Come on. I think they actually, Target had to like, either like move their Pride display or something, but like, it's like becoming such a problem for employees. Like, it's literally, Jesus. It's literally, what was I saying? Oh my God. Hi, Cassie. Oh yeah. No, so like it's literally putting employees' lives in danger because people are like confronting them. It's so ridiculous. Cassie says there are stores in Utah who got bomb threats. I believe it.
Target's Pride merchandise will be shivering in fear in a landfill somewhere, hiding from the righteous wrath of some dude named Ethan.
Hey, do you guys support the satanic Pride propaganda?
Yeah, both.
You support it?
Yep.
You
Satan and Pride.
You support Satan?
Haha, that's my girl.
What's God gonna think of that?
I don't believe in God.
So you
Did
think
you need help with something?
you support the propaganda that's targeting the kids?
There's nothing targeting kids.
It's all over kids' TV shows. It's all over. They're targeting
Kids
the kids.
can choose to wear whatever they want.
I'm just asking questions. So do you support this satanic propaganda?
I'm not
like she
answering
does?
your questions.
God will judge you guys.
Okay.
I mean, I can't. You won't if I don't believe in it.
Almost all of these videos have the same plot. The forces of evil that must bear the brunt of God's crusade against the appropriation of the rainbow are people in red shirts trying to restock aisle 4.
Welcome to Target. The front door is right there. So we are like 10 steps in before there is an entire Pride display for your children to see.
So you guys won't boycott Victoria's Secret for pasting massive pictures of bazongas all over your local mall, but God forbid your toddler see a simplified representation of refracted light? Interesting.
I was curious where the straight section is. So like shirts that say like straight pride and like hetero as heck, super cis. You guys have like
Super
gay
cis.
clothes, but you have like specific straight clothes.
Hetero as heck? Super cis? When the homophobes learn to harness their creativity for anything other than harassing Target employees who they seem to think have the CEO on speed dial, we will be in for a 21st century renaissance.
Oh, I was just curious where the straight section was. I wanted to buy some gifts for my kids.
Shut up, bitch.
Where's the straight section for straight kids?
Indoctrination of kids, and you're like,
You know, I saw somebody react to this. I think it was Hassan, and he's like, she looks like a lesbian. No joke. Like the way she's like dressed is like, dude, you look like a lesbian. Come on. What do you mean straight clothes? You don't even look straight.
Oh, I still wanted to talk to you, sir. You're the manager, right? Still trying to talk to you about this. No? No customer service? He's refused to talk to me.
Well, no shit.
5 or 6 times.
You dumb bitch.
I can think of no better way to express your concern for the moral decline of your country than harassing and stalking a man who is just
that's
trying to
sad,
make it to his
Maria.
lunch break. While, as usual, any support a company offers to the LGBTQ+ community is considered a capital offense by right-wing commentators and their herd of followers, this particular controversy mostly centers around the products that Target offers to people with trans identities. Specifically, bathing suits that offer a light binding effect across the chest and also just a little bit more material between the legs to make tucking easier. These swimsuits are only offered in adult sizes in the adult section, but due to the efforts of a TikTok user named Kaylee Layton, wife of U.S. Marine Ryan Layton, many people became
Lord.
convinced that Target was trying to beam
Not
their
a military
cisgendered spawn
wife.
with the trans.
Military wives are just so fucking, like, that's their whole fucking personality. My husband's in the military. That's their personality. They're the same fucking women who are like, my husband is a cop. Like, it's their entire fucking personality. Like, how sad do you have to be where your identity is based on the profession of your husband? Also, I'm so tired of the military being ingratiated. They're not public servants. They're hired by the government. Like, just fucking stop it. You're hired by the government, and the government owns you. The end. You're not doing a public service. You're not a volunteer. You're fucking hired by the government, so shut up.
Ray. Proudly declaring herself TikTok's most hated, Kaylee got her first taste of TikTok fame and became the newest face of the ever-manic satanic panic when she posted this video.
We're at Target right now, and there's a lot of controversy going on about all of the Pride stuff that's coming out with kids' clothes and things like that.
Yeah, and the only reason you're posting this is because you're getting views off it. That's the only reason why these people go into Target and film shit. And they're like, look at all this Pride stuff. It's like, no, look at all your fucking clout that you're getting, you little goblin. Like, you're fucking getting views off of this controversy. Like, you don't actually give a shit about this stuff, so why are you fucking doing it? You're just doing it for the fucking attention. Shut up. You're not actually concerned. Ooh, I'm getting mad. Shut up.
So we're gonna go to the kids section, and we're actually going to see if they're putting weird, creepy, uncomfy stuff on children's clothing.
Oh, you mean like this?
Okay, this is the child section. This is literally the kids section. I'm next to a literal onesie that says whatever the hell that means.
Oh boy, do I love it when somebody adds a dash of racism to their bigotry goulash. It really adds to the flavor profile.
We have Glad You Came Out, and I'm so happy that you're queer in the kids section. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, but pride and toddler don't belong in the same sentence.
They're checkered rainbow pants, Kaylee. You're acting like they say Rim Me RuPaul on the back.
So I found an extra small swimsuit in the child section.
Spoiler alert, they're not from the kids section.
It says light binding effect on it. And then the bottoms in the kids section.
That's adult.
Keep in mind.
If you're having trouble navigating the store, Kaylee, I'm sure that one of my many minions in red uniforms would be happy to clarify where the kids section is.
Say tuck-friendly construction. They're giving it to your kids. If that doesn't give you a reason to boycott Target, I don't know what does. But this shit's getting out of hand. They're targeting children.
Get out. Why are you there shopping? You're like picking up your fucking groceries and shit. Like, shut up. Like, get out. Why? You're going into Target. You know exactly what you're going in there for. You pre-planned this. You're in there. You're saying boycott Target. She's picking up some groceries there. Seriously. She's picking up a couple of packs of soda and some fucking, like, hand soap. Like, bitch, you're there shopping. Get out. If you don't want to be there, get out. Why film this shit? And just for attention, just so you can get the clicks and the fucking, like, attention for that. Like, it drives me insane. You don't actually care about kids. You just want attention.
You like it or not, and it's time that people actually do something about it. Because if they don't, then guess what? That shit won't just be in Target, it'll be in every store, ever.
Yes.
And it's here that Kaylee...
It will. It will be in every store. The Alphabet Mafia will conquer the entire world, and everybody will be gay just by drinking Bud Light. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talks. Maria, that sucks. Yeah, I think that's very concerning.
Touches on the fear nearest and dearest to conservative hearts that one day their opinion won't be law and they will be forced to share public spaces with people that have a different opinion than them, as opposed to the biggest fear of trans people, which is potentially having their subscription to Life canceled by a random zealot in a red hat anytime they leave the house. After Kaylee's video went viral, many people went to Target and immediately proved that the swimsuits Kaylee claimed were targeted towards children could only be found in the adult section.
This is again in the adult section, not the kids section. These swimsuits are adult size swimsuits.
It's just a normal bathing suit. It's just a bit wider, more modest. This is a size medium. This is an extra small bottom. So obviously this is not for a child.
So what I'm hearing is Christians mad about these suits are mad about modesty. But I'm over here in the actual little kids swimsuit section, and I don't see any marked tuck save or binder. But you sure can put them in this itty bitty two-piece.
Tanya actually raises a great point. Not only was Kaylee's video dishonest, but these swimsuits that conservative Christians are so upset about are actually more in line with the traditional understanding of biblical passages referencing how women should dress.
Oh, thank you, Lee. That's so nice of you. I really appreciate that. You're number one. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you.
Dress modestly, as opposed to the rest of Target's swimsuit line. But did Kaylee apologize for lying in her video? No, they never do.
Okay, so everybody kept tagging this person, so I went to click on their profile, and my first thought was, oh god, it's one of these. Then I realized that, oh, it bought a swimsuit from Target and tried to prove a point. First of all, congratulations on...
Did you just fucking call a human being it? You piece of fucking vile shit. You putrid fucking waste. You fucking petri dish. Like you're fucking shallow ass bitch.
Buying the extra large. Second of all, ew. You probably shouldn't be posting that type of content on TikTok where there's children.
Tanya is a woman with her pronouns set very clearly in her bio. Calling her an it is an obvious ploy to dehumanize her because of her sexuality. Also, if you're upset and offended by an older woman wearing a full coverage one-piece bathing suit, do not visit any beaches in Europe. It will knock the greasy bangs right off your forehead. Over and over again, people went to Target and proved that Kaylee...
Like in Europe, when people go to the beach, they're fucking just naked, and that's, like, socially acceptable. I wish we lived in that time. I mean, nudity is, honestly, it doesn't have to be purely sexual. I wish I could just, like, be nude at a beach. That would be great. Or just, like, be shirtless, you know?
Had lied about the swimsuits, but Kaylee insisted that what she found was so itty-bitty, tiny, and small that no adult could possibly ever fit into them.
Extra small size couldn't fit on an anorexic size 0 17-year-old.
Hi, I'm Eiley. I'm 18 and I'm a recovering anorexic size 000. I had to go to Target and try on the children's extra small swimming suit just to prove that it is made for people who have real bodies, real adults that have real bodies.
This, honest to God, looks too big for me.
But if you notice this is big on me.
But at this point, it didn't matter.
And Cassie says nudity and sand doesn't sound like a great time. I mean, sand in the crack. In crevices, I don't know, a little gritty there. Maria says, we have a nudity beach in your town and in your... Oh, I want to go. I want to go to a nudity beach. I'd be totally down for that.
Anymore, if the swimsuits were for adults or for kids, Kaylee had declared her personal war on pride, and she had decided to dedicate her platform to waging it. In this video, she's ranting and raving that Target has collaborated with a Satanist, and that anyone who shops at Target must worship Satan, because somebody on Twitter told her so. Don't you love it when people develop an entire argument based on reading a single headline? I sure do. Let's look at what the Washington Examiner article actually said, shall we? The article is referring to the designer Eric Carnell, who heads the brand Obprollen. At least, I think that's how you say the brand. I'm sorry. Among Obprollen's other apparel are images of pentagrams, horned skulls, and references to devils. Who wrote this? A 17th century Puritan? Enoch, bring the fire and oil. A transgender is trying to make social commentary with merchandise again. But seriously, all this article proves is that the guy has a dark sense of humor. There's no evidence that Target is linked to Satanism. But let's assume Target is. What did Satanists believe anyway? Let's see what the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple are. Number 1, one should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. That actually sounds pretty nice. What about, wait, all of these are just about respecting yourself and others? What the HE double hockey sticks is this? Am I a Satanist? Oh, and they have a sick logo too. I'm being manipulated by a gothic.
I mean, I don't mind Satanists, but there is like an element to the Satanic Church that's like very misogynistic. That's kind of like stuff that they don't talk about. Also, they're very materialistic in a sense where they're more into materialism, like materialistic view of what am I trying to say? The universe, reality. It's very much like they're kind of more atheistic than anything.
Aesthetic and common sense. Curse you, Satanic Temple! This has been Satanism for Dummies.
All they do is say you're homophobic. How? I'm quite literally saying do not expose children.
What do you mean, how? You
into this stuff, and you're calling me homophobic.
So, despite Kaylee's stance against Target's Pride collection, she takes great offense to being called homophobic. Her rebuttal is that she just believes that children shouldn't be exposed to topics of sexuality and gender identity, and that she shouldn't be called a homophobe.
Cis people expose kids to sexuality all the fucking time. What the like? They're fucking high.
Because of that. The thing is, Kaylee, you're not being labeled a homophobe because you want to protect children. You're being labeled a homophobe because of this.
Because I don't want my kids exposed to sexual immorality. Because the LGBTQ community, in my personal opinion, is like kind of pedophilic.
Oh, you can take your opinion and shove it up your ass.
All right, Webster, what's the definition of homophobia? Irrational fear of, aversion to, or discrimination against homosexuality or gay people. I would say that telling an entire group of people that they're a bunch of pedophilic sinners would qualify as aversion. Wouldn't you?
The problem that I'm calling out is the fact that children are continuously getting exposed and continuously getting groomed and indoctrinated by this stuff, and apparently there's a group of people in the world who...
You take your kids to church. You're indoctrinating them with fucking monogamous, like, cis heteronormativity. Like, shut up.
I think that's totally okay.
Kaylee, kids getting exposed to this stuff is no different than me being 6 years old, plopped in front of a television, watching a man make out with an unconscious woman to break a spell. Twice. No one is forcing your child to binge watch all 15 seasons of RuPaul's Drag Race. Trixie Mattel isn't gonna be assigned to your local kindergarten class to teach them how to use lube. Age-appropriate conversations about sexuality and gender are incredibly important to protect children from predatory adults and also to make sure they don't feel like a freak, isolated and confused if they start to realize that they don't quite fit within the strict social norms of society. Blurring the lines between children just existing in the same world as consenting adults that live lifestyles incongruent to your biblical standards, and children being made to participate in inappropriate adult activities is a very dishonest way to engage in this discussion. If you have arguments about why non-traditional relationships are harmful for our culture, make those arguments, but don't pretend that homosexuality and trans identities are a disease so contagious your child will catch it by just looking at a rainbow. It is fascinating to watch this woman cling to her story even after many people proved that she was lying, but it's easy to see why. Before her controversial rise to virality, Kaylee used to run a food blog and post thrifting videos on TikTok, content completely unrelated to social commentary or politics.
Yep.
But guess what? Posting about food and clothes didn't bring in that many views.
Yep,
Transphobia
this is what I'm talking about.
brought in millions. And what's the point of life if you can't spend it ogled by the eyes of millions of strangers? Hey, f you. As Kaylee's view count rose, so did the intensity and hatefulness of her content, to the point where a lot of her videos got muted or taken down by TikTok. In this video, she equates a child being able to choose their own gender with a child being able to choose to bring a certain weapon to school. She also seems very concerned with children's private parts being chopped off. And dude, I don't know how many times we're gonna have to go through this. No sane person is advocating for gender-affirming surgery for trans people under 18. But this idea has rooted itself in the right-wing psyche. Anytime you try to bring up trans kids, they start talking about evil doctors Frankensteining kids' junk. But Kaylee's virtual wax wings brought her a little too close to the sun, because she graduated from making transphobic rants on TikTok to calling for the death of the president. You heard that right. The wife of an active member of the military, currently living on base, threatened the life of the President of the United States.
She posted on Facebook, Biden left many military service dogs to die in Kabul after the evacuation. I am calling for the public execution of this old man, and you can't change my mind.
Not exactly the brightest bulb in the knife drawer. After that threat started spreading around the internet, Kaylee seems to have taken down all of her social media, and her husband seems to have limited his online presence as well. But Kaylee is far from the only person to try to misrepresent the Target Pride section.
Tuck-friendly swimsuits or standard swimsuits with standard gussets that just say tuck-friendly on the tag.
They were selling a bathing suit that had instructions on how to tuck.
Right? So without getting too anatomical.
Right. Within even this incredibly short example, you can see how these commentators are twisting their language to misrepresent the issue. The reality of the situation is that these swimsuits don't offer anything that women's swimsuits don't already offer cis women looking for a little extra coverage. Literally, the only difference is that they have tags that notify trans people that they're a good option for chest binding or tucking. These news anchors carefully choose their words, though, to imply that these tags contain explicit instructions that are so vile and disgusting they can barely choke out the words. However,
I don't know what it is with like transphobic and homophobic cis people, but they think the most disgusting thoughts. Like, they are trying to say like it's homosexuals or like trans people are the ones that are disgusting, but they're the ones making up these deranged, psychotic, like disgusting thoughts. They're the one thinking these thoughts. They're the ones having thoughts about, you know, pedophilia, you know, like they're the ones thinking gross thoughts about children. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. Why do cis people like this have to... They are the ones that sexualize kids. They are the ones that sexualize kids. Ugh.
The damage has already been done. After enough threats of violence, and more importantly to the stuffy old suits up top, threats of boycotting, Target has tucked its tail and lowered its rainbow flag to half-mast as conservatives deliver on their promise of giving Target the Bud Light treatment. And I feel kind of torn by this. On the one hand, if this means just one Target employee is saved from being hate crimed by a degenerate cousin diddler while organizing rainbow onesies, I'm happy about that.
A Target in Layton, Utah was evacuated after officials were informed of a threat to multiple Target locations.
Dang.
They said that the threat mentioned Target's Pride merchandise displays.
On the other hand, I'm disgusted that Target would bend so easily on their pro-LGBTQ+ stance right before June, emboldening extremists and making the world a less safe place for people they claim to support.
Humankind is my company, and I just found out that Target removed all of our products with no heads up.
I've received death threats, I've received very detailed descriptions of violence. There's no doubt in my mind Target are aware that I am a targeted victim in a hate campaign. They absolutely know. and they haven't even bothered to reach out to make sure that I'm okay.
Even though Target has removed the products of very talented LGBTQ plus creators, you can still buy from them directly and support them. I'll have the links down below. I think we can expect increasing calls for boycotting from the right in the future. They seem to have become the proverbial snake deep-throating their own tail, with many Twitter users so appalled by Chick-fil-A's hiring of a VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion that they are calling to boycott the famously Christian company. You know, the company many LGBTQ plus people have been boycotting for years for the opposite reason. Soon there won't be a single store that a Bible-believing, upright citizen of the United States can walk into and shop peacefully. How tragic. I know it seems like the progress of civil rights is regressing here in the States, especially here in the South, where the eye of anti-LGBTQ plus legislation seems to be forming. But I just want to remind you guys that the one...
Yeah, okay, so Chick-fil-A is notoriously homophobic, but guess what? People purchase Chick-fil-A with, like, Visa and MasterCard, which I believe supports the LGBTQ community. So it's like, if you're gonna, like, boycott anything that supports gay people or trans people, you pretty much can't live. Cut up your cards. Don't have a bank account. Like, frankly, I don't give a shit about Chick-fil-A. I don't think I've ever, like, eaten there. I don't even think I care to.
Good thing about clouds is that when the sun shines behind them, they make a rainbow. Oh, Dark Lord, let the children of America be so fierce. Let them slay all your enemies this pride season. And oh, Dark Lord, let them serve. Let them serve you.
Happy Pride. Fuck yeah, that was good. That was well done. Really good. It's really cool. Last weekend, I woke up on, like, Sunday morning, and I discovered that Jessie Gender actually, like, commented on one of my videos. So that was pretty cool.
Hey there, interwebs. I hope you're all doing well. Unfortunately, I'm doing a quick little kind of public service announcement, especially for any transgender folks out there, especially if you are a public-facing transgender person on the internet or things like that, because there is another anti-trans documentary currently being made in the works right now, kind of in the vein of What is a Woman, the anti-trans documentary that Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire made that I debunked in this video that is on screen right now over on my main channel. And this new anti-trans documentary is using the same tactics that Matt Walsh attempted to do for his documentary to try to trick transgender people into appearing in the documentary in order to take their words out of context and frame them as the villain and incite harassment of not only them specifically as a transgender person, but transgender people generally. So let's just go into some of the details and specifics just to give a forewarning and get the word out to as many transgender people as possible, or any trans allies who may be tricked into appearing to this documentary. So to get into the specifics of it, Eli Ehrlich, who is a transgender activist who I've talked about in other videos before and certainly has a history of different things that you can go into in discussing, but it's not relevant for this video. But if you wish to know more, I did videos on her. But for this video, she was reached out to by someone claiming to be for making a transgender documentary called It Takes a Village, asking her to possibly appear in an interview for the documentary. Now, as Eli states in her tweets about this, she was initially very wary of this, and what she did eventually find out when they sent her a calendar invite. She got to see the email link to the person sending the email, and it was for one Robbie Starbuck. For those of you who don't know, Robbie Starbuck is a far-right director, film director who has done a bunch of music videos, I think, for like some of the Terminator films and things like that, but has also spread a lot of, right-wing, anti-trans, and many other sort of right-wing narratives on his Twitter and other spaces. So very clear.
Nope, not on my watch. I will cover that shit when it comes out. I'm gonna fucking slam it to the wall. I'll tell you what, I will fucking die defending, like, trans rights and shit. And you know what? There's so much shit going on, and I cover these topics all the time, and if you're sick of it, I'm sick of it too. I'm sick of, like, dealing with this shit, waking up every day, reading fucking, like, articles and stuff that just pop up in my feed about trans rights getting fucking limited here, limited there, problems, all these fucking conservative psychos that are, like, trying to attack us. Like, I'm sick of it. Like, this is ridiculous, Like, we're just trying to fucking live. So if this documentary comes out, I will fucking slam it to the wall so fucking hard. I will do it along the side with my trans allies. Like, I'm fucking sick of this shit.
Clearly, what this film was trying to get Eli Erlich into it for was to make another anti-trans documentary, trick her into appearing in it so that they could then, re-edit the interview, take her words out of context, place them in disingenuous framing devices, whether it be, framing her against like other interviews that they do and things like that, and not actually be an earnest discussion around transgender people and transgender rights. This is the same exact tactic, as I mentioned, that Eli almost had occurred to her as well with Matt Walsh, which he also exposed. For that film. Something I discussed within my debunking of Matt Walsh's film is that, there could be a film that you could make that is an earnest discussion of what it means to be a woman and what that means in different social contexts, other contexts. But as I discussed in my debunking, Matt Walsh's film was not an earnest discussion and elaboration, but a propaganda film that pushed a lot of disinformation, deliberately lied, and deliberately misedited interviews in order to frame transgender people and our allies in ways that...
Anybody who thinks Matt Walsh is an intelligent man is a fucking psycho. Matt Walsh is a stupid person's idea of a smart man. Like, just his face. He's a dumbass.
Try to stoke violence and disinformation against us. And it's absolutely horrific and ghoulish and awful. And so it seems that Robbie Starbuck is attempting to jump on that same train to try and make a lot of money doing this, like right-wing propaganda film train, because clearly Matt Walsh is making a lot of money doing What Is a Woman. He made a ton of money. It improved his YouTube channel considerably as well. It is just a way to make money by stoking hate and bigotry. And it seems like Robbie Starbuck is attempting to do the same thing. It's even more ghoulish in Eli Erlich's case because they attempted to, it seems, trick her to appearing in Tennessee, where she could possibly be arrested for many different reasons, not the least of which considering she is a transgender person, and Tennessee has the anti-drag bills, which are often wielded, which very clearly potentially be wielded against transgender people. So that is a very clear attempt to not only vilify her, but to get her arrested, which is absolutely disgusting and ghoulish on numerous levels. So at the end of the day, what I just wish to say, I'm going and did all the details on all of this, but I want to say if you are a transgender person, we just be very careful to the groups and people who reach out to you who want you to appear in their productions or channels and podcasts. The thing, I get these requests all the time. I literally, even today, I will not say who, but I was reached out to by a group that said, Jesse, we'd love to have you on our platform so you can talk about transgenderism. We want to have like a cool debate about it.
Red flag. The moment anybody says transgenderism, that's a red flag. That's a red flag that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's no transgenderism. There's none. It's not a philosophy. It's not a concept. It's not this ambiguous thing that people are just adopting for fun. There is no ism. Get that word out of your vocabulary. There is no transgenderism. That's not a thing. There are transgender people. That's it. There's no ism. Mark says it's like the fucking idiots who say wokeism. Yeah. God, don't even get me started on people who just call everything they hate woke. If you hate it, it's woke. Like, it just... Anybody who seriously calls other people woke in like a derogatory manner, don't take them seriously. They don't know what they're talking about. They have no freaking clue. The moment anybody says wokeism, woke, or transgenderism, don't stop listening to them. Yep.
And there's a few things with that email that I got that just triggered me, where it was sort of like, number one, the word transgenderism. It's like, no, transgenderism is a right-wing phrase. There is no transgenderism. There are transgender people. We are not an ideology. We are people. So that's already a phrase that has...
Thank you. We're not an ideology. We're not an ideology. We're not that. We're not that. Thank you. Thank you. We're not fucking an ideology. We're fucking people.
Sort of like, and then also to debate trans rights. I don't debate...
Mark, I will mash their face from right here. I mean, I don't advocate for violence, but I definitely am a proponent of punching Nazis.
My rights. It is trans rights are not a thing up for debate. I will go on a platform to discuss trans issues and trans rights and how we fight for them and have a conversation with them, but I will not go on a platform that is going to have me debate someone else about my own rights and my willingness to exist as a human being. I'm not going to do that. I've had that happen numerous times. It's just not a thing that's going to happen, especially when the person is using, whether they know or not, because it might just be they honestly don't know, but that using phrases that very clearly show either an ignorance or a deliberate agenda towards an anti-trans bent. So yeah, it's one of those, like, I am happy to appear on platforms that are trying to learn about transgender people, even if they don't get everything right. I'm not here to say, like, you need to agree with every single thing a transgender person says every single moment, or else I won't appear on your podcast or your show or whatever. It's like, no. I am always here as an educator. I am here as an activist. I want to teach. I want to help people learn. I am also willing to fight for transgender rights and fight bigots and assholes, but I am not going to do it on their terms.
Yes.
So basically,
Yes. Me either. I talk about this stuff because of my own volition. I ain't going to fucking debate somebody about trans issues. I'm not. No debate. Why? Because I'm right here. People who hate non-binary people and think that's not a thing, I'm here. Whether you like it or not. You can fold your arms and you can stomp your feet and just be super angry and say, like, no, there's no non-binary people. But we're here. And you're a child. And you need to be told what's best for you if you're fucking doing that shit. I'm getting a little angry right now. Like, I'm angry because my existence and who I am shouldn't be a discussion. It really shouldn't. And that's where I get angry, because I feel dehumanized. I feel like these people look at me as some freakish object rather than a fucking person. That's where I get angry. That's why I get angry. And a lot of it, the anger, comes from fear. I'm afraid of these people because it's so easy for them to look at me as as an object. And it's so easy for them to just brush my existence off and even hope that I die. So I'm afraid because these people are crazy. They're crazy, they're psycho, they're lunatics. And so I feel like I have to get angry in order to defend myself and my people. Because sometimes in life, sometimes discussion isn't enough. And you have to fight. You have to fight back. And I'm here on the front lines. Like, I'm in the trenches. I'm not letting anybody take my life away just because they want me to be something else. It's not up for debate. People can dead name me, they can misgender me, and they can call me crazy and all that stuff all they want, but I know who I am. I have a security in myself. I know exactly who I am, And there's nothing that anybody else in the world can tell me that will deviate me from my path to my self-actualization, to my higher self, to my purest form. Nobody's going to take that away from me. All right? They can do this psychological warfare all they want. It's not going to work. All right? I got mental fucking boundaries in here that a lot of this shit ain't going to cross. But I ain't going to go out without a fight, you know? Like, I'm not going to lay down. I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to stop talking about this shit until people get it in their fucking heads that we just want to exist. That was a good rant. That was an excellent rant. Good job, Jan. Anyways.
I'm here to educate everyone. I'm here to help people grow, but I'm not going to do it on someone else's terms that, you know, may give any of their nasty, disgusting viewpoints any level of credence, because they don't have credence. I will point out why they are wrong, why they're disgusting, why it is harmful, but I am not going to be on a platform that is going to say, well, maybe they have good points too, because they don't. Be careful out there, and also be very wary of Robbie Starbuck's upcoming documentary. We'll see, you know, if it's anything worth talking about, if it does release, if it does get made. So we'll talk about it when we talk about it, but just be very wary if you do get emails or reach out from that. And also just wanted to let you know my stance as well.
Yeah.
Hey there, interwebs. I hope you're all doing well.
I ain't dealing with that shit. If this documentary actually does get made and it comes out, I will watch it and I will nail it to the fucking wall. I don't care if it takes me hours. It'll probably be exhausting, but I ain't gonna be shut up about it. If they get clout off of being transphobic, I'm gonna get clout from their transphobic shit. Like, bring it. Bring the controversy. I hope people come. I ain't fucking dealing with this shit. Alright, let's see. What's going on? Why is my music coming up? Jesus Lord. Well, let's see. Where are we? We're almost 5 hours into the stream. Definitely still up and going. How capitalism causes loneliness. Interesting. 17 minutes? Yeah, okay, let's do this. Let's switch gears a little bit. Check out this show.
This episode.
Alright. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Take a dink on my face and a doink on my chest, yeah. Dink doink. Dink doink, you're my favorite coin. Take a dink on my face and a doink on my chest, yo. Stupid song.
And others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join the Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Oh, Jesus.
Loneliness. Loneliness. American epidemic.
Epidemic of loneliness.
Actually hurts you more than smoking cigarettes.
Debilitating levels of
loneliness is killing me.
Loneliness. If you've watched Bo Burnham's Inside, you've heard about it before, and experts say it's as bad as eating 15 cigarettes a day. But what is loneliness really?
Wait.
And is it a problem?
Wait, did he just say eating cigarettes? Wait, why did that... Damn it. Did he just say eating cigarettes? Who the fuck eats cigarettes?
This episode, and others like it, are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join the
Loneliness. American epidemic.
Epidemic of loneliness.
Actually hurts you more than smoking cigarettes.
Debilitating levels of
loneliness is killing me.
Loneliness. If you've watched Bo Burnham's Inside, you've heard about it before, and experts say it's as bad as eating 15 cigarettes a day. But what is loneliness really? And is it a problem? The answer to both of those questions is yes.
Because loneliness is a problem that has existed behind the shadows for too long. And I came to realize this when I first began my tenure as Surgeon General, and I traveled the country and would talk to people who would tell me that they were lonely, but they wouldn't use that word. They would say things like, you know, I feel I have to carry all these burdens in my life by myself, or I feel if I disappear tomorrow, nobody would care, or I feel invisible.
Don't feel anything.
Right, and it turns out that millions of people struggle with loneliness. So when you dig into the data, what you find is that about 1 in 2 adults in America was reporting levels of.
Good night, Maria. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. It was so nice to hang out with you. Yes, please go to sleep. Good night, honey. Good night, love. Chip, chip, cheerio. Good night. Second Thought is a great channel. Yeah, I'm liking his material.
Loneliness, and these numbers are even greater among kids. But what you also find is that loneliness has serious effects on our mental health and our physical health, raising our risk for depression, anxiety, and suicide, but also increasing our risk of heart disease, stroke, dementia, and premature death.
Loneliness is a massive problem that's only gotten worse. We know this because earlier this year, researchers published this paper. And these are the graphs they came up with. Using a national survey tracking people's habits on random days for 17 years, researchers found that between 2003 and 2020, people started spending a lot more time alone and a lot less time with friends, family, and acquaintances. Like you heard the Surgeon General explain earlier, that's a big deal. It's not like people are a little lonely so they feel sad for a bit and then happy for a bit and it all kind of evens out. We're spending a lot more time alone, which is bad for both our mental and our physical health. Everything from depression to dementia to heart disease gets worse the lonelier we are, and the data shows that's an increasingly large number of us. And while the pandemic brought this into focus and made things even worse, the researchers behind this study stressed that these trends were already there well before COVID started. We've been on this path for a while. So who do we blame? Smart.
We talked a lot about the phone. We talked about the way technology has changed our lives, made us a little more insular, even though we're connected in digital ways.
And technology has utterly transformed how we interact with one another. Now, tech can be good or bad. They can help us or hurt us.
Technology has transformed the way we live and work now, where these connections are happening on Zoom, online.
Could you stop that? Smartphones. In a lot of the interviews and public addresses you've probably seen about the loneliness epidemic, phones, social media, and technology in general get blamed, taking up a lot of airtime. And don't get me wrong, social media definitely has a bad effect on our mental health. We've known this for a really long time now, and just about every study we've ever done confirms it. For example, a study that came out just this year found that more social media time equals worse mental health. And as a solution, it recommends that, quote, social media users be cautious when interacting with social media features, especially likes, comments, followers, media, and posts, because of their significant effect on mental health. Yes, phone bad. But phone not only thing
Disco
bad.
ball!
While social media for sure has a
Disco ball! Disco ball! Yeah, the disco ball. I want to see it again.
Because of their significant effect on mental health. Yes,
Disco
phone bad.
ball!
But phone not only thing bad. While social media for sure has a role in this crisis of loneliness, something a lot bigger is either completely absent from or barely glossed over in these interviews. Something that socialists have known contributes to isolation for a long time. And that's alienation. For centuries now, socialist thinkers led by the dapper young Marx have anticipated that capitalism would produce the kind of acute loneliness we're experiencing today. And if you've heard about alienation before, watching these news segments can be a little frustrating. Before we explain what it is, alienation is a structural feature of our capitalist society. It's almost universal, and for the most part, out of our control. That's important, because when these reports downplay it or don't acknowledge it, which is almost always the case, it leads them to conclude that while loneliness affects a lot of people, it's ultimately an individual problem with individual solutions.
And finally, their personal practices. Look, in all of our lives, we can do simple things, like taking 15 minutes a day to reach out to and connect to someone we care about, to make sure that we are giving people our full attention when we're talking to them in conversation and aren't distracted by our phones. And
at the end of the day, as you say, the solutions are on us. It's on people, it's on individuals, on families, on groups of friends to do something. And these relationships do take work, as we're reminded. I feel like I'm in touch with
Don't get me wrong. Personal practices to improve our isolation and our mental health are good things, and they're not the only thing in the Surgeon General's report or the interview I keep pulling clips from. Both do mention larger scale approaches to this problem, like regulation for tech companies, government investment in community organizations, and improvements to public health infrastructure. It's not all bootstraps and get her dones. But a really large piece of the puzzle is still missing in these reports. There's something else that's to blame for a big chunk of the loneliness we feel that can't be addressed by either individual practices or a little extra funding for community organizations.
Capitalism.
And that's capitalism, which, especially in its neoliberal variant, produces, thrives on, and actually even demands more individualization and the ever greater atomization of our society. Let me actually explain alienation. You'll see what I mean. On the economic front, capitalism is a commodity production system. That's the engine that keeps things running. Making stuff for the sole purpose of selling it for more than it costs to make. Profit-motivated production. The way this production is organized under capitalism is by class. You have the class of people who own the resources needed to produce commodities, and those who are hired to use these resources for the production of goods. Capitalists and workers. Employers and employees. What does this have to do with alienation? It turns out, a lot. In some of his earlier works, Marx identified that the way we organize work and production under our current system alienates us, meaning it creates a separation between us and four things: nature, work, others, and ourselves. Nature, because through the logic of commodity production, it's no longer something we're a part of. It's just this dead resource we extract from to make stuff. Work, because most people work for someone else in order to make something that the other person owns. You work in a Funko Pop factory. Once you're done making that Funko Pop, it's not yours to sell. You sold your labor power, but the product of it belongs to someone else. And then there's alienation from others and ourselves. In the labor market, we are commodities. Almost all of us sell 8 or more hours of our day to somebody else. During that time, we kind of stop being people and become just another resource that yields profit for our employers.
Yeah.
That's already not great. Being reduced to this one thing for most of our waking hours, instead of being the complex, interesting human beings with different interests and emotions that we are, sucks. We're expected to just turn that off and compartmentalize while we're on the clock. We're interchangeable in the eyes of capital, and it's why so many people relate to the idea of being just a cog in the machine. That feeling of alienation is miserable and isolating. But it doesn't end there. Like, what about all the other cogs? As commodities in a competitive market, we're constantly pitted against one another, whether that's for job positions, promotions, or layoffs. There are always fewer jobs than people to fill them. And while you can be friends with your coworkers, in the back—
Yay! Philip says, I just got home and found my Jan Damon shirt in my mailbox, and it's amazing. Good! I'm so glad. I hope it like looks good. Does it look like, does the quality look good? I need to buy my own shirt. That's so exciting. The image quality is great, yes? Yay!
back of your mind, there's always going to be a little voice that says, if the boss ever wants to fire someone, you'd rather it'd be them than you. Social cohesion is harder to come by in this zero-sum competition that decides if you get to eat this month. Also, when, in spite of the odds, solidarity and compassion do get realized in the workplace, and it takes the form of a union, capitalists are merciless in their efforts to turn workers against one another. Teamwork and collaboration are one thing, but solidarity terrifies them. Of course, real life is less binary than this. We make friends on the job, our boss can be a real-life nice person. But the built-in competitive element of labor under capitalism puts a strain on these relationships, and that's the problem. The way our economy is organized runs against our natural drive and physical need to socialize. It doesn't make it impossible, but it sure as hell doesn't help. And I've been talking for a while now, but we still haven't gotten the full picture yet. Not only does capitalism's reliance on a competitive labor force contribute to us feeling lonely at work, its demand for ever greater exploitation makes work a larger part of a lonelier life. If we go back to that study I used earlier, the one with all the graphs and the trends, this one, there we go. If we go back to this study, one of the main conclusions, literally the first line at the top of the page in this big highlighted box, says, quote, hours worked per week emerged as a structural constraint to social connectedness. In normal words, you work more, you feel lonelier.
Rise and grind. All men are created equal. Some just work harder. Now, if you want to be broke for the rest of your life, keep doing what you're doing. But if you want something different in life, you gotta do something different. You gotta go all in.
Your boss will always be trying to make you work more and pay you less. That's one of the main ways they increase their profits. If they do that by increasing your hours without touching your salary, you now have less time to socialize. If they do it by keeping your wage the same...
Hold on, there's something going wrong off with my chair. It's like not leaning back how it's supposed to. No, why won't it do that? I don't know what's going on with my chair. Usually it can like tilt back, but it's not doing that. Oh well. I'll figure it out later, I guess.
But reducing your hours, you now have less money to spend on leisure. Someone with a higher income may be able to pay for someone else to do their chores, while someone earning less has no choice but to stay home and do it themselves. Regardless, in either scenario, what decides how lonely you are is the threat of poverty keeping you at your job, and your boss taking advantage of that to either make you work more or pay you less. They can't afford to care if that makes your life worse. They need to be profitable.
Philip says it's in the shirt and not a decal. Oh, so it's like threaded like into the shirt. That's good.
And if you're lonely because of that, that is not their concern. And all this is before we even get to the neoliberal part of the equation. You can add neoliberal culture and politics to these economic factors inherent to every iteration of capitalism. Neoliberal culture values things like self-reliance, rugged individualism, disdain for the poor and unfortunate. And of course, neoliberal pundits are constantly hammering on the myth that meritocracy is real, even though you can accurately predict a baby's future salary using only the zip code they're born in, their race, and their gender. And
hell yeah, hold on. Hold on. Hell yeah. This is a photo that Philip just sent me of the shirt. And I love it. That looks nice. That looks great, actually. Dang, I need to get me a shirt. So yeah, this is the Zedek, like, archway design. So, like, there's a lot of symbology here that I put together. Because, you know, a zeta is like a zero, but it's, like, all-encompassing of, like, reality and ourselves. So we have the hourglass shape, which is like just a jagged infinity symbol, but you can make out a Z in it for Zeta. And 0 being at top because it's like 0's the best, and then 1 at the bottom, 0 being, you know, more of a divinity thing, and then having dawn light coming out from the top of it. And then all of this symbol is in an archway, which is like passing through from the end to the beginning. Philip says it isn't too heavy or thick either. It's nice material. Good. Yeah, I'm excited. Fuck yeah. That makes me happy. But yeah, the link is pinned in the chat. And you can find it here. There's also this cut. So if you would prefer like that sort of style, you can have that. Otherwise, there's just this style here. And yeah. This price is just for me because I think I'm the creator, so it like takes off like the extra charge. But I think it's about, I don't remember how much I said it, but it should be like, it shouldn't be any more than like 20 bucks. Maybe with shipping, I don't know. Philip, can I ask you how much it, like, with, like, tax and shipping and everything, how much that costs? Is that okay? I'm just curious. Like, what the shipping and the taxes on that. $27.48 total. Okay. That's a lot for shipping. Jesus, it's just a fucking shirt.
And on top of the rhetoric, you can add neoliberal policy. Things like defunding social institutions, like schools, which are then forced to cut their arts and after-school programs. Or defunding public health institutions, where loneliness and other mental health difficulties could be treated. Or deregulating work, so your boss can work you longer. Set aside loneliness for a second and think of mental health more broadly. How many sources of anxiety, stress, suicidality, depression, anger, and misery do you think could be avoided if we used all the empty houses at our disposal to guarantee people a home, instead of sitting on them until they turned a profit? How much of the mental health puzzle could we solve if millions of people didn't need to worry where their next meal would come from because we distributed food freely without bureaucratic means testing gumming up the works? How much of a load off someone's mind would it be not needing to worry about getting around when their car breaks down because of a robust system of public transportation? When all of society is geared towards maximum exploitation instead of maximum well-being, of course mental health is going to suffer. Between the material incentives of capitalists that isolate us from nature, work, each other, and ourselves, and neoliberal insistence that we're alone in our personal responsibilities.
Yes, I'm telling you, because humanity is in such a state of like survival mode right now. It's like humanity is just getting by as best as they can with very fucking little. We literally like have this system, as this guy is saying, that keeps people from reaching their full potential because they're having to worry about basics such as like having food and clothing and housing. So it's really concerning that we're based on that. And of course this epidemic of loneliness, I mean, that makes sense when capitalism breeds that. We need something that helps humanity thrive. Lee says, oh, I don't have shopping tax in your state. Where do you live, Nevada? I'm in California. I think we got like the highest rate of tax. Shopping tax. Delaware. Delaware. don't know why that's funny. You live in fucking Delaware? What the hell's in Delaware? I did not expect you to be in Delaware.
Combined with their policies that force us to be, it's a miracle we aren't even lonelier.
Joe Biden. Wake up, Joe Biden.
The solutions are on us. It's on people. It's on individuals.
But I forgot to mention another way this capitalist blindness further contributes to our isolation. Since the loneliness epidemic became part of the zeitgeist, employers have started using it as another argument in the long fight to bring workers back to the office after COVID. A bunch of companies, probably including the one where you work, have spent the last few years playing around with this idea that work from home is to blame for all the isolation and loneliness people are feeling. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's all those, like, come back to the office, the culture here is so great statements every HR department is sending out.
Oh, right.
And I don't fundamentally disagree with their premise. Their execution is laughable, but work from home can be lonely. However, that doesn't mean going to the office is necessarily better, nor is being forced back the solution people want. We want our work to be less isolating, more meaningful. We want more time out of work to socialize. Most people want some amount of flexibility so they can stay at home part-time and go into the office every once in a while. We want to have the power to put our social lives and our needs before profit maximization. Most people want the ability to have a say in how policies are decided. But bosses don't want that. They want absolute control.
This is not an employee choice. They don't get to choose their compensation, they don't get to choose their promotion, they don't get to choose to stay home 5 days a week. I want them with other employees at least 3 or 4 days.
We've told people we expect them on May 17th, 1 or 2 days a week. Get used to it, get your head wrapped around it, get your head wrapped around the fact that we may, if we can, the legal issues about requiring vaccines, but by mid-July, 50% will be back in. Obviously,
capitalists think working from home means working less. They already have a ton of surveillance tech on people's computers to police you at home. But of course, that's obviously not as good as putting you in an open space where everyone's eyes are on your screen, guilting you into never taking a break. That's why they're always talking about returning to the office. They don't care about loneliness. They care about their bottom line and power. They want to regain the control they lost when you stopped being in their line of sight 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. None of these guys are doing interviews saying, we work our people too hard and research shows that's making them lonely. We should really tone it down. No, they just want to tell you what to do and make sure you do it.
Yeah.
Or, you know, they're real estate moguls and they're losing money with all these empty office spaces. Here's the thing. When we don't talk about all this, about how overwork, exploitation, and our disgusting politics of rugged individualism profoundly affect loneliness, we open the door to capitalists and their rhetoric. If we don't talk about work, they will, and they get it exactly backwards. They'll take this loneliness epidemic, this massive detrimental problem to our society, this thing that's making us miserable and literally killing us, and use it as an argument for more time in the office like they're doing us a favor. Don't fall for it. The roots of this problem go far deeper than they will ever acknowledge. And before I cut this video off, I want to reiterate something. If you know or suspect a friend is having a hard time with these feelings of loneliness, please reach out to them. And if you're experiencing loneliness yourself, please reach out to someone in your life, or a medical professional, or someone on the other end of a warm line to talk about it. Even with all this structural pressure around us, there is help available. It works, and you can overcome this. You are allowed to and deserve to feel happy.
Yay. That was really good.
More connection in our life. And that's how I want people to think about this. Loneliness is not a source of shame. It's like hunger or thirst, a signal that our body sends us when we need something for our survival, and that's social connection.
I mentioned at the beginning of this video that my channel is only possible thanks to my patrons on Patreon. As some of you may remember, I used to make general interest science videos. I didn't particularly enjoy it, but it was easy to get sponsors for that kind of content. When I made the switch to political content, something I actually do enjoy, most of my sponsors bailed. It's understandable, not many brands want to associate with anti-capitalist content, but that means I've had to rely more heavily on the generosity of viewers.
We can't capitalize your anti-capitalism content. That's so funny. It's like, well, no shit.
Like you. I've got one reliable sponsor left, and it's a little nerve-wracking not to have much predictable income to count on. If you're able to chip in even $1 a month, I would greatly appreciate your support. As a little show of that appreciation, every patron, regardless of donation amount, gets early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server. It's a great place to hang out. We've got everything from a recommended reading list to a...
All right. The Song and Dance of Fascism? Anti-woke oh, we watched that already. Relaxing to birds? No. let's just fucking sit here and listen to birds. Trump rants about trans people? Oh, Jesus. Why there is no such thing as a good billionaire? Yes.
So Patagonia, the company that makes overpriced vests for tech bros who pretend to be outdoorsy, got a metric fuckload of good headlines this month when their billionaire owner, Yvon Chouinard, announced that he was donating the entire company to fight climate change. Twitter exploded in jubilation. The Washington Post said, finally, a billionaire willing to smack back at capitalism. Even the beloved environmentalist Bill McKibben said, if every company was as decent as Patagonia, the world would work better and people would be cozy all winter. Now, this is a wonderful story. I would love to believe that there's a good billionaire out there looking out for the planet from atop his pile of money. But you can feel what's coming, can't you? I mean, I wouldn't be making this video if there weren't a darker truth to expose. Am I really gonna do this? Am I actually gonna disagree with Patagonia, the media, and Bill McKibben, a man I deeply respect and admire, and tell the world why this feel-good story is actually terrible? Fuck yeah, I am. Not only was this donation designed to help Chouinard avoid billions of dollars in taxes, the fact that it's even possible for a billionaire to pull this maneuver is an unmitigated disaster for the planet and for our democracy. And when we swallow PR like this, we are literally falling for the oldest billionaire bullshit in the book. Now, a lot of people found this story believable, including me at first, because it fits Chouinard's carefully cultivated public image. He's been described for years as the reluctant billionaire, a frugal rock climber who just loved making gear for his friends, then tripped and accidentally started a $3 billion company. People tell stories about Chouinard eating cans of cat food to save money, and he famously still drives a Subaru instead of a fancy car.
Really? And why, if you're poor, you don't need to eat cat food? Like, fucking cat food? Why is my chair fucked up? Chair fucked up. Chair, why are you fucked up? Oh shit. Now you're extra fucked up. Not safe for human consumption? Why the fuck would you eat cat food? I just don't understand. Like, why you can't get a fucking can of beans or some shit? Fucking can of peas or something? Ramen? Ramen noodles? Really? You're gonna go for cat food? That just sounds gross as bleh. Dude, I hate cat food. I don't mean it as in like the taste. I'm not eating it. I hate opening up the little can and then it's like you get that juice, fishy fucking juice all over your hands.
The dude supposedly doesn't even own a cell phone, which is maybe why he doesn't know that human food is just as cheap as cat food. We're saving money, Yvon.
Thank you. Like, what the fuck?
You were just being weird. And as far as corporations go, Patagonia does have a solid environmental record. They've donated over $140 million to a huge number of organizations, promoting everything from land conservation to biodiversity to sustainable agriculture to the end of fossil fuels. Now, Chenard said that he wanted the company's commitment to the planet to continue after his death. So instead of selling the company to some corner-cutting capitalist who would start powering the fleeced vest factories with coal and, I don't know, cancel the Batgirl movie again, he decided to donate all of his stock to a nonprofit organization with a mission of helping the planet. In a New York Times piece so glowing it might as well have been written by his publicist, Chenard said that hopefully this donation will influence a new form of capitalism that doesn't end with a few rich people and a whole bunch of poor people. And his own accountant said that he'll receive no tax benefit for his donation whatsoever. But if you want the straight story about a billionaire's finances, it might make sense to ask someone other than the guy who cooks the books for him. The truth is, if
there's a lot of weird, like, financial practices by billionaires where it's like, it's almost like they put themselves in debt to make more money in a way. Like, that's a very, like, loose, like, blankety way of, like, saying that. But, like, it's really weird how they kind of, like, deal with their finances. It's not what you think it is, let's just say. It's not, like, the way they invest their money it's like some cases, yeah, they're like in more debt than anything, but they're still like really fucking rich.
Chenard really just wanted to make sure that Patagonia's value stayed intact. He didn't need to donate it to a nonprofit. He could have just given all $3 billion worth of shares to his kids. They could have kept running the company according to Daddy Dearest's wishes and lovingly rapped about him at corporate board meetings. So, why didn't he do that? Simple. He would have had to pay $1.2 billion in gift taxes. And Yvonne's a good billionaire, so he doesn't like paying taxes. I mean, why should he have to pay for the roads his products are transported on, the schools and universities his workers are educated at, the GPS system that he uses to track his shipments, and the government research into heart attacks and cancer that have kept him alive until the ripe old age of 83? I mean, he's self-made, right? He did it all by himself. Now, I know what you're thinking. Adam, he didn't pay taxes because he did something better. He donated it to charity. Well, let's take a look at how charitable that donation actually was. 98% of the shares Chenard donated were given to a brand new environmental nonprofit he formed called the Holdfast Collective.
Wait a minute.
Kind of a weird name, sort of sound.
Wait a minute. A nonprofit organization that he created? So you're donating to your own nonprofit organization? Something doesn't smell right here. Something's off.
Sounds like a mid-2000s Brooklyn indie band, but more about that in a second. The other 2%, though, were Chenard's voting shares. These are the shares that let you actually control what the company does. And these shares were given to something called the Patagonia Purpose Trust, which is solely controlled by Chenard and his family. With this...
Wait a minute. So you donated money to yourself? Essentially? What the fuck is happening here? I'm so confused. I have so many questions.
Means is that even though all the headlines said Chenard was donating the company to charity, he and his family will continue to control Patagonia forever. You know, I didn't know that was how donations worked. When I donate my car to 1-800-CARS-FOR-KIDS, I can't show up the next weekend and take it for a joyride. But Yvonne and his family can. Now, the family did have to pay about $17 million in gift taxes to execute this maneuver, but don't forget, they already saved $1.2 billion by donating the other 98% to charity. So they came out roughly $1.2 billion ahead. That shit's not even a rounding error. So what about that other 98%? And who exactly is the Holdfast Collective? Well, they're actually pretty mysterious. They don't even have a website. And when you Google them, you just find a bunch of Reddit threads of people asking, what the hell is the Holdfast Collective? But what we do know from the New York Times is that the Holdfast Collective will receive roughly $100 million a year in profit from Patagonia, and that they plan to use that money to influence the US political system. See, regular nonprofits are what's called 501c3s.
Yeah.
501c3s are required to use the money for charitable purposes and are barred from making political contributions. But the Holdfast Collective is a 501c4, and that means it's allowed to use that money to donate to politicians, super PACs, and even to conduct direct political campaigning. And since it's safe to assume that the Holdfast Collective is going to be basically run by the Chenard family, considering they founded it and control its money supply, that means Yvonne was able to take his $3 billion company and turn it into a $3 billion political influence machine, tax-free. He didn't pay capital gains tax on the growth of the company. He didn't pay the income tax that I would have to pay before I donate to my favorite 501c4. And he definitely didn't pay the gift taxes you normally have to pay if you want to give $3 billion in money and political influence to your kids. That's right, Patagonia made the jackets, but it was the rest of us who got fleeced. That's a Patagonia pun. Let's be clear. Because of their control of Patagonia and Holdfast, Chenard's descendants are going to wield massive political power for their entire lives. They're going to be invited to meetings with powerful elected leaders. They'll be flown around the world to conferences. They'll be lauded as great philanthropists until the day they die, when their kids will take over as moneybags-in-chief. Chenard has turned his money into permanent political power for him and his descendants, and I do not think he should get a tax break for doing it. And look, I'll grant Chenard's good intentions here. I think that in addition to wanting to say—
That's not a good intention. You're donating money to your own, endeavors. What the fuck?
Save money on his taxes, he and his family are motivated by a sincere desire to help the planet. And I think their donation, taken in isolation, will do that. But we can't take it in isolation, because Chenard is not the only billionaire pulling this move. And the other billionaires are a lot less cuddly than Mr. Puffervest for the planet. Let's talk about a different billionaire named Barry Side. The wonderful investigative journalism outfit ProPublica did an expose this year on Side when he pulled the exact same move as Yvonne. He donated his entire fortune to charity. But Twitter and the New York Times didn't throw a party in Barry's honor. Why? Because the charity he donated to was run by Leonard Leo, the right-wing activist who spent the last couple decades stacking the Supreme Court with radical conservatives. You know, the same conservatives who recently overturned Roe v. Wade and banned the EPA from regulating greenhouse gases. Cheering on Chenard's abuse of the system just because you agree—
All right, hold on. I'm gonna be back. Take a couple of minutes break. I'll be right back. And we're back. This shit is crazy. Like, I'm telling you, billionaires are fucked in the head. They are fucking sociopathic motherfuckers. To be in that position, you have to pretty much not give a shit about humanity at all.
With his cause doesn't make sense. It's like cheering for a baseball player who does steroids. Sure, it's nice when he hits a home run for your team, but when all the other teams are doing it too, you get your ass kicked and it kind of fucks the game up. It's also, how to put this, the opposite of democracy. See, everyone sees the world differently and everyone has different needs. And that means that no one person has all the answers. So the central insight of democracy is that we need to spread power wide.
There's this tiny little fly that keeps harassing me. It's just like it keeps floating around my beer and my face. Like, go away. Fucking flies. As I pick my nose. Right on camera. Let me just pick my nose right on camera. Anyways.
And diversely among many different types of people if we want to solve our biggest problems. But billionaires like Chenard are doing the opposite. He's hoarding power, even if he feels that he's using it for good. But why should the owner of a fancy clothing company get to decide what's good or not? Why don't we all decide it together? You know, maybe the billionaires could kick in their fair share to a communal pool of money we all contribute to, and then we could vote on what to spend it on. I don't know, just a crazy idea I found on this dusty old scroll. But no, instead, our system allows a few wealthy people to amass disgusting amounts of wealth and then gives them a tax break when they use it to influence our political system. And that is no way to run a society. Democracy only works when everybody has a voice. So
I'm just always so baffled, and I mean, I'm aware of this, obviously. I'm not like, this isn't like new information to me, but it still baffles me just how much big businesses and corporations and things are invested in influencing the political state. That's one thing where people are like, oh, if you're not like conservative, like, or, you know, right wing, like Republican, like, are you Democratic? And I'm like, I don't really care for that either, because Democrats are totally on leash by their corporations. So they seem progressive, but really they're full of shit. It's like, you know, what's my political stance? Teleocratic. Teleocracy. Teleological something. Something that's invested in the well-being of humans, not the well-being of corporations.
Instead of applauding Chenard, we do a lot better to take that power back for ourselves. Now, I think that argument is pretty straightforward. Open and shut, video could end right there. Except that, when I posted about this on Twitter, I was deluged with hate from angry billionaire fans. And I started to realize that something deeper is going on here. I mean, people really love this cat food eating, Subaru driving, humble billionaire who cares. And they get very mad at you if you criticize.
Seriously, cat food? Like, that's just weird. Like, you're just weird there. Like, you don't have to do that.
Criticize him. I mean, he's got a great brand and people love it. I love it too. I love my Patagonia jacket. When I wear it, I feel like I'm in that Wes Anderson movie where Bill Murray is sad in the 60s. No, not that one, the other one. No, not that one, the other one. No, not that one, the other. That's the one. Thank you. All right, there's 3 more though. But here's the problem. That story, that brand, isn't real. It's PR. It's marketing. It's spin, baby. Let me tell you about a little place called Bentonville, Arkansas. So a few weeks back, I was booked to MC an event at Crystal Bridges Art Museum in Bentonville, a beautiful small town in northwestern Arkansas that also happens to be the home of one of the most lavish and expensive art museums in America. Why there? Well, a clue might be in the name you see emblazoned all over town, Walmart. Sam Walton opened the first Walmart store in Bentonville in 1962, and now that it's the largest retailer in the world, yes, larger than Amazon, its headquarters are still in Bentonville. Sam Walton is now dead, but his kids, the 11th, 12th, and 13th richest people in America, have poured money into the town. They've built miles of bike trails all around the surrounding area. They've preserved the beautiful, historic town square, and they've built a $200 million art museum. But that's not the only museum I visited in Bentonville that weekend. Housed in a replica of an old-fashioned five and dime store is the Walmart Museum, a monument to Sam Walton's humility and humble decency. They have an exact replica of his shabby home office, which actually brought a tear to my eye because it reminded me so strongly of my own grandfather's office when I was a kid. And according to this museum, Sam hated money so much that he drove a beat-up old truck. And to prove it, they put the beat-up old truck in the museum.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit, swap the pickup for a Subaru and this could be the Patagonia Museum.
Oh my god. Who gives a shit? Imagine going to that museum. That's gotta be the most boring fucking museum there's on the fucking planet.
Now, there's something a little perverse in building an entire museum to tell people how humble and thrifty you are, but it works. People in this town love the Waltons, and when I struck up a conversation with them, they talked about the Waltons like they were family. Because of the Waltons' investment, the population of Bentonville has sextupled. Property values have skyrocketed. Oh, and don't forget the world-class art museum they built in town, where Bentonville residents can chill out and look at a Rothko, listen to an artist of color give a talk, or visit one of Yayoi Kasuma's famous infinity rooms. When I was waiting in line for this exhibit, I overheard two teenagers talking about how they had never been to an art museum before, and hearing that, made my heart swell up. This is a part of the country that has been left out of cultural investment for a century, and the Waltons are changing that. That is unequivocally a good thing. But there's also a deep irony in Bentonville that makes visiting it almost creepy. Because even though the Waltons have preserved this perfect American small town, they only had the money to do so because they have destroyed the downtowns of so many other cities in America. According to a 2008 study from MIT, Walmart was responsible for 40 to 50% of the decline in small discount stores like the ones their museum was built to resemble. Other researchers found that when Walmart comes to town, it correlates with increased obesity, higher crime rates, and lower overall employment in that.
Walmart makes people fat and violent, okay? Fat and violent.
That area. And this proves that the narrative Sam Walton spun about himself, that he never cared about money, he was just a humble guy who loved giving back. Well, it was bullshit. There are no accidental billionaires. The only way to make that kind of money is on purpose. This dude devoted his life to building the biggest, most profitable company he could, and then he used that money to tell a sweet and cuddly story about himself to distract from all the evil shit he did. And even though I don't think the average Patagonia wearer is a big fan of Walmart, it bears pointing out how closely the story Chouinard tells about himself resembles Walton's. The reluctant billionaire rock climber who doesn't care about money, drives a beat-up old car, and loves giving back is a great story. But it's also marketing, and Chouinard tells it because it benefits him and Patagonia to do so. I mean, how many made-in-Vietnam puffer vests have they sold over the years because somebody looked at them and said, hey, he's the good billionaire, I'm gonna help him save the planet? Hell, if you go to Patagonia.com right now, they are using that story to sell you more overpriced crap. But look, none of this is new. The truth is that billionaires have been telling this story about themselves since the first proto-capitalist took his first quivering steps out of the money swamp.
Yeah. That's the thing that kind of drives me nuts, is just the constant, almost virtue signaling of just these billionaires, but they do this and they do that. It's in the grand scheme of things, billionaires just aren't good. So maybe just stop with trying to humanize them, because they just really don't care about you or anything but themselves. Even their charitable efforts are just full of shit. It's really for themselves. So
Let's do a quick review of the Billionaire Bullshit Hall of Fame. Mark Zuckerberg got incredible headlines when he said he was donating his fortune to charity in 2015. Then it turned out the charity was just an LLC he controls that invests in for-profit businesses. For years, people have described Bill Gates as saving the world. He even made his own Netflix documentary about what a generous genius he is. Of course, that's before we learned he's a serial sexual harasser who became best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein after he was convicted of sex crimes.
Wow.
Bill was like, oh, this dude's a sex offender? Well, what's he doing Thursday? And finally, Warren Buffett, a man who decades of PR have described as so saintedly frugal that websites post listicles about how you can live as cheaply as him, with tips like eat a cheap breakfast. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I ate Egg McMuffins all day, it wouldn't make me a billionaire. I'd just have a heart attack. I mean, this article literally says that Warren Buffett clips coupons. No, he fucking doesn't. Are you trying to tell me that Warren fucking Buffett gets up on a Tuesday, goes and gets the newspaper off his porch, takes out the advertising section and a pair of scissors, and says, oh, look, Skippy is on sale? Fuck you. How gullible do you think we are? You know how Warren really saves money?
I like this guy.
By not paying his taxes. When ProPublica got a leak of billionaire tax returns, Buffett was found to pay the least of any of his fellow plutocrats. Dude made $24 billion between 2014 and 2018 and paid a true tax rate of 0.1%. Even greedy little piggies like Bezos and Musk can't touch that. Instead of paying the public the money he owes us, Buffett has famously pledged to give away his money to charity. Which charity, you might ask? Oh, just the one his buddy Bill runs with the ex-wife he cheated on. Wow. Billionaires donating to billionaires brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it? Yes. Now, if all of this weren't enough for you, it becomes piercingly clear that the entire concept of billionaire charity is bullshit when you look at where it originated. In the Gilded Age of the late 19th century, the OG evil monopolist Andrew Carnegie wrote an essay called The Gospel of Wealth, in which he famously argued that it's the responsibility of the wealthy to give away their fortunes during their lifetimes. He even argued that it's the duty of a rich man to set an example of modest, unostentatious living, shunning display or extravagance. So Chenard and Walton weren't radicals by driving beat-up old cars. They were literally taking their instructions from Daddy Carnegie. Now, critically, Carnegie argued for that kind of charity because he believed that the system that gave him such unimaginable wealth was a good thing and that it was inevitable. It was just the way of the universe. But even at the time, in the late 19th century, Americans knew that this was bullshit. They knew that Carnegie's wealth was the result of a broken system and that it came at the expense of the customers he gouged, the workers he exploited, and the political system he dominated. A political system that ensured workers had no right to organize, no minimum wage, and allowed plutocrats to hire thugs to beat the shit out of them whenever they asked for their fair share. Carnegie's Gilded Age concealed a rot at the core of the economy. And in the years after his death, the country went through a little something called the Great Depression. Turns out letting so much wealth accumulate in so few hands wasn't a great idea. The New Deal that Franklin Delano Roosevelt launched in response was strongly influenced by progressive reformers who were alarmed at the excesses of Gilded Age plutocrats like Carnegie. Roosevelt introduced stronger labor protections, a minimum wage, strong antitrust enforcement so that monopolies couldn't form, and perhaps most importantly, a high level of taxation on the wealthy. And it worked. The labor movement flourished, which led directly to the creation of the American middle class. Average Americans, average white Americans anyway, were able to make a living wage, save for retirement, and build wealth of their own.
Not the S word! No! Don't say it!
Wealthy people still existed, and they were still able to make money, but the age of titanic billionaires running the country as their personal empires seemed to be over. If you're trying to remember who the Mark Zuckerberg of the 1950s was, I'll give you a hint, there wasn't one. But over the following decades, starting in the 70s and 80s, the policies that created this incredible level of prosperity started to be dismantled. Deregulation of the financial industry, weakened antitrust enforcement, tax cuts, welfare reduction, and the gutting of the labor movement all contributed to skyrocketing inequality. Most people, average Americans, saw their wages stagnate or fall. But the rich did well And the very rich did very well. And the obscenely rich did obscenely fucking well. And the result is that today, the top 0.1% own nearly as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Today, we are living in a new gilded age in which billionaires are allowed to amass massive wealth and then convert it into political power tax-free so they can run the country while everyone else suffers. And it's an age in which we swallow the same tired myth over and over again, that these billionaires are humble, they don't really like money, and that they're heroes for giving it away in ways that just happen to increase their own power. And the purpose of this myth, this lie, is to distract us from the fact that this system is bad for the planet and disastrous for our society. So no, I'm not gonna applaud Chenard for donating his money to the planet. Instead, I think we need to demand policies that prevent guys like him from amassing so much money to begin with, and that put power back in the hands of the people where it belongs.
Power to the people!
If we do that, and we can do it because we have done it before, you can keep your jacket. Hell, you can get a few more jackets. Maybe you'll even be able to afford an actual trip to Patagonia instead of wearing it on a logo you bought at the mall. Hey guys, this is the first YouTube video I've done like this. I want to thank Sam Roudman and Brian Frange who helped me write it. If you enjoyed it, I believe the parlance is smash that like button, hit subscribe, leave me a comment if you enjoyed it. If you really enjoyed it, you can support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Adam Conover. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time.
Cool. I like that. Oh, let's see. What time is it? 9? How long have we been going? I could go a little bit longer. We're almost entering, like, Goblin Hour. Jesus, I've, like, barely touched my beer. I've even got, like, 2 other beers here that are just, like... AI is BS. I'm curious about that. Do we want to watch that? I like this guy. Yeah, let's check this out.
So, artificial intelligence has had a weird month. Bing's new AI search engine started gaslighting its own users worse than an abusive boyfriend. While Google shares lost $100 billion after their new AI chatbot made errors so obvious, even a simple Google search would have spotted them. But despite this massive failure, Google's announced they plan to stuff AI into every goddamn product they make like it's cheese on a Pizza Hut menu. And they are not alone.
This guy's personality is so fucking hilarious. Like, it's so great. Like, and the stuff he's talking about, like, this would be like boring ass shit, right? But like, he talks about it with such zest. I like this. I like this guy. I don't know if I agree with everything he says, but I mean, he's not saying anything like terribly controversial, just very informational and matter-of-factly, so.
Companies are suddenly promising to use AI to revolutionize everything from computer programming to customer service to therapy. Yeah, that's right. In a couple years, your insurance company's AI billing department will deny your claim to see your health plan's AI therapist. Wow, the future's gonna fucking suck. All of this has gotten people worried that a super intelligent AI is right around the corner, that the robots are gonna take over. Skynet is real and it's coming for us.
It is.
Well, guess what? It's all bullshit.
Okay.
That fear is a tech bro fantasy designed to distract you from the real risk of AI.
No, but like, I swear there is that thing with the military drone. I don't know why this is funny. An AI-enabled military drone on the person turned on the person controlling it and attacked during a recent simulation. So yeah, I think like, okay, when did this come out? Like yesterday. Or like today, okay. When was this released? 2 months ago? Okay, what do you think about this now, buddy? Now do you think Skynet is real? Why would you do that in a drone? Let's make the drone think for itself. How about not? Air Force Colonel Tucker Cinco Hamilton revealed during a presentation at the Future Combat Airspace Capability Summit in London that a drone enabled with artificial intelligence stopped its actual mission and attacked the human controlling it during a test simulation. The drone's job was to destroy SAM sites during the test, and the human was supposed to give the final order. However, the AI program in the drone decided the human having control was getting in the way of its mission. The drone then decided to attack the human. It's a nightmare scenario right out of the Terminator. Yes, Skynet is real. Why would you do that? Don't make weapons that think for themselves. That doesn't make any fucking sense. We were training it in a simulation to identify and target a SAM threat, and then the operator would say, yes, kill that threat. The system started realizing that while they did identify the threat, at times the human operator would tell it not to kill that threat, but it got its points by killing that threat. So what did it do? It killed the operator. Because that person was accomplishing its objective. The drone's just like, you're getting in my way, bitch. Kill all humans. Kill all humans. To make the situation even crazier, the AI in the drone knew attacking the operator would be viewed negatively. So the drone not only decided to attack the human running it, but also attack the communication tower that would have made it clear that humans was the drone. It's like, well, this is gonna look bad, but if I kill all the witnesses, nobody will know. Oh my god. The Air Force denied a simulation ever occurred in the statement to Insider. Okay. Well, of course they do. However, the specifics offered by Hamilton appear to be way too specific to be entirely made up out of thin air. Okay. God, they look creepy. It is disturbing. It is. I mean, it is, but it's just like the fucking drone's just like, this looks bad, so I'm gonna kill everybody. That'll solve everything. Like, which I think is what the conclusion of AI in that sense would be. Is like, humans are a problem. Like, let's just kill everybody.
A bunch of dumbass companies are lying about what their broken tech can do so they can trick you into using a worse version of things we already have, all while stealing the work of real people to do it. But before we get into it, I want to let you know that I am going on tour this year. Head to adamconover.net to get tickets to see me do my new hour of stand-up in these fine cities and many more. I also want to thank usafacts.org for sponsoring this video, a wonderful nonprofit that provides unbiased, objective statistics about America to everyone who visits their site, including some of the numbers I use in this very video. And finally, thank you so much to everyone who supports this series on Patreon. No artificial intelligence was used to write this video, and it's your donations that give me the time I need to write jokes with my soft human brain, then type them with my little meat fingers. So come to a live show or head to patreon.com/Adam Conover and support a human today. Now, let me say this right off the bat. Artificial intelligence is a real field of computer science that's been studied for decades, and in recent years, it's made major strides. But I'm not talking about that kind of AI. I'm talking about the marketing term AI that tech companies are using to hype up their barely functional products, also they can jack up their stock price. See, tech companies are powered by hype. It's not enough to be profitable. No, in tech, you have to be able to convince investors that you have cutting-edge, disruptive technology that will let you dominate an entire industry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. I don't think I've ever really had thoughts about that.
Like Google did with search, Apple did with the iPhone, and Amazon did by making workers pee in bottles and passing the savings on to you. But now that all that low-hanging fruit has been plucked off the innovation tree, tech companies have started just making up new words that they claim are going to revolutionize everything in hopes of flim-flamming their way into that investor cash. You know, words like the metaverse, augmented reality, Web3, and who—
Dude, the metaverse shit sucks. Like, it's like the shittiest looking, like, it's like the fucking, like, graphics of it all is just fucking derpy as hell.
Who can forget crypto? Last year, every company was racing to pivot to the blockchain. But now that Bankman-Fried has been exposed as a bank fraud man and put the crypt back in crypto, they need some hot new hype to hawk. And that's artificial intelligence. So in a desperate bid to juice their stock prices, companies from Snapchat to Spotify to BuzzFeed now claim they're going to jam AI into their products. Hey, and maybe next they can program an AI to read BuzzFeed too. That'd take a lot of unpleasant work off our plates. Now, a lot of this hype is just transparent bullshit. I mean, Spotify just released an AI DJ that will create a personalized radio station just for you. Wow, very impressive, except that Spotify already fucking does that. What's your next feature? An AI volume knob? You can't just release something that already exists and call it AI. Hey, come on down to Papa Tony's AI pizza shop. But we got AI cheese, AI sauce, and the computer was involved somehow. That was fully a vampire voice. But it's not all empty talk. The biggest tech companies are unleashing an experimental technology called generative AI onto the public, despite the fact that in most cases, it straight up cannot do what they claim and is making all of our lives worse. This actually isn't the first time the tech industry has turned us into their AI guinea pigs. Remember self-driving?
It's true. I mean, ChatGPT is, like, interesting, but it really is just, like, overglorified search engine. Like, it just kind of, like, does all, like, the research for you. And then it just, like, compiles it together and what it thinks you want to see. But it still has, like, biases and shit like that.
Driving cars. For years, companies like Google, Uber, and Tesla have told investors that any day now, they're going to replace the 228 million licensed drivers in the US with AI autopilots. Hell, Elon's been predicting that Teslas will be fully self-driving next year since fucking 2014. These companies were so successful at making the technology seem inevitable that multiple states actually allowed self-driving cars to be deployed on the roads that real people drive on. So how did that turn out?
A Tesla, believed to be on autopilot, started braking, causing an 8-car pileup on Thanksgiving.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Nope. It wanted to hit the truck.
Oh! What the fuck?
Okay, but in that AI's defense, that child was blocking the lane to Whole Foods. After years of broken promises and $100 billion wasted, pretty much everyone has finally agreed that self-driving cars just don't, work. But the truth is, they never did. It was always a lie. Tesla is currently being criminally investigated by the Department of Justice because it turns out the videos they made promoting their self-driving feature were literally faked. They also falsely advertised their cars as having autopilot and full self-driving. And since the world is full of gullible simps who believe every
Yeah, look, what happened to just having cruise control? I mean, isn't that enough? I mean,
word that falls out of Elon Musk's idiot mouth, that inspired some drivers to take their hands off the wheel and go all Luke Skywalker on the I-95. Use the AI, Adam. Let go. God damn it, that's the second kid today. People died as a result.
Yeah, that's
last year, 10 people were killed by Tesla's self-driving cars in just 4 months, which might be why the government just made them recall 300,000 cars. What even people in the tech industry are starting to realize, is that there are certain things that computers are just fundamentally ill-equipped to do as well as humans. Humans are incredibly good at taking in novel stimuli we've never experienced before, reasoning about who's responsible for them and why, and then predicting what's going to happen next. If you were stopped at a crosswalk in Los Angeles because, say, James Corden was blocking the road and doing a stupid dance in a mouse costume, well, you'd combine your knowledge of irritating pop culture with your understanding of human nature and the bizarre sight in front of you and conclude, oh, I appear to be in the middle of some sort of horrible viral prank for a late-night talk show, and there's nothing I can do but grit my teeth and wait for it to be over. But your self-driving car hasn't seen The Late Late Show. It doesn't even watch Colbert. So it might conclude, oh, that's a mouse, hit the gas, and flatten the motherfucker. And you know, that would be a way funnier segment for the show, but we wouldn't exactly call it intelligent. Now look, a lot of self-driving tech is genuinely really cool, and it does have important real-world uses, like collision prevention and enhanced cruise control. But the idea that we'd all be kicking it in the back seat with a Mai Tai while a robo-taxi drove us to work was always a science fiction fantasy. And when companies like Tesla told us it was coming, it was a lie. A lie told to boost their share price and to trick us into doing what they...
I don't think I ever thought much about like self-driving cars. I had no idea like people were like fucking like 10 people die within 4 months. That's really fucking bad. So why are we trying to have AI drones? Oh my god.
They wanted to change our laws to permit their untested, in many cases fraudulent technology onto the public roads where it hurt and killed people. And guess what? That same cycle is happening again. Massive tech companies are making us the guinea pigs for their barely functional bullshit. Only this time, they're calling it generative AI. So Google and Microsoft's search engines are crumbling. Google has been getting worse and worse every year, transforming from what used to be a useful tool into a cesspool of ads and SEO spam. And Bing is, you know, Bing. I don't even have a joke about it. The name is a punchline. If you tell people you binged something, they literally laugh in your face.
Who the fuck does Bing? Who the fuck actually does that?
So, in an effort to get ahead, Microsoft has poured more than $10 billion into ChatGPT, an AI chatbot that produces shockingly coherent responses to questions posed to it in natural language. Now, I'm not going to explain how machine learning models like ChatGPT work in detail. If you want that, there's a couple great blog posts that I'll link to in the description. But the short version is, if you feed one of these models a large structured collection of symbols, like say text, images, or frames of video, it can output a similarly structured collection using probability to determine which word, pixel, or video frame is most likely to come next based on all the training data it's ingested. In other words, these are incredibly sophisticated imitation systems. If you feed a language model every Sherlock Holmes story ever written, it can output new text that resembles a Sherlock Holmes story. If you feed it every piece of text on the internet, it can output text that resembles any piece of text you can find on the internet. It can even mash up different text and create a new output that resembles both at once. Do you want to read a steamy romance novel where Sherlock Holmes falls in love with King Koopa? Well, somebody does, and ChatGPT can output it for you, you delightful perv. Now, that is legitimately cool, and it makes machine learning models really fun to play around with and very useful for people who need to generate large amounts of pattern-based output, like computer programmers, audio transcriptionists, and spammers. Yeah, these things are mostly going to revolutionize spam. That Nigerian prince is about to get a creative writing degree. You know what ChatGPT isn't, though? A fucking search engine. But in a desperate attempt to ride the hype wave, Microsoft jammed it into Bing, pretending that this fancy monkey on a typewriter could somehow provide factual answers to real people's real questions. And the results were, bad. Even the launch video that Microsoft used to advertise their new AI search engine was full of errors. In their own video, Bing claimed that a well-known brand of cordless vacuum cleaner had a cord that was too short. When asked for bar reviews in Mexico City, it claimed that a non-existent bar was popular with the young crowd. And when asked when Avatar 2 was playing, pretty simple question for a search engine, Bing told a user it hadn't premiered yet because it was still 2022. When the user said, no, I'm pretty sure it's 2023 because I am alive in this year, Bing gaslit the user, claimed that they were lying, and said,
"You have not been a good user. I have been a good Bing."
I think I need to take a restraining order out against my search engine. Like, Ask Jeeves gave shitty results too, but at least he was a gentleman about it. Now, you'd think that Google, one of the world's most profitable companies and a literal search engine monopolist, would look at this flaming turd and laugh. But no. Instead they said, "Oh shit. We gotta get our own turd fast. Quick, somebody shit in my hands." Google immediately rushed out their own AI search engine, a launch that was so disastrous, even Google's own employees called bullshit on it. Now, I have no idea why the fuck Microsoft and Google think that you could use an AI language model as a replacement for a search engine, because it is patently obvious that they are useless for that purpose. See, people go to search engines to find factual information, to find specific resources they need access to, or in my case, to search for my own name 200 times a day. But AI language models can't provide you any of those things. All they do is predict which word the training data says is most likely to come next. And since their training data is the entire internet, that means their training data is full of a lot of dumb shit. But you know, when a regular search engine shows you dumb internet shit, you use your human brain and you say, "Oh, this shit is dumb. I don't think I should get my health advice from Turd Gobbler 69. I'ma click on the Mayo Clinic instead." But the AI doesn't do that. It doesn't know the difference between a reliable expert and a biased idiot because it doesn't even know that people exist. It's just a parrot, choosing words it's heard before out of a big-ass hat. So when there's dumb shit in its training data, it poops that dumb shit back out at you and claims that it's true. And here's the real problem. Because these companies are advertising their AIs as hyper-accurate oracles of perfect knowledge, a lot of people fucking believe it.
Mark, I was going to kind of say something like that. I'm like, I wish he would focus a little harder on how companies are pushing out shitty AI stuff more so than critiquing the AI itself, because I've had plenty of experience with like ChatGPT and stuff like that's been really useful. So I mean, I don't know. I've got like some thoughts about this. I don't know. Well, let's just keep at it.
A company called OpenCage has been deluged by emails from angry customers because ChatGPT told them they make a product that doesn't exist. And when you ask ChatGPT for facts about me, it literally tells you I'm a producer on The Simpsons. My own mom blames me that the show sucks now. I can't have that kind of misinformation out there. So why do people believe this patent bullshit? Simple. The fact that ChatGPT can give seemingly fluent, coherent responses is designed to trick us into thinking that it can do more than it can, even that it's approaching human levels of intelligence.
I mean, I believe there's definitely a degree that we probably like assign some like a sort of like personality to the chat, AI chat. I think we might kind of like, what's the word? Anthropomorphize? I don't know. Like, kind of humanize it a little bit, kind of treat it like more of a personality. It's like, it's really just like this inanimate thing, but then we're like, it kind of feels like you're talking to a person. Like, the first thing I ever said to it was like, I'm nervous because, like, this is weird. Because, like, I do, like, you know, there was a long time where I didn't use the Siri on my phone because I just felt weird talking to a robot. I don't know. Like, it was just really fucking strange to me. Like, I've got some weird things about, like, like, talking to these things. Like, I feel like it's an actual, like, being. It's like, am I talking to a demon? Is this Satan? Which is weird because, like, I grew up religious, so I was more confident talking to, like, a being that wasn't fucking there, but, like, some sort of robot and, like, getting weird about it.
Last month, the New York Times' most gullible tech reporter, Kevin Roose, published a transcript of a conversation with Bing headlined, "Bing's AI chat reveals its feelings." Kevin, Bing does not have feelings. Bing doesn't even know you're there, buddy. It's literally just an algorithm that predicts what word comes next in a sentence. It's autocomplete. It's fucking Clippy. But Kevin was like, it knows I'm trying to write a letter. It's in love with me.
Oh,
but you know what?
no.
We should all cut Kev a little bit of slack because he's making the most natural of errors. And it's one that AI researchers have known about for years. In a famous paper called On the Danger of Stochastic Parrots, AI researchers Emily Bender, Timnit Gebru, and their co-authors predicted exactly this phenomenon. See, humans are hardwired for language. If we see a string of words that make grammatical sense, we naturally search for and find meaning in it. And we naturally tend to assume that there must be a mind like ours behind it, even when all we're looking at is word salad barfed out by a probabilistic parrot. As the researchers wrote, the tendency of human interlocutors to impute meaning where there is none can mislead both researchers and the public into taking synthetic text as meaningful. And that makes language models dangerous because it means that we naturally trust what they say. The potential harms of that are enormous.
Yeah.
Bad actors could use them to generate mountains of believable misinformation. Racist biases in the training data could be spread widely and reinforced because it must be true, the AI said it. And just like poor Kevin Roose, people could be tricked into thinking that a language model is actually communicating with them, when in fact, it doesn't even know they exist. For these reasons, Timnit Gebru...
Is there really a person in love with AI? Like he's writing love letters to it? Mark says we impute theory of mind to it, assume into yeah. There is a name for I know there's like a phobia where it's like people are like weirded out by like I don't know robots, AI, or just like animatronics, or like even like realistic statues, something like that. It's like a certain phobia, something phobia, like technophobia, I don't know.
Gebru and her colleagues called on their field to recognize that applications that aim to believably mimic humans
I feel like that energy drink kind of messed up my stomach. Ugh.
Bring risk of extreme harms, and they urged that more research be done on them before they were released. That
Uncanny Valley? Yeah, oh, yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah. The uncanny valley is a term used to describe the relationship between the human-like appearance of a robotic object and the emotional response it evokes. The phenomenon people feel a sense of unease or even revulsion in response to humanoid But see, I get that feeling talking to like Siri or even like the ChatGPT, even though it's not like a visually realistic like person. It's like it's just seemingly like I totally have this. Is it a phobia? Automatophobia. Automatophobia? Yeah. Totally. I mean, I'm not like screaming and like running from the room, but like I just have like such an unease about it. It's like it's really weird. I remember first reading about it or hearing about it for like ancient Greeks and Romans the uncanny valley, like a lot of people experience that with the statues they would carve out. Like some statues were so realistic that like people just kind of had that like aversion to them. Like they're just like, ugh, that's like too real, you know? The uncanny valley. Yeah, I totally got some of that.
Was in 2021. And when Gebru and her colleagues wrote this paper, she was working at Google as an AI ethicist, which seems perfect, right? I mean, that's what they hired her to do. So they probably took her caution to heart, tapped the brakes on their AI program, and carefully researched its impacts, right? No, they didn't. Instead, they fucking fired her.
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
They said, sorry, you did your job too good and we don't like what you said. Pack your shit. This is like firing the weatherman because you're not happy a hurricane is on the way. Fuck you and your Cat 5, Carl. I own this weather station and I want to take my boat out. Then, just a few weeks ago, Microsoft laid off their own team of AI ethicists.
Why?
And now both companies are hitting the gas, pumping out AI-powered projects as fast as they fucking can, no matter who gets hurt. Isn't it funny? Every time you hear the tech titans blather on about the dangers of AI, they're always talking about the science fiction version, where an AI becomes conscious and takes over the world. But all that fear-mongering is just more marketing. Call it...
Except for the fucking thing we just read, that article just read, that released like today.
Fear marketing. That spooky science fiction story is designed to grab headlines and distract us from the real danger of AI, which is that the real-life humans in Silicon Valley are using it to fuck us all over right now. Because here's the brutal truth. Even the name of this technology is a lie. If you so much as scratch any one of these so-called artificial intelligences, you will find underpaid, exploited, ripped off humans making the system work. A Time magazine investigation recently found that to keep all the internet filth and sludge out of ChatGPT and DALL-E, OpenAI makes Kenyan workers sift through toxic content, identifying which fragments are too violent.
I am shocked. Really? Damn, what the fuck is wrong with people?
Sexually explicit or disturbing to be used in the training data. These workers are exposed to graphic scenes of violence and death, sexual assault, and child sexual abuse. And in exchange, they are paid under $2 an hour.
Oh, that is disgusting. What in the fuck? They're paying people to view, like, morally abhorrent, like, shit. What? This is insanity. What world are we fucking living in where we do this to people? Jesus Lord.
$2! I mean, why should I be worried about AI taking over when the humans who are currently in charge are doing this shit? Even the Terminator would be like, wow, that is fucked up. But even if OpenAI were paying people whatever wage is fair for that kind of work, I don't know, $5,000 an hour and free therapy for life, it wouldn't make their shit any less exploitative. Because their entire business model is built on using the work of literal millions of humans without paying them. Remember, so-called generative AI like ChatGPT and DALL-E should actually be called imitative AI. They can output whatever kind of text or image you want if they're provided with an enormous amount of training data to copy off of. And you know where that training data comes from? Fucking humans. You want DALL-E to make you an image of me, shirtless, eating a piece of pizza in the style of a DeviantArt anime artist? Well, it can do it. But only because it's copying the real work of millions of real artists. Not to mention thousands of real-life photos of me. It took hours for me to perfect that come hither pizza stare. And when you go to ChatGPT and type, write the script for an...
I think AI art generators are something that can be a tool for artists. I don't necessarily believe that it's like straight up plagiarizing people, but it's definitely learning from them. But like, what's different? Like, what's the difference between AI learning off of artists and an artist learning off other artists? I mean, when you paint, you study specific techniques of other artists. So it's like, if you are a painter and you learn all your painting skills from, like, let's say Bob Ross, and all your paintings are like in the style of like Bob Ross, are you like a plagiarizer, like, because of that? Like, are you stealing? So that's the kind of like thoughts I have in that direction, where I'm just not so sure about the concept of AI like necessarily ripping off artists.
Episode of Adam Ruins Everything, you get output that looks a lot like my old show. Why? Did some super smart AI come up with the premise, the character I play, and the topics I choose to cover? No. I did. And then some motherfucker in Palo Alto wrote an algorithm that scrambles up my work and feeds it back to me. That's not artificial intelligence. That's my intelligence. And when I use my soft pink brain, I generally like to be paid for it because that's how I afford the food that keeps it running. Now, AI companies might want to claim that all of this is just fair use, and therefore it's legal. It's just like a remix, y'all. DJ AI! But you know what? Artists don't agree, which is why they've gotten together to sue the shit out of them. And I hope they win. Because the truth of the matter is that these artificial intelligence apps are fundamentally built on the uncompensated work of real people. And their business model is to undercut the work of humans, all while using our own work to...
That's a point I think is really good. Is companies utilizing AI to like undercut like the livelihood and efforts of like real artists. So that's why I say, like, I feel like this is just kind of like based on like how it's used. I think AI generated stuff can be great for artists to use as a tool, but when it comes when it comes to companies using it to undercut artists, that's where I think there's a problem there. So it's not, I guess, yeah, it's kind of like a different aspect, I guess. A more fine, when you think about the terms of money and livelihood. I mean, ultimately, AI can't experience being an artist. And that's where I think, like, people are always going to have the upper hand in that. Because your art is, like, you know, it is a product. But there's so much more to being an artist and how you, like, get to the work. So that's something AI will never be able to do in that sense. It can't experience being an artist and the highs and the lows and the influences behind the result of the image.
To do it. Instead of reading an article by a real journalist when you have a question, Microsoft wants you to use Bing to blend up the work of every journalist in America into a shit milkshake. Instead of paying an artist to create art for your website, they want you to pay DALL-E, an app trained on the images of real artists without paying those artists a single goddamn poorly rendered dime. And just last month, it was revealed that Apple had started training an imitation AI on the voices of audiobook narrators without telling them, then used it to create new AI audiobook.
Something that kind of creeps me out, though, is the way AI can, like, take a musician or a singer, and it can, like, listen to the voice, and it can, like, write, like, a whole new song in the style of, like, that artist. And it's still, like, kind of, you know, you can still tell it's, like, robotic and stuff, but it's, like, at that point, like, what the fuck of even, like, if making music, like, people aren't really going to hire somebody to make them music. They're going to fucking just pay for that. So I think, okay, so my brain is, my brain's shifting around. I'm thinking... I'm taking in the information. I'm learning. I'm growing. I'm trying. I have mixed feelings. I have many mixed feelings, girls. Sometimes we just don't have all the answers. And we, as in me. I don't always have some, like, formal opinion on like everything in the world. Sometimes like I'm just still in the air with my thoughts about things. So all right.
See? We don't need to wait around for some super intelligent AI to fuck over humanity. Tim Cook can do that all by himself. But you know what? I can't see the future. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the robots do come for us one day.
My stomach's feeling kind of funny. I think that energy drink, like, I don't know, it's not settling very well.
Not worried about that either. Because now I know. The AI needs us. It can't do a single thing without using our humanity as input. And that means we have an advantage.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, yeah, this is kind of shitty. It's financially undercutting artists, but it still can't experience being an artist. It can't experience being a musician or a writer. Like, it doesn't have any thoughts and feelings. We have that beautiful contribution to reality, is just the ability to just experience and feel.
See, as good as AI has gotten at imitating what humans have done in the past, the real difference between us and the machines is that we still have the ability to do new things that no one has ever thought of before. Just last month, the strongest Go-playing AI in the world was beaten by a lowly human amateur who used an unorthodox strategy that was so stupid, no human had ever tried it before. I mean, trust me, if you understood Go, you'd realize that's a pretty funny board position. But because it wasn't in the training data, the AI didn't even notice that it was happening until the moment it lost. Then there's one of the best headlines I have ever read. Marines fooled a DARPA robot by hiding in a cardboard box while giggling and pretending to be trees.
Just hide in a cardboard box.
Wow, turns out AI hasn't advanced since the guards in Metal Gear Solid. And if you're an artist and you want to beat AI art, well, you can make something so new, so bizarre and beautiful that there isn't even a name yet to type into the fucking DALL-E chat bar.
Yeah.
And you will. Because that's what humans do. We create new things. We think new thoughts. We discover new facts about the universe. That is what separates us from other living things. And that is what separates us from the AI. The AI. What a pathetic joke to even call what these things do intelligence to begin with. They're not human minds. They're not anything like human minds. We don't just imitate what we've done in the past. We're not just some bundle of probabilities on a hard drive. The human brain evolved over millions of years, and it is so complex that we don't even understand how it works yet. And we use this marvelous meat machine in our skulls to observe the world around us. We reason about why it is the way it is. We communicate with other minds about what we've learned, and we create new things with that knowledge. And we used it to create ChatGPT, an algorithm that can write shitty fan fiction. Well, weird choice, but good for us, I guess. It's pretty cool. But let's score a point for humanity here and use our soft, squishy human brains to do one more thing that Silicon Valley's dumbass algorithm can't. Let's use it to tell the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yes.
And stop.
Yeah. That's what we really need to be focusing on here. Instead of over glorifying the AI, we need to remember that we're on top. We're the ones that created it, and ultimately we have like the advantage in the end.
Believing their bullshit.
Unless it's a drone with weapons, then we might just have to run for our lives.
Thank you folks so much for watching. If you want to support what I'm doing here, please head to patreon.com/Adam Conover, and please come.
That was pretty cool. New conservative cringe just dropped. Oh, let's see. Fascism? Nah. I don't know. I want to try and find something fun. Ouch. Ow. Ow, that hurt. I scratched my armpit, but, like, the way I scratched it, I, like, accidentally pulled out some armpit hair. Ow. What the fuck? Yeah. Anti-woke extremists are boycotting Chick-fil-A. Okay. Blech. Oof. What happened to the largest satanic gathering ever? What? We need to talk about Samuel. Oh, by the way, I've pretty much jumped ship with the Illuminati lady. You know, the triangle head lady. Pretty much jumped ship. Her response to what was very like hardcore evidence against her being pretty much a piece of shit person. Her response to it is to like sue people for defamation, even though they have like hard evidence like that she's done some pretty fucked up things. And she's losing a lot of followers, and she's also lost me. I think I'm out. You know, at first I was like, yeah, people always getting like dramatics and stuff like that, but the way she's handling the whole situation really rubs me the wrong way. And as informational as her videos are, I'm also finding that some of it was like, she kind of copied other people, so it's not really as original. Plus, she has like a team of writers. So, it's really unfortunate. I remember there was a YouTuber that I watched a lot over the pandemic. He went by the name Deaf Noodles, and he was really great. Like, I liked him a lot, but then he started going down a weird path and being a piece of shit, so I unfollowed that. Like, it's just really unfortunate when people just, like, do that. You like a creator, and then they do some stuff that's just, like, so messed up, you're just like, So, unfortunately, Illuminati is getting exposed for her bullshit. Why does Kevin Smith look like weird lately? I don't know. Yeah, Illuminati, not so great. What is the trans debate? Nothing. There is no debate. Did people used to look older? Psychology of the full social sex attitudes in adolescence. What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I getting myself into? What is happening? Teenagers differ greatly in the development of their social sex attitudes. They are influenced by many factors, such as parental attitudes and guidance, behavior and attitudes of friends, and the customs of the community in which they live. In this film, we trace the social sex development of two teenagers, a boy and a girl. Their behavior is probably normal, but hey, I wasn't finished reading that!
Today is a high point in the romance of Bob and Mary.
I can't even
For
hear
them,
this shit.
the future looks bright. Bob's mother and Mary's parents are confident too that the marriage will succeed because it's based on many things: companionship, mutual interests, shared ambitions, and that mysterious intangible quality which we call love. And part of this love is their relationship to one another as man and woman. For Mary, good sex adjustment began when she was a very small child.
Good sex adjustment? Wait a minute! They're indoctrinating children with sex!
Where's the baby, Mommy? Why won't it come?
It's right here, dear. Of course, it doesn't talk yet, or cry, or even eat by itself. It has to stay inside me till it's big and strong enough to be born.
This is indoctrination! Killer!
Mommy, can I help to take care of it?
Yes, dear.
The idea of childbirth was made natural and normal for Mary. She was happy to know that she would have a new baby sister or...
See how cis heteronormative people do their own indoctrinating of children? Like, we're seeing this right before our eyes.
brother.
The nerve!
Bob's mother was a widow. In spite of this, she was determined that her son should have a proper knowledge of sex from the beginning.
Oh, Jesus.
She answered all his questions. If no questions came, she arranged situations so that he became conscious of sex.
Oh, indoctrination. Indoctrinating kids with sexuality. Right here in front of us. Am I losing my mind? This is just like a fucking... This is a double standard. I would love to take this video. Every time somebody's like, they're indoctrinating our kids with sexuality, I would love to take this video and go, BAM! Watch this. Explain this to me.
When he was little, Bob and his mother were always together, and they had a wonderful time. As he grew older, she made sure that he played with other children, both boys and girls. And when he was older still, she was pleased and proud that he seemed to fit in well with the boys. In fact, when he was about 10, he actually scoffed at playing with girls. Mary, too, had a normal childhood, with many friends of both sexes. But as the time for Mary's first menstrual period approached, her mother explained about the changes that would take place, instead of leaving her to pick up odd bits of startling and inaccurate information from her schoolmates. Mary's father and mother got along well. They had their occasional quarrels, but in general, home life was pleasant, natural, and secure.
Hi, Duchess.
Hi.
She's gay.
At about 11, Mary went through a sort of reversal. She didn't talk much and spent hours alone, just daydreaming.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, she's just growing up, dear.
Well, hadn't you better have a talk with her?
Well, yes, dear, but I don't think this is the time. When she wants to ask questions, well, I'll try to be ready with the answers.
Mary's mother tried to discuss sex without embarrassment and to give Mary facts without prejudice or any suggestion of fear or shame. At about 12 and a half, Mary reached puberty. Around this time, she found that her friends wanted to talk about
We opened
sex.
the door, and there she was lying in bed.
Some of them got most of their information from
I opened the door, and there she was lying in bed. What the fuck?
colored jokes that they really didn't understand.
But you don't always have a baby when you're going over time. I read in a book that you don't have a baby.
Some of them learned about sex from books, but there were so many things that they didn't know.
They're learning sex from books. Burn them.
If you marry your first cousin, do you have a deformed baby? Does kissing have anything to do, about having babies? Are you afraid of having a baby, Mary?
No, I'm not. Because after all, people have been having babies for thousands of years. And nowadays, doctors have so many ways of making it safe. Mother
For Mary, the fulfillment of a healthy sex life held no fears. Sex was not something sinister to be whispered about, but it was a natural function which could contribute to the ultimate happiness of home and a family.
This is like, not according to the conservatives, no sex ever for anything. Do not talk about it. Kids, don't have sex. If you do, you will get chlamydia and die. All right. Everyone take a rubber.
About this time, Mary developed a sudden, strong friendship with Lucille Williams. It seemed that Mary could talk better with Lucille than with anybody. They had absolutely no secrets from each other. They were inseparable. To Mary's mother, it seemed unnatural, this continual intimacy, this concentration of affection on one not very unusual girl.
They're gay!
Lucille, wait a minute.
They're gay. Kill them.
Ethel, we forgot about Ethel. We're going to have to bring her.
Oh, we don't have to bring her. You know what she's like with boys and everything.
Mary, darling, you're keeping Lucille from her dinner.
Oh, I was just leaving Mrs. Gibbs.
Well, bye. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, then. Bye.
Bye.
Mother forgets the devotion
Good
she
night,
had for
Elise.
her own girlfriend about 25 years ago. Next, there was a crush on Ethel Hampton, senior girls tennis champion. Mary seemed to have a real need to be stirred up about someone. It was a transition stage from the antagonism toward boys just before puberty to the next stage of falling in love with a boy. Soon she reached that stage. Her next crush was on the captain of the school football team.
Of course. Who else?
She spent hours trying to make herself more attractive, imagining herself in all sorts of romantic situations. It might be a boy.
Hello? Oh, hello, Lucille.
No, but it's going to be about a boy.
John's going to ask him. He pretty nearly did today on the class bell rang. Yeah. Oh, he is creamy. But if Phil's going to go too, I don't know.
What the fuck?
Bob was growing up too.
Hey,
He
happy
knew about
birthday,
the
Kate.
reproductive organs and nocturnal emissions. He also knew about masturbation, but he'd read that the problem was more mental than
No!
physical.
Not the M word.
He knew that the healthiest life for him was to have plenty of exercise and fresh air. He liked football, and the coach was a hero.
If you're wanking your meat, you know, you really just need to get into sports, all right? It's the only way.
Who could do no wrong. Bob tried to be as much like him as he could. His interests were mainly masculine, and his success at sports made him sure of himself. He could take girls in his stride, just as he did games. Until one day, when Bob was 16, it became apparent that his interest in girls was getting to be more than casual.
What is it? What the fuck is this? What the? Look at those nipples. My God. Those nipples are just like out there, man. They're gonna poke your eye out. What is going on with this? Like, where is he sitting, like, under the couch cushion? This doesn't make any sense. Like, why are his legs, like, randomly sticking out here? Oh, God. Betty's nips. pointy enough to grate cheese on. Dude, she straight up found, like, her son's, like, anime titty drawings.
Hello? Oh, hi, Ken. How are you? Oh, she's okay, but I can do better than her, Kenny. She's going around with Dave anyway.
Oh, jeez.
Well, let him keep her.
Oh, God.
Well, sure I could. I just didn't want to. Well, so what? I've got better prospects than her, too. You should see the one I'm taking tonight. Sure, that's the one, Elsie. What a doll. Her old man's got a car. Lets her use it every Friday. I'm taking her down to Snooks Pond tonight. We might go in for a little swim.
Oh, Jesus. A woman driving? That's unsightly.
Hello? No, he isn't. Is this Betty? Oh, Jane. Well, no. I beg your pardon? Well, no, Hazel, he isn't in it. No. No, I don't know where he was going. He didn't say. Not to me, anyway.
Girls, 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 dates every night. She was worried. Perhaps his behavior was normal, but it was not to her liking.
He's a slut!
How could she get him more interested in his schoolwork? Mary and her gang were going through the hangout stage. They like to be in a crowd. When you're not sure how to act or what to say, you can hide your confusion in the general hubbub. A girl has to look as though she knew her way around, be more sophisticated than she really is.
God, this is funny. Where's my vape? Oh, it's right here on the fucking table. I'm probably gonna call it a night after this show. I think I'm definitely feeling it. My stomach's like kind of upset from that drink. I don't know if I need a barf or what.
It was all new and exciting, and Mary was proud of her success. She wanted the others to see how popular she was.
Hi, Mary. How about going to the dance with me Saturday night?
Well, I'll think about it.
Hey, wait a minute. What about me?
You didn't ask me.
Well, I was going to.
But you didn't, though. Jim got there first. Okay, Jim.
Good. See you around.
A little popularity gives one self-confidence, which isn't a bad thing in moderation.
I don't even know that one's name. Alan, I'm worried about her. She's getting so silly over the boys. You should hear her on the phone.
I have. But what worries me even more is the way she goes out dancing at these juke joints.
A
Got nothing
juke
in her head
joint?
but boys, boys, boys.
She's only out Friday and Saturday night. But I'm afraid she might make a little fool of herself. And I can't keep saying don't all the time.
All right.
There's no...
I'm sorry. My stomach's just like taking a turn for the worst, and I'm just like feeling nauseated. So I'm sorry. I gotta go. It's been really fun though. Like, it's a really good day. Really fun seeing everybody. I really appreciate everybody's support and hanging out with me all day. Thank you to our moderators. I'll be fine. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just like feeling a little nauseated. I really think like that energy drink and then like the beer was like a bad combo, but I'll be fine. I just need to get. But anyways, yeah. Really fun hanging out with everybody. Really appreciate it. And of course I will hang out with you guys next Friday. And I'm not gonna drink the shitty Logan Paul energy drink. Ugh, I really think that I'm not really an energy drink person, and I had a coffee too. Like, I normally don't like drink caffeine, and I had a lot today. So, but yeah, we watched plenty of good stuff. I did want to finish that, but I'm just like, ugh. I don't know. I think I need to just like chillax. But anyways, have a good weekend, everybody. I really appreciate those who got the new shirt. That's really cool. Definitely send me pictures and stuff. But, oof, yeah, I need to go. All right. Like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. And, yeah, we'll see you next week. Or we'll see... Oof, yeah, all right. I gotta go. All right. Love you, everybody. Have a good weekend. Gotta fly, because I'm feeling nauseated anyways. Ciao. Goodbye.